like we're walking on water. We're walking on water. We're walking on water. Fires are ever close to your life. Breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, race a little harder. Yeah, every time when I'm wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Won't you good to last long? Pulling out the fires, I'm looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning, all
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I
curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙さ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my
Don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. Before the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No life. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jab, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life.
looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it.
We must survive. So true to weapons wise. Standing firm for your life.
back to the LPL Spring Split. Every time I hear that song, it gets my blood pumping and the hairs on my arms rising. My friend, I am joined by Nymera for the first time. I'm Mazel. Couldn't be more excited. Also, we got the light in the dark going. A little bit of Star Wars references probably littered throughout. But how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing so much better for being back here on the stream and casting with you for the first time. So we get to link up, make some casting memories together, and cover these teams today.
Should be some fun times as well, as we are getting into the third week here. We already had our games yesterday, which we do got to go over a little bit as a bit of a quick day, I will say. It was a lot of fun, though, as I got to watch the Ashin lyric combo come to life once again, and I think getting to kind of watch through and see OMG coming to light here feels like Cream really stepping up in a big way, and then RA themselves, they're 2-0 now, Nymera.
Yeah, on the other side, LGD struggling. I really think Cream and Shanji stepping up again kind of reminds me a little bit of early last year. OMG repeating the script a little bit. Rare Atom, they're tearing up the script because NIP, formerly V5, they dispatched them. And this is a team now which is sat at 2-0, and that is a team which is punching above people's expectations in ways which I really didn't see coming.
Yeah, exactly that. And honestly, seeing the early part of the second series last time around with Shallow and Bao getting a lot of early aggression, thought things were going well. It did not end up that case. But we do have our standings here with some interesting names at the top of the list right now in the early goings of the season. IGRA, both 2-0 to start off, with EDG right behind them, LNG, JDG, of course, Wavo. And then we get to the middle of the pack here.
Yeah, and that middle of the pack has some pretty huge names in it too. You know, you've got the likes of Top Esports and NIP sitting in there. But it is right to focus at those 2-0 teams. IG, Solo Lane Dominance, You Should Know Me, a name which we continually keep hearing over and over. Rare Atom, which has been a bit more of a squad performance. They've been actually, outside of the very first game they had against LGD, where they had 0 kills in that game, they've put together some really good performances. I really look at Cube on that roster as someone that's been a shining light as well.
Exactly. I think Cube, I remember we were talking in one of the chats, I think it was she was like, hey, well, getting to see Cube turn on is an interesting thing. He just decides to kind of turn it on when he wants to. Now we got to get to today's matches, though, as we have some interesting ones ahead of us. TT still looking for their first series win here of the split against WE in our first best of 3. Then we have our second best of 3. AL versus Ultra Prime. Both teams still winless. AL maybe a little bit on the more desperate side.
And we're getting to the point now where we've had that Chinese New Year break, we're coming back out of it, had some time to kind of reassess, and while a lot of the teams, Lyric was talking about this yesterday, while a lot of them won't have been sat and screaming for a lot of that time, it's still a time to mentally reset, to come back with a fresh set of emotions and thoughts about the game, and hopefully get off to a better start than some of these teams did do before that break.
Yeah, I think a long break with the meta as well, getting a long chance to kind of figure out what is going to be comfort, what's going to feel comfortable.
Caitlyn support, baby.
Yeah, but gosh, I hope, Nymera. But we do want to give a special spotlight today towards the players to watch here for both squads. We got obviously a little bit of fun here in terms of where we're looking at, and Hope and Wampong deserve a key player card here, I would say, Nymera, with the track record both guys have had, but now coming into their new homes and trying to find some stability in their own right.
Yeah, we have a Worlds finalist and a World semi-finalist. Hope is also the reigning LPL ADC champion from JDG last year. These two AD carries have pedigree. Now, they are on teams which, as we've talked about before, haven't had the greatest starts to the year so far. It's only a couple of series, but still something to be tracked as we go through. And I'm very much interested in seeing, particularly from Huanfeng, how he goes about going towards the meta. He hasn't played some of his specialties so far, stuff like the Jhin and the Ashe, which we know he is very capable of playing. Maybe he can bring them out today.
Yeah, we'll see if he can indeed. We'll see if we get any cool intros. Got Hoya coming out here with the nice little peace sign there. He'll be in the top lane for TT. Get the lineup for both squads. Beishwan should be coming out next. Actually, believe that's I'd love to see it. They're not in order. It's messing with my brain. I can't do this. You can't do this to me.
Gotta learn how to improvise, Mazel. Gotta learn how to improvise.
I can't do. I'm not allowed to do that. All right. No,
dangerous things happen when you improvise.
Exactly. I thought that was like in the tried and true rules of broadcast. But got to see a little bit of calm and cool Hong Kong there. But see, we're not getting those crazy intros at least. I still expect TT as a whole to.
Well, there is none of the craziness, but there's some stoicness. Maybe we can read
Stoic?
into
Is that what
too.
you're going with? Is that the wording?
Look,
you're
I'm
going
trying to
with?
find
See,
something
maybe it's
from
the
this.
coach
These
that
are
has
not the most
craziness.
flashy intros ever.
Yeah, I've been waiting for one of the coaches just to go ham on the intros, right?
Yeah, maybe try and do like the season 5 faker roll on the stage.
The coach doesn't love to see it. But TT, right? You're talking a little bit about them as a whole, and I think as we dive into what we're trying to focus on with the squad and looking at that mid lane jungle duo, we'll get into that a little bit later. While Team WE themselves taking to the stage, home arena. And especially for this squad, the cuteness there, love it. He's like immediately run off the stage.
I just really like this, just like really shy, awkward grin as they do it as well. It gets me, Mazel.
It always gets me. But as a whole, right, I think WE, and this is where we can start honing in on what we want to see for both these squads. I think mid lane is going to be a big spotlight for both these squads. I think Shanks versus UCal will have a lot to say. Oh,
I
we get a
love
little
that.
Superman. But as a whole, like it will be really interesting to see kind of how this mid lane affects the rest of the map as we go forward.
Yeah, we already highlighted the AD carries. That was kind of the key players in terms of a lot of the historicness of this matchup. 2 players with a lot of pedigree. But in terms of maybe potential, and there's also some history in there too. UCal, Shanks, 2 players which have shown various amounts of their form before. UCal probably peaked around 2018, 2019 when he first came onto the scene with the likes of KT Rolster and Afrika. Of course, lost to an LPL team in the quarterfinals when he was on KT Rolster in 2018. That was a huge upset to the eventual powerhouse of IG. But then you have on the other side Shanks, an LDL champion that has had some highs and lows. Had some pretty high highs in the first couple of years, and then last year, of course, had that low of the winless WE split as well.
Yeah, for sure. But that's something else interesting is like where you grow from that kind of moment as a player as a whole. But it's cool to see the LDL, the LPL journey for Shanks throughout WE's organizational structure, and I think both mid laners, interestingly enough, have a similar story of how their paths went, I guess, last year with their junglers. It felt like a lot of the times, and to be honest, it felt like a little bit of a detriment. The mid laners were a little bit of a kind of guiding light for the junglers. A lot of times a parent, if you will, trying to help out in any way they can. A lot of times getting themselves into bad situations. So that's where I wonder for this split, for this year, if we see the growth out of that, or if they continue to kind of try and handhold junglers here.
Yeah, and I really like that you brought that up, because if we're talking about that relationship between these mid laners and their junglers, look at the meta as well. We've had a lot of other leagues start up during the break that we had in the LPL. We've seen the LEC play, we've seen the LCK play more games, the LCS as well. And we are seeing a lot of the top teams have very tight-knit jungle, mid lane, and then of course support kind of roaming into that too. But particularly the jungle mid synergy is being very important to have a pushing mid lane, or at least a control over mid lane where they can safely farm, and then allow their jungler to track the enemy jungler, affect the rest of the map. And it does start from the mid and the jungle really linking up well. So yeah, we'll have to track that as we go through this game as well, and see if it's more babying from mid laners to their junglers, or something a little bit more controlled than that.
Yeah, and obviously with the way the meta is so revolved, it feels like around bot lane as well. That's why there was such a big focus on the pedigree that there is with the ADCs in bottom lane, but also as well as for them, they found new homes. Is this a moment for stepping up, right? Is this a moment where they can kind of carve out a new piece of their legacy for themselves? And I think that's something that
we're really
will
hitting
come
it
as
hard
maybe
on
an
that stuff.
afterthought
Right from the
afterwards.
got the pedigree, got the history. Wow, all of these finalists in Worlds or whatever, and we do have to track that as well. It's fun to kind of talk about that, but at the end of the day, these are also teams which, let's make no mistake, didn't have the best front foot forward in their first couple of games. They have to kind of refine themselves so far.
Exactly. That's about that carving that newness. But we do have our first picks and bans ready to go, I believe. So game 1, it'll be TT on the blue side, WE on the red side. We get the Caitlyn and the Heimerdinger band on the blue side, and the Elise band for Team WE.
Okay. So that Elise ban, that's more about what we were talking about in regards to having something like a pushing mid lane and then having your jungler go into the enemy jungle and kind of battle ward, turn up to lanes early, fight around that level 3 mark. But we have so many priority picks left open. We're going to have Lucian Nami, we're going to have Ryze, we can have something like Cassante making it through the draft. There's a lot of things you can angle towards here. And of course Maokai being a very important first pick as well. When you're looking at first pick champions, what we've seen the meta go towards, and we didn't necessarily see this in the first week or two of LPL before the rest of the world started playing, was stuff like the first pick Maokai and Ashe really warping drafts from blue side. With that Wukong ban, actually, from WE, that leaves a lot more of the traditional first picks open. And if we're going to focus on this bot lane as well, it's to some extent as well, having an aggressive bot lane and a Lucian Nami left open and available is very easily snapped up as a blind pick.
Yeah, like they'll happily go ahead and grab that duo once they can, at least getting the Nami first part of it. But here for WE, obviously some things coming to this one that are comfort. You have a lot of the meta champion. Cassante still on the table, Maokai, things like
Ryze
that.
and
like you were
Maokai would be
saying.
what I'd lock in immediately here, unless you want to go for something like an Ashe as well. Ashe has been very good at winning bot lanes as either an AD carry or a support. Of course, Varus was doing that around Worlds last year. That has not changed
True.
at all, and that will be locked in for the bot lane.
I've actually been really interested at the. We got the little walkout. I'd say it. I love it.
What is this?
and it was his
Caught in
first
4K,
walkout.
drop
He
it,
had like
littering on the stage.
Yeah.
Caught in 4K.
So the Varus is really interesting. Obviously, we've seen the really high priority in the lethality builds, but now paired with the Maokai as well, they've got a very strong first two picks for Team WE on red side.
That is huge objective control already, because Varus is bot lane play. It's also, I would imagine with Maokai, you want to go towards a bit more of the poke build, because Maokai either slows someone with a sapling or hits them with the ult, and then the Varus arrow from, a full screen away hits you out of the blue. You don't need to get it up close and personal to make use of an on-hit or a crit build. That's what it's looking towards going towards for me. However, on the other side, you have very aggressive bot lane, aggressive early game jungler. So before those objectives start setting up already, even with the first few picks locked in, looking at TT to try and break up WE before they get to an objective, and of course WE to make use of the areas which they control on the map.
Man, if they just get the Cassante, I feel like they've gotten every Christmas present you could ever ask for the first phase. Although I will say TT.
Well, I mean, doesn't Maokai have the Christmas present skin as well? Like the Christmas
He
tree
does. I use that one all the time. It's literally
Wait,
the
are
only
you a
reason.
Maokai player?
No, I'm not. If our Earth
You
is
use
up,
it all the
yes,
time.
100%.
Oh, I don't actually play it.
Well, our Earth has been up for like a month now, all right? That's a lot of games, Nightmare. There's a lot of games. I don't know if you're an RF fan, but I am. So we're into second phase now, and we do have those power picks for WE, but still a lot left on the table. Ryze taken off by Team WE, so another big power pick in the mid lane.
And the Ashe as well.
also.
Because I look at the Ryze and the Ashe, and we talked about this right from the start. The Ryze and the Ashe are things which I consider first pick on blue side. These have fallen all the way through the draft, signaling a very different set of priorities from these teams. Now, this is game one of the best of three. It allows you to have kind of like a free play, really, in some ways, and say, even if we do have a bit of a different take in the first game, and it doesn't work out, we can come back in the next couple of games. But for me, passing up the Ryze and the Ashe, I wouldn't do that myself if I was on this patch. So we're going to have to see exactly how it comes through to these second rounds, and how now you have to put those bans towards those power picks, how that affects what's open coming through to your last picks.
And we're getting a lot of heavy focus towards mid lane from WE. On the other side, it's towards this bot lane. So a little bit of differing mindsets when it's coming to the second phase of bans, as the Nautilus is the final ban, trying to get away from some of that engage, some of that point and click, some of that setup that TT are really looking for.
I wonder if you're looking towards something a little bit longer range as well from WE here. Syndra is up, Azir is up. I think both those are very powerful champions to put in. You can also go towards something like the Talir as well, which of course Yukal is very, very famous for in his own right. It's going to be the Karma. Technically a flex between the mid lane and the support for WE as it turns out right now. I think it's probably going towards that bot lane for lane control, level 1 poke, and being able to at least combat the Lucian Nami on even ground early on, even if the Lucian Nami are probably still going to have a bit more control in that early game.
So we're still looking at solo lanes for TT. Azir blocked in for Yukal, so tried and true there. And I do wonder here what we're going to get in the top lane. Obviously, you're into the Cassante. I think we've seen some of the nice answers. People are willing to take the Fioras, things like that. But it is the Renekton hover, and the Renekton locked in here, as BB will get that one, or will be going against that one on the Cassante.
Yeah, and now you have actually from TT three very strong lanes which can push in early and control the map. Now, if WE do lock in something like that Akali, you're expecting to be pushed in mid, maybe pushed in bot. That 2v2 can be a bit versatile in the way that it plays out. And then the Cassante kind of absorbing the pressure of the Renekton early on as well. I'm a little bit worried here for TT because Maokai can't bail out every lane at once, nor does he necessarily want to be fighting a Vi at level 3, level 4, and even at the level 6 mark. You really want to be fighting around objectives, not necessarily around those lanes. I think TT have walked away with a very good ability to play aggressively through lanes very early on, and then transition into a one-item spike where maybe they can shut out the game early on away from Team WE.
So one-item spike for TT, big kicker there, but I do think obviously a lot of the setup, a lot of the aggression will be primarily and foremost coming out from Beishwan and Hung, respectively. And I think we've seen dirty things that Maokai's can do, but as a whole, I think the setup is where I'm really, really interested for TT, right? The bar of execution maybe a little bit higher as a whole, but I think that's where that target selection, that cohesion could really come alive for TT.
A lot of it will hinge on, of course, how that early game goes apart from that. Because, as you talk about,
Very
it's about
true.
objectives, it's about setup. And if you make a mistake from the aggressive side of this, where you have pushing lanes and you have an aggressive jungler, there's also an emphasis on being able to play that out, being able to be aggressive, to be able to pin back the Varus and the Karma and the Akali. Because if you don't do that, and suddenly Shanks gets on top of the Azir, gets on top of the Lucian, then things get very problematic very, very quickly. So while I like what Thunder Talk have brought out, if they make those mistakes, there are ways to punish from WE.
We'll see if that punishment comes through, especially when we put so much focus on the mid lane, when we put so much focus on how they interact with their junglers. Will it be some hand-holding, or we get everybody rising above the moment? We have our first game of the night, day number 2 of week 3. It is TT versus WE. Game underway now.
Setting up for that level 1. No real ability to get CC like a Braum or a Nautilus, but able to get some vision, track things around. So, Shanks gets a ward onto the enemy red buff, knows which side of the map jungle will be starting on early, but Team WE know that they know. They had someone in the brush see that ward go down. So, the next level, both teams understanding what information the other team has.
Just want to give a pass to the crowd as well. The gyos were not as loud as I wanted them to be, but you know what? We're getting back into it after.
Do you have
the
high
break.
standards for the gyos?
I just want to hear them. I actually didn't hear any anything. Usually I get to hear them in my ear. They distract me. But as you were kind of saying, that early pathing, right, I think is important. But for WE as a whole, we've already put so much focus on early game prowess, early game trying to find something, make something happen for TT. In terms of how Hung should play this one, do you feel like it should be very reactive to where Beishwan is trying to find those early advantages?
I think any time that Hung can find any eyes on Beishwan, that is when it is really important. I wouldn't... So in terms of counter-ganking, stuff like that, yes, I think you're looking to respond to plays rather than making your own in terms of plays. What I think you can do actively, though, as the Maokai, is just try and get an E into the enemy jungle. Get a ward into the enemy jungle if you can with your mid lane. Of course, you've got the sweeper at this point, you can't do it yourself, but any eyes you can get on the Vi to make sure you have good information to be in the right place at the right time, that's what's most important for me from this early jungle matchup. Because, as we said, when you don't have the pushing lanes and you can see that mid lane's being pushed in, top lane's being pushed in, bot lane's a bit more contested, it means that this Vi does have more options to play with than you do.
And I think that'll be really, really crucial to kind of keep in mind on as well. I love the fact that Hope and Iwandi are playing really aggressive earlier on in this lane. I think that's obviously a must. We do see in jungle pathing, right, opposite side pathing, we have, yep, spotted out of the ward. There was the ward on the opposite side as well, spotting out Hung starting on his red. So it will be seen that at least the pathing is going this way. Hung down towards the bottom side and Beishwan towards top.
Yeah, so both junglers playing towards their pushing lanes right now. Hope and Iwande are, even though we saw one of those mantra Qs flying wide, they've still managed to get the push, still managed to get that wave under turret. Hung hanging around on that side of the map and able to get that bot scuttle spawn, you have to imagine. I don't think that Beishwan is going to go and contest for that one. So, as it stands, I don't think there's a dive opportunity on top side. It is literally just these junglers playing towards their pushing lanes and seeing what openings present themselves on second resets, really.
Shank's taking a lot of heavy trades in the mid lane. Health bars are very different, I feel like, here down there. Bot side will get the engagement. The 2v2 action kicking off pretty strong. And speaking of that 2v2 action, I'm interested at this Karma Varus bot lane. I feel like the poke is so heavy, but it's also a duo that is maybe rising in priority.
Yeah, it's been an answer to the likes of stuff like your Heimerdinger and Ashe kind of priority lanes, the Lucian Nami as well, having very early burst damage. You have wave control with this duo, you have the ability to poke out, you have very good range, and you have the ability to damage the wave very early as well. So that's why you've been seeing a bit more of this coming through. I think even when we saw it in, even in the World Championship, right, where we saw, it was Game 5, we saw the T1 try and play the Varus Karma. Of course, that was countered by the Bard barrel at that point, but it's something we've seen a bit more. And that's a tower shot. That's the one where you lose to this matchup,
good.
by the way. That's just the Kasane thing. You can't get pushed back into turret, and yet it still happens.
It just magic. Like, honestly, every time. Like, it's just, you circle around the tower, eventually you'll find yourself taking an extra tower shot here or there. But Iwandi actually making a roam towards mid lane here onto UCal. I think this is really good, at least early machinations for WE. Not going to come away with anything, but seeing this movement come out from the pushing lane, I think shows some of that cohesion we want to see from WE.
Yeah, and that is very important because we talked about how actually, TT, they probably do have better early options. Maybe when you hit that level 6, you can see that Vi walking into a lane. But as it stands right now, WE have managed to get themselves a lot of freedom on the map. So the next couple of minutes, because Iwandi has managed to get out of lane, are going to be much easier for them to play around. You have vision in the bot side. Hung, Iwandi, getting into the enemy jungle. I think WE already are outvaluing or outperforming what you should necessarily be seeing from a draft of this kind so far. So in the next couple of minutes, really looking for TT to try and either make a play off of the pushing top side they have around the Herald, or to make a big power play of their own with your early burst damage they have with the 3 people on your screen, that jungler and this bot duo.
Yeah, looks like they're putting some priority around this river, at least earlier on. I love that this spin a little bit. Hung was actually thinking about going for an aggressive path on the bot side. Luckily, Beishuan was pathing right in his way, so good stuff, at least not finding the early kills, maybe the early advantages, but finding ways to kind of upend some of Hung's now early wants. Shank's still in some trouble in mid lane, it feels like, and honestly, very, very calm and steady early game here for this first game back for us, Nightmare, and it's kind of right where I would want to be, I guess, because I'm expecting fireworks later on.
I think that has to with this amount of ability to just brawl and engage. Lucian, Nami, One-Arm Spike, really looking at that to be a big trigger pull for TT as well. But yeah, as you're saying, Azir still controlling that mid lane matchup. You kind of expected early on. It really is about making a mistake from the Azir for, we saw Iwandi even roaming into that mid lane, right? Sometimes that can lead to a kill and then the matchup flipping apart after that point. But as it stands right now, it has been that calm early game. And that favors WE as far as I'm concerned. If this carries on, this is going to be quite problematic for, as we said, the team which has pushing top side and the ability to make a play through that Vi. They're not really being able to pull the trigger right now. That's what I'm looking for again, but they haven't found angles so far.
Ooh, look at this, though. We're getting collapse around Dragon. The Control Warden, the Dragon Pit will be taken out. Beishuan is around the corner here. UCal has first move, but it looks like Shanks is coming right away. Beishuan looks like he wants to fight this. I'm figuring like 2,000 health down. Maybe
I
this
don't know
is
about
it.
this, guys.
But hey, we flipping maybe. As Shanks on the side, he's the one that gets engaged on first. Be a little bit careful. Maokai Hung is going to secure the dragon for WE. And all fainted for TT. They just wanted to show Team WE that they were around.
What are we doing here, lads? We're sat here and we're spectating the dragon going down. This is just a sightseeing tour, watching that dragon go over to WE while you can't find your own angle into it. TT had the pushing mid. They had the ability to maybe burst someone out, but they allowed the Maokai to get saplings in the river. They allowed them to get onto the objective first, which is where they are strongest. In TT, they couldn't find a way into it. Once again, not really able to play through the early burst damage which they have, and that is becoming more and more concerning. At least with the Herald coming up, maybe that's the next place that they can try and utilize things, but they don't have their jungler on that side of the map. They've got resets coming in from Hope and Iwandi, so they can go towards that objective too. Already, WE are continuing on in the pace of gameplay, which really suits them.
Yeah, and to be honest, at this point, we're only 8 minutes in, but there's a pretty decent CS discrepancy developing bot lane. So I would expect that TT maybe want to put some more resources to their lane-winning mid lane or top lane as well. And I wonder if that duality of seeing Hung focus so much on bottom side, but now the objective control coming up from Team WE is maybe a response to that.
And I think this is also a continuation of Iwandi getting out on the map after that bot lane
Yeah.
is won. You called out the CS advantage. Well, Iwandi has now come mid several times, has been able to support his jungler, take their second objective of the game, and TT, don't really know how many more times we can say this. You've got to make a play at some point. I actually wonder at this point, now you've given over that dragon, that first herald, I wonder if waiting for Imperial Mandate and the first item spike from the Lucian is too late, actually. I feel like you do need to be making something with this Vi ultimate, maybe catching out Iwandi as a start of that, but he's already been safely backed up by his teammates, and once again, WWE, they slam the door shut and say, no, actually, there's no option here.
Yeah, honestly, kind of incredible that they're able to push so much advantage with seemingly nothing, but it's just about that movement around the map, having those bodies there in time, and now Shanks feeling a little bit more comfortable, confident, catching up in that CS discrepancy in mid lane a little bit as well, is going Team WE's way. But that's where I want to tackle next. Beishwan trying to find next moves for TT. You have Hung with a Rift Herald. You have to think about that when you're moving around the map for Beishwan. You're working on first item completion. So where do you want to ensure this kind of next step comes from?
I think you're in a bit of a difficult spot here from TT because if you make a big play and the Herald is elsewhere, so say you make a play onto someone like the Akali with the Vial, try and, you know, shut down that mobility, try and get some gold onto Yukal. If that Herald goes somewhere else on the map, you're in big trouble. Herald tends to be around your AD carry nowadays. It's a really good source of gold to kind of put in towards them. So you can see that Beishwan trying to maybe guess where they're going to be and avoid this huge bot side vision from WE, but there's flashes available, there's summoners available from WE. I don't think that was likely to lead to a play anyway, and really, Beishwan's once again struggling to find their first mark in this game.
Well, and I was interested because I was expecting a little bit more focus towards the solo lanes, but just kind of revisiting bot lane, making sure that everything's okay if Hung was re-rotating back down towards bottom lane, but doesn't come to fruition there. Now we see Hung going down there, so actually good timing for WE. And we'll see actually Beishwan looking like he's going to go back towards the top side of the map to get some farming going. See if Hung wants to go ahead and use this Rift Herald down here. Try and get some pushing going. I mean, walking into the lane makes me think they do, but I wanted to take about half his health in shots from that culling.
It is shots from the culling, but that's the ult down from the Lucian, which means that you're not as able to kill someone like that Maokai if they chose to dive you under this turret, which means that they have to back off.
Shanks
because,
is
well,
on his way.
Beishwan probably guessed out the right area of the map that was going to be played around next, but he's not there in time. He's left too early, and the dive is coming in.
The tidal wave's actually really big in terms of countering that nature's grasp. Beishwan's on his way here now. Ooh, thanks wanting to go in. Looks that sure flip won't find it. So still no blood. 11 and a half minutes in. We had an attempted dive from Team WE that was counter ganked there, and with another dragon coming up, I would expect some more focus on this stacking for Team WE as I feel the early game has gone their way.
That it has, and reminder that WE, if you came into this split expecting the same as summer last year, we've had a pleasant surprise on that front, because WE didn't get a single series victory in summer 2022. They ended up picking up a win against FTX in their very, very first series of this year, 2-1. Pretty hard fought, but in this one, feels like they are once again riding a bit of that momentum and showing up with more results than they had in that last year.
Yeah, I think, well, after this, maybe a little bit of trouble for Hung as he tries to get out of there. Hwanbok goes over the wall. Shanks trying to chase him. They get the first blood for TT, and it's onto the tree. Shanks, oh, he gets double. He gets three. No, it's the third going to Hope, who comes in and slams the door on TT. You thought you had him in the first half, but you didn't. That's a double kill for the ADC of WE and 4 total to bring us to 5.
And out of nowhere, TT finally try and make a play. They pull off that Vi ultimate and they try to catch someone in WE's jungle after that Nature's Grasp from Maokai was unavailable after the bot lane dive, but the reason it caught me off guard is because they hadn't done it this entire game so far. Yeah, I understand that the dragon's coming up. You're trying to prevent WE from once again getting control over this area, but what an overdive this is. You're flashing forward, you're using your ultimates, and while you catch out the Maokai, you're leaving yourself open for this Akali to run amok amongst the carries and the champions which you sent forwards with their mobility. And it just falls apart after that point.
The 5-point strike over the wall feels so bad And then the chase down. Love that Hope is kind of that decisiveness to flash over the wall saying, you know, we're going to pick up kills here. Now you've got 2-0 on Shanks, 2-0 on Hope. You're doing fine and dandy in the top lane. WE are cruising right now, Nightmare.
Yeah, and Yukel, difficult spot, doesn't have the ult, doesn't have the flash, probably going to go down here as well. Shanks, a little bit more golden pocket.
Give me your best Star Wars quote for Yukao dying. Go.
No! That's about as best as I could think.
That's perfect. Hey, you were
Gotta
telling
give
me
me,
I
like,
gotta
a
be on my
little bit of
feet.
setup
Look
for
at
that.
you.
Like, I both know we're enjoyers of the series, but like, I need like at least a couple of seconds heads up.
Nah,
Either way,
that's not how we do here. That's not how we do here. But that's just a little bit of a stagnation here. WE feeling very confident on the map. They already had a lead. Now they have 3.5k. First items coming online. That spike not going to be as beneficial to TT because they weren't able to get that early advantage we were setting out for them earlier.
Yeah, and this is the kind of gold lead which should really have been flipped over because you have a Renekton who's pushing in that top side early. You have that Vine that Azir combo, which is meant to be prio in mid lane, allowing your jungler to make plays. But TT, they missed that first punch, and now they are on the back end of these plays.
Wandy is just ruthless. He's chasing him down. The chains of corruption will corrupt the soul of Beishuan. Now onto the Rift Herald, number 2 for WE. Yes, they might be 1-1 in Dragons, but 2 Rift Herald will help them continue to cruise right along as we press over 15 minutes. It just feels like we've got a race to see who gets the most kills between Hope and Shanks. Both sitting at 3-0 now as Hope in the mid lane trying to take down the outer tower here finally. And even though with all these kills we've been catching up to the timer, we still haven't had the big break of the towers just yet.
And no, well, the first tower hasn't
Now
gone
we
down.
have.
I was looking at that mid lane, I completely forgot about the bot lane turret HP, and I was like, okay. Because what I was going to say is that, while it's not like W have taken down this mid turret yet, they have that second Herald, they get the local objective gold as well for the taking, that's more gold in pocket, but just the ability to just hold that Herald, hold it over TT and say, the next time you make a big play, this Herald can once again be played somewhere else on the map if you mess up that play, is really important for WE. Once again, the game is going completely to the pace that they would like. They're not overplaying their hands. They're allowing TT to make their own mistakes, and then they can capitalize on them. We picked up on that from Draft, but it feels like Beishuan has gotten a little too desperate in the last few minutes and has been picked off pretty much every time he's gone in at this point. And WE with that Herald now probably can just set up in mid lane, sit there, use that Herald and say, all right, TT, what are you going to do to respond? Because it feels like every aggressive play you make right now is being countered.
And that's the most difficult thing, and that's where the jungle, yes, we had put so much spotlight on mid lane, but we also kind of tied in how does this work for the jungle? Where do we see kind of that strategy unfold for TT and WE, Beishuan and Hung? And I think we've seen the Maokai really having a big impact at this point, making a lot of steady advances, making a lot of secure plays, I feel like, for WE. And for Hung as well. I think a big highlight should go to Hung, the jungler of WE, a guy from Young Miracles, right? He was come up in one of the most storied LDL teams in Young Miracles, having had the likes of Ming, Ning, Tien, and Knight all coming from there, and this guy coming over to WE, really trying to carve out his own legacy as a jungler. And I think going against Beishuan, maybe not the legacy builder, but I think structure like this is huge, and Hong Huang getting caught out there also huge.
It's actually not going to lead to a kill, it's just a chunk. That chunk is enough for that tower to go down. So now, WE, they have taken bot lane out of turret, taken mid lane out of turret. They can start pushing in for vision in the jungle. You can already see some saplings being placed around there, and some vision being put over the likes of that Raptor pit as well. TT starting to lose territory that they can play around, and now you have people like Hoya stuck alone on this side lane, laning up against someone like the Akali, who is a very proficient side laner, and not really having the safety to try and look for outplays in that lane too. It really has felt now that WE are getting to the point where everything that they take on the map is going to be working out in their favor. TT think where they can look towards is maybe getting a side lane outplayer themselves if they can get Beishuan into the right position. But to do that, they have to make sure that they're not walking over vision to get there, because every time Vi is spotted on that vision, it just allows WE to get to the play in time and punish them once again.
That punishment has been so brutal. I do also want to take the time to go ahead and welcome our 2 new members to the game, Bubu and Hoya. They now are a part of the game.
Oh, they're
not
champions
only
now?
in top
Cool.
side. Yeah, they're champions
Nice.
now.
Haven't seen them
but
yet.
but now I want to get their perspective. All right, we don't have live interviews. But you know, now that we're like 18 minutes of game, they're finally joining us. What do you feel like for Hoya at this point? You've got a big advantage going to Team WE.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of problem, right? Like, Hoya's kind of like gone off to the Dagobah system, hides there for a couple of years, comes back out and goes, "Hey guys, how's it going?
Guys, what's going on?
Oh no! Oh, this is horrible. What have we done?"
He's grown scales. He's a crocodilian now. You know, those kinds of things.
Yeah, but he's done his job. Like, he sat there in top lane. He ended up, getting that push and controlling that top side early. It just wasn't latched onto by the rest of TT, and now he has to sit looking at Bubu's team eclipsing his own so far and not having great individual options. As soon as that early lane pressure loses its value.
Yeah, we saw Hope solo killing a dragon over there. Yukao getting caught in the side lane here, flashing under his tower. Will make it out alive, as Hung was actually on his way here. Baron's spawning about 35 seconds. A lot of presence around the top side of the map for WE. Sure, it's just the vision game. Their vision actually has been so oppressive this game, nonetheless.
Yeah, and that's what we just highlighted before this, right? Where it's WE, they have a proficient side laner in that Akali. TT are probably looking for a play with a numbers advantage on a side lane, but you can't do that if the vision is going against you. WE, they've done their homework, they've done their due diligence, and they have put up the vision to allow them to push into turrets like this, but not overplay. And as soon as Beishuan turns up, so is Hung there. Hung's there as well. He pulls the ultimate, looking for a counterplay.
4 members of TT around the corner here. Tidal Wave will come back out. Now there's TPs across the board, and now they've also caught Hung. They might be making a little bit of a log cabin here. Hoya flashed it over the wall. Oh, perfect execution. Gets shaked right into range to pick up the kill. And again, TT, they try to push forward. They try to advance. They come up with nothing.
TT choose the area of the map that they want to play on, and they look towards playing around that vision, and they do get the 1 kill. It's just not what they need right now to actually pull ahead in the game and allow them some advantages which they can play around continually through this. WE actually after this, even though it's a 1-for-1, they're still pushing into that turret. They're still keeping vision, and Hoya is not at this play, but Bubu, he's just
taking it up so much. Oh my goodness. And Iwandi was of course right there behind him. So yeah, nicely baited there, and Hope gonna get the tower on the other side.
I was a little bit worried for a second because you didn't have that Renekton in that kind of fight. I was like, okay, maybe taking uneven numbered fights, but of course it wasn't like WE had all of their forces to bear as well in that one. But it's going to take away the ghost from DB, which is fair enough. Going back to the replay, which one are we going towards? So this is going to be the trigger pull from WE. It's Nature's Grasp coming out, but once again, we see actually a pretty impactful Tidal Wave coming out. We saw one of them under bot lane turret to save TT's bot lane. It's going to lead to this turnaround kill here, but Hoya misses the memo a little bit. Play doesn't quite go towards the area of the jungle which he wanted to. He's caught out in the middle of nowhere, and Shanks ends up 4-0-1 after that play. Even more gold over to that terrifying Akali.
It's been about where the resources are going, right? It's been so surgical, it feels like, from WE at this point. Now we have the second item completions across pretty much the board for WE. You just got the Shadow Flame completed with Shanks, and it feels like there's just a coming storm around the Baron here very soon, or even looking at those stackings of dragons. But it's a slow and steady march for WE forward. And I still struggle to see Beishuan finding those big catchouts unless there's big mistakes, right? And we find some of those with those overextensions. But right now it just feels like the calm structure play is coming out from Team WE, which I think is a very nice breath of fresh air, right? I think we saw some chaos from them before the break, and now we're getting a little bit of that standard play with Iwandi just constantly roaming around the map on this Karma.
Yeah, this Karma has been very, very impactful. As soon as that bot lane was under control, turns up towards mid, turns up towards objectives, is linking up with Hung, going into the enemy jungle, turning up to the big plays. And while this isn't a roaming Nautilus, Leona, Alistair, something like that, the Karma has had pretty huge value, and that has allowed Hung to really pop off, really look for these big plays. And while they are both of the deaths on their team right now, I don't think he cares too much about that. He's throwing his face into the fray. He's getting enough done. Has set up these plays for success for his team.
Yeah, as long as your mid laner and ADC are unkilled, you'll be perfectly happy with that one. But yeah, it's honestly been a good amount of team play coming out from WE and some of that cohesion, especially between Iwandi and the rest of the team. But also the confidence to kind of leave Hope in that bottom lane, right? Iwandi and Hope having played together on the EDG youth team in 2019. Been a while since they've been together, but you know, some of that, what do they say? I guess it's you never forget how to learn to ride a bike or something like that. Is that the saying?
That's fair. That is the saying. That is the saying. And I was like, I'm trying to remember if I've ever forgotten how to ride a bicycle, and I think I could probably still do it. So at least it holds true in my case.
There you go. There you go.
But we're actually at this point moving away from side lanes back towards this mid lane because we do have Dragon spawning. Baron is alive. We're getting towards this point where, because both objectives are up, both of these teams want to get control over this mid lane. And TT have had a pretty good shot at it for now, but that Maokai is waiting in the sides. As soon as that Maokai shows, TT understand, right, that Maokai very, very dangerous. We need to be very careful about how we retreat from this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks is just trying to set up a blockade here on the side. It looks like WE. We pushed away from this mid lane. We're just getting the mid lane scuffle as Hope solos yet another dragon. Now, this will be third dragon for Team WE. Not much that TT can do since they're on the other side of the map. And honestly, Soul Point for them opens up a lot of avenues for Team WE.
Because you have, it is actually going to be that on-hit crit Varus going towards that Rage Blade. So it is on hit, not crit actually, even though you build it towards it. But either way, it allows Hope to solo down that dragon and allows the rest of his team to control this mid lane. And again, you can see that TT are now in this awful spot where they don't feel as though they can pull the trigger, but they are also very afraid of the trigger being pulled on them. Yeah. So WE kind of holding that to them, saying, all right, we are just going to very cleanly take the objectives which we get for free. We're not going to overplay ourselves either. And TT are kind of left again wondering what they can do. They moved away from those side lanes where they potentially could have got uneven numbered fights. They go towards that mid lane, but they can't find anything there either. They're trying different angles of approach, but they're not finding much yet.
So Yuka on the side lane there will not get caught. Nice little shifting sands out. A lot of bodies for Team WE around the Baron pit here, and it's obvious that I don't think it's a start angle for them. They're just making sure things are nice and tidy around there. Love to see a little bit of that damage profile come out from Huan Fong. Now he's got the rapid fire cannon, the Gale Force. The combo is still strong, but I think they're still left wanting, at least for now, for TT. And that's where a lot of the strength from mid lane now and looking at what's been given to Hope and Shanks as a whole for Team WE is such a big standout. Like, we came into this one saying, Shanks, you need to step up. You need to be able to show yourself in a time of change in the mid lane.
Like
this
lovingly
is the time
step
to show
up, but step up, right? Where it's like, look, we know you can be really good. We saw a couple of those games against FPX where Shanks really ended up popping off. There was that one Azir game which really stands out to mind. But this game has been a good response to that.
I think it's, yeah, exactly. I think obviously still building through the series is going to be a lot, but this first showing is looking really, really good for the Shanks Akali. Hunk not taking any damage there, just throwing out the aliens. And honestly, I'm interested that WE hasn't tried to force a Baron at this
Throwing out the aliens in mid lane. No one can hear you scream as the burn damage
that
takes
what
over
it
and
is?
over. He has. That's what I'm going to refer to it from now on. But
Hey,
that
they're
does
doing
mean now
it!
with they're finally doing it. Finally going to get that response. But
Oh
they
my
are
goodness.
probably looking for that turn. They've put the sapling minefields down. TT still looking for their approach.
Shanks on the side here. You got Base Schwan a little bit on the edge. Hoya is blocking, at least for Huan Fong Shin Liu. And
Knockout.
be careful, Nature's Grass comes out. Shanks is going in on the side. Has the trap pop there. So it looks like W will not be able to get it. Perfect execution. Number 2 gets utilized out, and TT dissuade the aggression from WE. A lot of standstills going on here. Now Huan Fong trying to go forward. Gets the Chains of Corruption from Hope. About half his health and damage. The bubble now lands on Fuby, but he's so damn tanky. And TT now looking to siege up the mid lane, maybe claim some of this bounty gold.
Yeah, well, they've taken down the Maokai ult. That's going to be a flash in.
Now, Hoya, a little bit careful of all of TT dashing out of that fight.
No,
and,
wait. That's not a
rightfully
flash
so.
in. That's just one of Cassante's many dashes. Like, hang on, how did he get to melee range? But TT, very orderly retreat from that mid lane. They end up getting out of the range of the Maokai ult. It allows them to survive the Maokai ult, take away the Maokai,
Oh my
the
God.
Akali too. And I mean, you don't have your ults there, WE. You probably need to play this a little more calmly. That just feels like a bit of a desperation flash from Hung. Or
Both
rather
teams,
just to overplay
honestly,
that.
they're on the knife's edge here. Like, both teams, there's so much tension. It feels like this one. everybody's kind of second guessing themselves, not going all the way in. We're getting the want to flash over the wall and get engaged, not enough range, realize they back off. But I think that's where some of the reservation for Team WE has been, again, refreshing, because they have a composition where they are fine in this kind of situation. They don't need to force. They are winning the game. They don't need to force a fight that they don't need to to do.
And that's exactly where I'm like, well, why are you flashing over that wall there? Why are you making, trying to make that play at that point? You've just used your big ultimates. There's no point to put things in risk. Obviously, TT feel like they can fight as soon as the Akali and the Maokai ult are down after that mid lane retreat. I think they could have just played it a little bit more safe at that point. But now, of course, they have their ultimates back up again. Maybe they can look for another big play. Maokai ult comes out.
Gonna catch Hoya on the back. Oh, actually gets the double. Chain of Corruption on top of it. Tidal Wave's gonna be big on the side. Juan Funk's down, though. In the middle of the fight, Shanks is now out. Now he got the flank from Pew Pew. He's found 3 members. Can he get the knockback? The all-out goes through. Big blast cone, and it leads Shinliu to his death. We have WE pushing in mid lane. Hoya can't really do anything but try and clear the wave. And again, another stop fight by WE as they take 3 and don't lose a single member.
And that was a very different sort of play from TT, where actually they had been able to have enough vision around this mid lane, enough ability to walk away from these big ultimates. They don't find the same range this time to get away from Hung's ultimate on the Maokai, and Hung has once again been the tip of the spear for WE, linking up with Shanks in a way which we were really looking for them to do in this first game, and getting results from it. Now, Hoya and Yukal not able to defend this objective. They just have to watch not just the Baron go down, but the Dragon as well. Kentek's Soul going over to Team WE. It's not the most powerful Soul in the game, but it's still extra stats, still extra ability to get ahead of the curve of this game. And where this really starts is Hong Kong trying to use that power spike, which we saw come out of this Lucian, and then he eats that Maokai ult, not actually walking behind the body block of Hoya, and the whole fight just disappears after he's exploded.
That's really rough. It's like literally right on the edge. And the fact that Pew Pew is just setting up a flank this whole time. Obviously, big stuff from Pew Pew just being a tank as a whole, but really, really nice little flank there. Beishwan trying to get out alive here. Does have Shin Liu right around the corner, and the upgraded blast comes to Kentek's Soul. But now, honestly, want to see WE find a way to close this out. I think the next telling thing is how cleanly WE can close this out with circling a 10,000 gold lead, a Chem Dragon Soul, and the Baron on the table.
That's a very good point, because you have 2 minutes this Baron left, you have waves crashing in mid and top, but can you actually take down these turrets and break the base? Because you still have to deal with an Azir's wave clear, and if you don't finish things off in this Baron, you're allowing an extra couple of minutes for T2 to maybe reach another item spike.
Maybe get another item in there.
I'm not saying it's easy, but it's probably a degree of freedom you don't want to be giving them, particularly when something like the Elder Dragon could be coming up as well. And a flip over Elder Dragon, regardless of how far ahead you are in the game, could always be a threat. So WE, let's see what they can do. Pulling out Maokai ult, trying to cut things down in short order.
Goodness. Hoya getting CC chained will actually bear the brunt of the damage. Beishwan going in on a hope. He's a little bit overextended. You got the tidal wave following him up, though. They might get this one back. Oh, my God. Shanks just kills them all. A double kill for the mid laner of WE. And they have now wiped another 3 kills onto the board and onto the faces of TT. Should be able to finish this game out easy enough. Hoya and Yukao will not be able to stand the test of WE's might as Hoya goes back in to die one more time. Hope gets another kill. The Nexus falls. WE go 1-up in the series.
We asked the question, could they close out cleanly? Could they stop this game elongating to an Elder, to a Baron? And the answer is, yes, they can close it out.
We, we got what we asked for, Nightmare, and I think that there's something to hold there, some positive. A really, really good start performance from WE in this first game of the series. I think they got a lot of stuff in the draft that they felt very comfortable, very strong with, and they executed. And I think the bar of execution, I said in the draft, was higher for TT, unable to reach that bar in Nightmare.
And that is a little concerning, because they still had like the pushing mid lane, the pushing top lane. We were already talking about how important it was to track that the jungle mid synergy. we didn't really see that lead to anything for TT, even though that Akali was pushed in early, was losing a lot of HP. You expect that from the matchup, but the Vi couldn't capitalize on top of it. And credit to Team WE, they saw that lack of pressure and it gave them that degree of freedom to say, well, we can just play around the objective setup. We're allowed into the river. We're allowed to have Iwandi roam across the map. And things never really stabilized from that point from TT because they could just never force WE away from the areas of the map that they were playing around.
That was the most difficult part about watching that game was it just felt like there was not an avenue forward. It was blocked by like the dumpsters and all that kind of stuff. There was stuff in the road, all right, and it just was not possible for them to get through. And I think TT will obviously have a lot to pull back from draft and going into game 2, but as a whole, I would have liked to see Beishuan be
just about 3, 4, 5 minutes too late. It felt like the window had already closed to the point where actually you're diving into the enemy jungle against the Akali who's got ultimate and who's really starting to tear things apart. And that's where things, it felt like to me, didn't really hit the mark. So going to have to try again in this second game and see what they come away from the draft in that.
But on the whole, man, going to give big shout-outs to Iwandi on the Karma. That man was everywhere. I don't know if he actually ended up with 100% KP. He was very close.
Close enough.
Not.
Close
Because he, starting off that first roam into mid lane was huge, but then it just never stopped. And that's where I wonder some of that confidence between him and Hope really shines through.
And these are two players, which of course you said they've played together in the past, but then Iwandi went over to LNG. Hope is now current reigning LPL champion coming from it.
No big deal, right?
They've just small things, small accolades, but they've reunited on this roster and they are showing what can happen if you allow them to have that controlled game in the early game, give them that ability to win lane, what they can do with the lead.
God, I just look at the damage numbers, man. Like, everybody's over 10,000 damage on Team WE. That's ridiculous. He did have 100% KP. Man's a monster. If he doesn't get MVP, then maybe we riot here, Nightmare, but that's 14 assists.
In any other game, I'd say absolutely sure. This is not the kind of impact you expect from a Karma. But then you look at how Shanks played out those fights as well.
All right.
There is an eye candy factor, and I apologize.
I was going to say, you like the eye candy.
I'm an assassin player. I'm a big fan of that style of play. But looking at the way that Shanks just cleaned up house whenever that kind of inch of skin beneath the armor was shown was really fun to see as well. So there are a couple of names you can throw out there. Probably I'm going to betray Iwandi a little bit and go towards Shanks because I really like that style of play, but still lots of names to be to stand up and be accounted for here on the winning team in game 1.
I wanna go before we're going to break here very soon, but check in on what we were setting up between jungle mid. I would leave a little bit more cohesion. Do we want to see a little bit more cohesion between the likes of Hung and Shanks in the second game? Do we still like the carry performance we got from Shanks?
I really like what happened to Shanks. Whatever's happening right there.
Okay. Whatever happens works. All right, sounds good. We're going to send it to a little break. We'll be right back with game number 2 of our first series.
Topside as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite able to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace. So you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for the bait and switch. Elf does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin. He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him. He's still got missing. He's still got missing as a trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league. Give him the quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Terry. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is Shanji alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive though. And OMG, they're coming to town and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe can TP back, but they're gonna go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He does
the
a
Nexus
lot of
towers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that target's gonna stay there.
TP is wasted.
gone.
Are they gonna finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
from
2.
the cell.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy. And he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you
Welcome back to the LPL, the beauty that is Xi'an, and it is another beauty that we have competitive gameplay between TT and WE. I'm Mazel, joined by Nymera, and we're getting into our second game of the day, our first series of the day, and we have an MVP to dole out here, Nymera, and is rightfully so. I know you were a little bit biased, but it goes to him anyways. Shanks will be the MVP for game one.
Yeah, I pulled some strings. I was like, oh yeah, so this one guy in the mid lane did really well. Do you mind giving it to him? Of course, it was a very obvious.
Really well.
Very obviously a very good performance, very flashy, getting a lot of assassinations, being this huge backline diving threat. And while maybe you have to feel a little bit sad for Iwandi missing out on that one, this is absolutely not an undeserved player of the game. I really think Shanks stepped up when we asked him to.
He absolutely did, and honestly, stepping up for WE is huge for this guy, who has been a structural core for WE for, a little while now, since 2020. It feels like just yesterday, but it's actually, going into the third year since then. So it's cool to see the continued growth of this guy, even though, a little bit of a newer player, but still finding moments to show out like this.
Yeah, and from the draft, we were kind of talking about, well, TT, if they control the early game, things work out well for them, but there's always the chance they make a mistake and they get punished by something like the Akali.
Yeah.
And real credit to Shanks, when that opening was shown, he was really ruthless with it. Now, that doesn't mean that TT were the best at not showing those weaknesses, but the fact that Shanks could capitalize pretty much every time they were shown is really important for WE, because if you are in the league like the LPL, you are going to have to be down for a scrap. You are going to have to be able to capitalize when these moments show themselves. So for the fact that WE can actually do that compared to last year, compared to last summer where they were 0-17 in terms of that loss streak, it's very important to see this growth in terms of particular individuals like Shanks stepping up to the plate.
And also because a big kicker when we were coming this one, the big setup was looking at mid lane. There has been a lot of crazy changes through the LPL, especially with new teams for new mid laners, things like that. Time to step up is, interestingly enough, I know we kind of covered that a little bit earlier, but to have UCal and Shanks as a big spotlight in this one is important, even in the bigger or earlier parts of the season, because we see what it's like to have an advantage in mid lane and be able to play around it.
Yeah, it's like if you had, like the big Star Wars opening text crawl. It's like it's a time of great change in the LPL. Mid lane has changed between teams. The great Lord Rookie has left.
Well,
his
okay,
perch.
you got to keep going. I need it. So
well, I have the title of it.
It's
yeah, I've got the title. It's called A New Hope. Not sure if you've heard of that one.
Okay,
This 180 carry. Might have
nail
heard of
on the head, I would say. It all works out though, but I do want to hone in a little bit more. We talked about TT last game around, setting them up, and especially looking at UCal, looking at Beishuan, seeing how this is going to work out. Huanfeng's legacy, trying to play into that role a little bit. We aren't going to get the change up of sides here, but we need to get a change up from TT. So what are you looking for going into this one?
Game one, we saw a lot of the obvious first picks left up even through to second round bans, which was absolutely amazing to me when you see stuff like the Ashe falling through to 4th ban on blue side, the Ryze falling through to 4th ban on red side. These are picks which define the game for so many teams, but TT didn't really want to pick those up. And when you were losing that prior on the bot side, opting into the Lucian Nami and not getting value out of it before, I wonder if actually going towards something more like the Ashe would be better for you. However, they banned away the Varus this time. Maybe that says that actually they want to run back the Lucian Nami, just not against a Varus lane, to see what they can do in its stead.
But then you're going, you're opting into the Zeri Yubi lane, you're opting, like...
Yumi's in that, you could even go towards the Lulu, you could... Yeah, there's so many things which can bring out that. Bot lane is a lot of these duos which we've seen quite a lot in the past now. I felt like there was at least some counterplay.
Fight about this. I actually really like the Zeri lanes because they were really fun. Anyways, we're gonna move past that as we have our first pick of the game. TT, go ahead and grab that Maokai. Very strong pick on the table. Was hugely successful last game for Hung for Team WE, but that means that WE feel confident to pick the Lucian Nami bot lane for Hope and Iwandi.
And that's the Zeri in response as well. Is it going to be with the Yuumi? So it is. Right, so this is a bit of a flipping of the script in multiple ways, because when WE had the Maokai, they also had the winning bot lane. They had the push from the Varus and the Karma, which allowed Hung to really control that one side of the map, get that first dragon in place as well, and allow Iwandi to roam up the river from bot lane to influence the rest of the map, which is where the game really fell apart from TT. On this side now, the Maokai's not going to be playing with a pushing bot lane. You have to assume with the Zero Yumi, unless something goes horribly, horribly wrong. At this point, though, we have bot lane and junglers locked in for both sides. We haven't got early pick mid laners. We haven't got early pick top laners. I think it was the Cassante on 3 from WE last time. So potential stuff for something like that Renekton again. Removed immediately. Something like the Azir could also be very important too, to give at least something of a pushing lane towards TT. But WE have the first pick here. I would expect them to go towards something more like that Azir, to control that mid lane in a way that they didn't have in that last game from Shanks, actually. I think that would work very well for the Vi.
And I'm interested at the second phase priorities here in terms of bans. We get the Kassadin banned by TT, so putting some more stock in the mid lane. Cassante, the ban by EWE. We'll be waiting on that final ban. I would expect another mid laner here.
It could be. So Kassadin to me also silo. It kind of signals something like a Sylas coming in as a response. I wonder if they ban the Azir just to say, look, we don't really want you to have the push in mid lane, even though something like Sylas or Azir can, Sylas or Akali can work well into that pick. Instead, they're going to ban away the Syndra. For me, it has to be the Azir. It's long range. It's long range. It's shoving early. This might open up something like the Akali from Yukal himself, but that does mean you're probably losing push in mid and bot, which is a little bit dangerous again. When we talk about that Maokai, who's not really the proactive jungler early, can't really bail out those lanes as easily against a Vi. You could go towards something like Yukal's Talia, which he has been very, very famous for over his career. He was one of the very best Talias in the world in Season 8 when he really exploded onto the scene. And that would give you some, at least, combative push pressure against the Azir from Shanks.
I would wonder what they actually get here. Okay, so it's going to be the Gwen for Hoya, looking at that top side of the map. So I again, maybe you get something really strong.
AD
here,
mid is probably the play now, though, because you have
I
Maokai,
would
AP,
say, because
Gwen,
you got
AP.
the two APs.
Zeri has moved more towards the AD now with the changes that they had, but the Gwen, of course, really does over-amplify things on that front. So it's actually going to be the Jace. So you don't have the best poke composition, but you have saplings and you have the Jace. That's something to play around.
So at this point, I mean, do you just go with something I guess you feel comfortable with? I mean, team setup, maybe early game focus for top side for WE, and it's actually the Gnar.
I mean, I think you're just happy just having 3 potentially pushing lanes early, aren't you, with a Vi?
So what I'm seeing is they're going with the comp TT tried to execute last time, and they're gonna just execute it.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. I mean, WE, they looked down that comp and they said, okay, we'll just mash you through bot, and then as soon as you make a mistake, we'll snowball the game away from you. But in this game, it's not even like you have obvious spikes to out-skirmish like WE had last game, because with the Akali, as soon as you hit level 6, as soon as you hit your first item, you have real dive threat onto the backline. I don't think you have the same here. I think maybe Hoya on the Gwen can do some pretty horrific things if you get towards 2-3 items on a pretty good tempo. But unless you have that, you don't have obvious spikes which kind of outvalue what particularly the Lucian, Nami, and the Vi can bring in that early game. So I'm quite worried again for TT. This is going to be a difficult one to play out.
Yeah, I think it definitely will be. And especially with the way that we saw kind of last game go, I do wonder, I mean, all eyes obviously on WE because TT didn't find anything early on with the Vi last time around, and it did not work out. So this time around, especially very important. But the biggest thing for me is the fact that Hope and Iwandi are confident to pick this Lucian Nami, off the back of TT trying to pilot it, and feeling confident enough to bring it out for the first time of the split, but as well as just this combo that's going to be a lot differently played, I feel like, than the Karma Varus was.
And it's good to show that variety, good to show that you are more than just that kind of like that one color of bot lane. And putting it back towards these players, nameplates on as well. We kind of joked about this when we came into this game, in terms of, it is a time of great change and all the big dramatic kind of text scrolls and stuff like that. But if you are going to solidify yourself as a contender, if you are going to raise yourself above that middle pack, now is the time to do it above all else when these teams are already rebuilding across the entire league.
Yeah, the gyros coming out a little bit more synchronized this time. I actually heard them. There we go. But as we come into it here, it is going to be looking like the opposite
It's like a
side
battle
starts
cry.
with
Okay, if
junglers.
you had a battle
Yeah.
cry, Mazel, like if
Yeah.
you were your own like warlord leader, what would you have a gyro?
You know, I really like the Pantheon theme song when he got reworked. The
Oh, that's
like that thing. I did it on broadcast one time. It sounded really dumb, but honestly, it was pretty cool. So I'd probably go with that, something like that. I don't
got-
actually play Pantheon though.
Yeah. So, okay, as fun as that is, actually, Yukon gets a really good trade at level 1 here.
does.
Jace is a champion which typically struggles into mage matchups because you don't get to do that at level 1, but gets to go through the hammer form and then into the Mercury Cannon form too, and that is actually pretty big. Have to track how that affects this mid lane going on.
Yeah, it obviously has been big, but now we're getting to the 1v1 or 2v2s in bot side. Cleanse already used by Hope there, as the Ignite was popped down by Shin Liu, but it should be just right as rain. Tried and typical of the bottom side just for tradings until Hope and I want to get to that level 2.
So, it isn't going to be Hope and I one day controlling the bot lane for now, and actually mid lane, again, as we said, from that level 1 trade, going further in favor of UCAL than potentially we would have thought. So, once again, script a little bit different from that first game. TT, they have to step up. They have to show something more than that first game and how they can play around these early pushing lanes, and this is the start of something.
And a little spicy down here on the Hope. I was going to ask you if you actually like the Jace answer into the Azir, but we'll see if bot lane actually gives us a little bit more to bite down on, as Beishuan actually making his way. Does clear out the warding there, will be spotted out.
Yeah, in terms of the Jace into the Azir, typically we have seen some poke champions into the Azir in the past. Varus Mid very famously was the kind of the Season 5 answer into the Azir way back then when Azir was released. But I was worried that you wouldn't be able to have early lane pressure or the ability to threaten this Azir early on, but with Beitran making a early visit and early look in towards this mid lane, maybe they could start something a little bit more threatening here.
Thanks, taking a decent amount, but he just walked up H1. Not fast enough to catch in on the UCal's engagement. We'll see Hung on the other side, though, has been farming away at Base One's jungle after they did spot him out. Actually going to be given this side, as I believe we'll just have that kind of vertical jungling style going on here early on.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit of a change course. Someone like a Gwen or a Gnar, they can play with less resources on their side of the map if it does go towards something a little bit more vertical jungling.
Oh,
But
not going to go for it.
I'm not sure we're going to have a full dive opportunity, though, to kind of capitalize on this state of the jungle.
I'm glad he goes back in at least for the blue. I was a little bit curious if he was going to just let that whole side stay and Hung just gets a massive advantage in jungle. Looks like he will be able to pick apart the pieces there. Ball Dragon spawning in a minute. Last time, it was WE that put a big focus on it because they have the bigger scaling advantages. I feel like TT might be wanting to kind of change that a little bit going in game 2 and put a little bit more focus on the other objectives.
That was a lot easier, though, for WE because they did have that Varus Karma who won very early on, and they kind of used that to leverage the rest of the map. And now we have to see from WE, okay, you don't have that same level of control on that bot side because of the way that the spot lane worked out. You're not able to have Iwandi roaming across the map as he did on that Karma to destabilize the rest of things. TT very much have a better platform themselves to fight back in this second game, and while we've already kind of said that they needed to, it's still a good start and something that we needed to see more of from them.
I think as a whole, right, in this one, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Actually, Hung making a potential foray in the top side here. UB trying to bait out with this really awkward lane state here, as Hoya actually just going to not take the lead. Luckily enough, we don't get the fighting at top lane that we've maybe wanted for 2 games now.
No, we're left on an island here. This is the outer rim.
It's just an island, man. BBU is doing fine. Hung just wanted to make sure his coconut was topped off.
I'm sorry, what?
You know when you're on an island?
Okay, all right.
Stuff like that. It was a deep reference, all right?
It's probably not. It's just that I don't go outside very much, and I don't have many coconut beverages, I suppose. But either way,
how many coconuts do you have?
I don't even like Coconut that much, so not many.
All right. Well, that's another conversation for another time. So on the way to the bottom side is Hung, going towards his blue side of the jungle. We do have actually bottom side almost one point getting caught up. The bubble does land on Xin Liu. Beishuan did capitalize on the movement of bottom lane to start up the dragon now.
And now those fruit really help TT kind of look towards a big play here as well. Both junglers on the bot side, no junglers coming in just so.
Oh my god, Hope got stopped by the minion there, and Hope in some trouble, but putting damage back on Huanfeng. Wandy wants to chase down, so does Hong. He gets a little bit of damage on Beishuan, but Sapling's going to do
mid lane is coming
here. Yeah, they are. Looks like a flash over the wall from Hong will get him out of there.
This bot lane control has been so key towards the first 2 games. It really has been. It wasn't so much an arm wrestle in game 1. It was just kind of like a bit of a concession from TT. They just kind of lost. They couldn't really play around the bot side of the map. This time it is much more of an arm wrestle. It is much more of a back and forth. Summoner's blown, big trades, but no kills so far. Gonna see Beishuan and his bot lane walk towards this dragon again. This time I think they will just be able to take it. No contest coming through from this one. But because it's been delayed, and because we've seen this being taken slower than that first game, we actually might see the ability for WE to respond with a Herald contest, even though they couldn't contest that dragon in the first place. And that's not something that we saw in that first game.
Yeah, I think the contesting of objectives will be really crucial here. And I do want to highlight Hung is slowly and steadily building up his CS advantage in the jungle matchup there. I think that will be something crucial to kind of keep an eye on. He is level 6 now. Obviously going to get a reset off, but getting back on the map will be important. Yucal has made a trip to the island to steal Bubu's coconut. We'll see if he can do so. Oh, the knockback. Nicely done. And first blood to TT.
Oh, slam dunks him back into his former teammate, reunited again on TT of Hoya. Yucal and Hoya play together back in the LCK. Get themselves a good first kill in this second game against WE, and it's an important one. This Jace far outvaluing what I thought it would do on paper. Yucal taking a bit more of a specialty pick, bit more of a pocket pick. Don't see it as much around the world right now, but he's making it work.
It's working out beautifully so far. Early advantage there with that movement from the mid lane. Now Shanks moving himself down towards the bottom lane. As Beishuan is here, there's this bubble on top. Huanfeng just has no hope. They get one trade back, though. Hope dies. Final chapter's coming out. They get 2. Beishuan with a double. They're going to find a triple here, too. Iwandi very slowly trying to walk out. The bubble actually connects. He'll survive. Yucal's coming to make sure he cannot, though. See the accelerated shock blast comes through. No, the hammer slam flashed out of Iwandi. You need to dodge. He does, but it doesn't matter. You got duped, and Yucal picks up the kill.
Oh, Iwandi, he dips, ducks, dodges, and dies. They go way too far under that turret, and Beishuan, though he was playing second fiddle in that first game, being the person who was punished on the overdives, he hands back exactly the same treatment to WE in this second game. TT, this has really been a much more concerted early game. Slam back from Yucal on that top side, going back towards that kill up there, the first blood. But the most important thing for me is how this response came in towards this bot side. WE, they look toward this bot lane, try and shut down this area in such an important way. But we were talking about this in terms of the Vi versus the Maokai jungle matchup. If Maokai ever turns up to a play that Vi's out and gets to counter the play, particularly post-6, things get so dangerous, and this leads to a crushing play against WE in Game 2.
Working out beautifully for TT, as we said earlier. Now, it was a Rift Herald picked up by Hung during that replay, so at least something going the way of WE. The early stacking, early advantage is definitely in the favor of TT so far with that 1.4 so K lead, at least for 1,000 now as well. But I still think the Rift Herald being on the pockets of WE, they have a lot going forward for them for the next couple minutes. You have Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. You can utilize that as a strategy.
Definitely something to be taken into account next time the big plays are happening. That's the big thing I like to talk about with Herald, actually. It's like, as much as the Herald is a big play, it's also a big threat. It's kind of that, the sword of Damocles, if you ever heard of that reference, in terms of old Greek myth of king sat on a throne, but the only way he could have his throne is there's a giant sword attached by a thread above his head, and at some point this thread will snap, and obviously the sword will fall and kill him. The Herald is kind of that as well, because you're sat there and like, haha, I can make a big play. Yeah, we might lose like a turret and 5 plates on the other side of the map
Yeah.
if we do that at the same time. It's just something that always has to be taken into account, particularly when you're on the aggressive side of things with the Vi against the Herald. It makes things very awkward. We saw that in game 1. It's not necessarily the case in this time because when you have the Maokai, you're happy to be responding to plays with your ultimate anyway. This just, again, something that you just need to just have in mind at all times.
Keep that one in mind for sure. We do have our first items coming across here. Obviously, the crown completed a little bit earlier by Shanks, the Eclipse by Yukao. We have Demonic Embrace and the Kempung Chainsword for Beishwan and Hung, respectively. So at least a little bit more strength in these trades back and forth as he's definitely put his presence around mid lane, prepping up for this dragon.
Yeah, well, you're getting the minefield set up again. Hoya looking towards his top side. No Mega, pops the Ghost, pops the ults.
This is really rough for Bubu. Oh, mid lane though. Beishwan gets caught out here. The Emperor's Divide doesn't matter. The final chapter on top. Nature's Grasp, all the CC. The bubble! Iwandi comes up clutch. And WA right back in it, Nightmare.
Oh, if only that cat had a 10th life, maybe they could have made it out of that one. Not to be the case. The big play goes against TT. The Herald goes down, and that sword hanging by a thread drops on top of them. They lose the mid lane play, they're going to lose that dragon, and the top side play as well from Hoya doesn't work out to anything. As much as TT have had a much more concerted, controlled early game, WE walk away with a huge advantage. This is going to give them extra ability to get extra gold onto this Azir, who is key to their composition in terms of their damage profile. Stacking up those objectives as well, this takes away a lot of what's been built up in the early game from TT. And I understand why they're playing for this. I understand why they're playing for the objective setup. They're looking towards trying to control the river themselves, but they don't have eyes on Hung, and Hung, once again, makes a game-changing play in this series.
Honestly, it's been such a great series to watch from Hung as a whole. The first game on Maokai just kind of being everywhere Beishwan wanted to be, and now in this game, taking that vibe from game number 1 and finding ways to come back in a game that started to feel like TT were grabbing control of earlier on. Now you do still have to factor in a lot of scaling on TT, a lot of power coming through later on, and I think with at least the 1-1 dragon score, things like this, objectives going their way to some extent, it's still something to look forward to for TT.
Yeah, but they will definitely be ruining that opportunity because if they were stacking the dragons, then that's something which allows them to... one of the most dangerous things about a Maokai and this kind of defensive range composition when you have to dive into a Maokai, into a Gwen, into Jace poke, stuff like that, is being able to play defensively. They're not able to do that here. They're just not.
Oh, wait, he doesn't die? He doesn't die? Beishwan goes in? Yukon wants to go back at least. Maybe get, oh, Shanks with the flash, the quick moves, and both mid laners getting out by the skin of their teeth.
I was so utterly convinced that Yukon was just going to get absolutely decked in that play, but he ends up living, very importantly so. Now we have to see what happens in the 2v2. Maybe it's their turn to fight. They're looking for it.
They knew that was coming. Huanfeng was baiting it out there. Culling does do a decent amount back. Huanfeng will be healing that one up.
Some fancy feet means that Huanfeng is not going to catch the majority of the shots from that, which means that the 2v2 a bit more even. Nice piercing light through to just add an extra little bit of damage on top, but both these teams being much more proactive than that last game. We saw things kind of slow down as WE took a much more reserved approach on the Maokai side of this jungle matchup in that game 1. Now we're kind of setting up for the next big play. Fairly even in gold, fairly even in items, big item breakpoints coming out. When you see a Lucian Nami hit that first item spike, you really are looking for those big ultimate combos coming through, but TT managed to survive that for now. I'm really looking for those ultimates to come off cooldown again with that Vi and seeing if WE can find once again TT overextending maybe for the next dragon. Maybe that's a good way to look at things. Maybe the next Herald as well in 30 seconds. Those are the big timers you're looking for. WE, look for those big ultimate spikes to see what they can do with them.
You have the training force just completed for PvU. You still have a little while till the next little scuffle happens, at least, with a major focus for WE towards the bottom side of the map. I do want to go ahead and bring up this dive that could potentially happen here into Hoya. But not going to find it, at least. They walk away.
Walks away. Did he just walk away slowly? Yes, he did. He just walks away from the turret. And, like, as much as Hoya has not been the focus and he's been on Coconut Island. He's just been sat around enjoying his beverage. He's been pretty okay, just been able to soak some pressure, able to stay safe. The top lane hasn't been the focus of this series. It has really been about the key players we brought up right at the start. Hope, Honfeng, trying to see if you can get them a platform to play the rest of the game off of, and has meant that the top laners, as they so frequently do in modern League of Legends, find themselves waiting
One
until
day
the
they'll
later
be
stages of the game
relevant.
to really impact things.
One day they'll be relevant. There you go. Just look for the future. But I do want to check in on something, a big part that we were kind of following into this one was kind of the mid laners, how they interact with jungles, and what kind of style we see from both these teams. I think we were still looking for a lot of structure from both of them. And to my surprise, my pleasant surprise, we've seen a lot of focus in mid lane, right? It's not necessarily just been Shanks and Yukao moving out, right? We have seen some good moves, but it's interesting to see that kind of adaptation to focusing mid lane as Shanks put some decent damage down on the would-be seizures of WE.
Oh, is that going to crash? I think it is. They do actually end up getting that damage. So lots of threat now from WE. If they leave one wave alone in mid, that's how it goes down. They need to have someone present there in mid lane for as long as possible at this point. Hoya, while that Herald was dropped, was safely in the side lane. Didn't have the teleport to instance the play, but doesn't need to be there to, once again, just be chilling on the side lane, make something work. However, Betron wants to force the tempo up a little bit, fires the ult out.
Okay, decent amount of damage here, and they can't do anything to save Haiwandi. Bew might be able to find a little bit of damage. Already used Meganar now, and getting chunked down. Flash forward from Wanfeng. He gets cease and assisted. The tower's down, but so is Wanfeng. And next goes the tree, and next goes TT. Hoya, big game changer in the moment, though. Shakes goes down, and so does the rest of WE. You never thought Hoya would come in, did ya? And he does, changing it.
He did have the teleport. We were just sat there thinking, yeah, well, he's left alone on his island. The island has crash landed into the mid lane. Prepare for his arrival. Slams through the ultimate. And you know how that's possible? The extended blast cone range. We're on that Chemtech Rift again. He flies it over the wall later into that play. Watch your eyes, keep your eyes peeled for that one, because TT, they forced the play on this one. They used that Maokai ultimate. They catch someone out of position. It's a pretty good intro into this fight, all things said and done. Particularly because, actually, while we're looking at all this, Lucian's not there either. This is not an uneven numbers fight. It's actually even numbers at the start of it, because Hope isn't there at the start of it. Hadn't even caught that in live. That was a very important factor to take into account. And TT, though they lost it, felt like the last big play, particularly around the Herald before that last one. They managed to claw something out, and once again, we find ourselves in a very even game for this game too.
Oh, Hong trying to get in there, get the steal, does not. That'll be second dragon taken by TT. Be on their way to stacking it up here. And yeah, little calmness coming after the chaos. Really interesting play setup from TT. A lot of communication needed in that one. And I think maybe a little zealousness from Wanfeng, but as a whole, to be able to clean that one up for Hoya, get more gold in the side lane, just empowers the composition of TT.
Yeah, and we're actually at the point now where, kind of to call back to what we were saying in draft, one of the things which we called out was, you got 3 potentially losing lanes against a Vi who can start exploding the map. That's not really what's happened this game, though, because Yukal has really performed well on this J. He's got that really good level 1 trade. Wanfeng as well stepped up, been doing very well in that laning phase too, and we've seen Hoya as well pick up a lot of gold too. TT have overcome that early trough you expect to see from this composition, and are now very much in a position where they can fight, because it is an even game. You don't expect it from these compositions, which means that in the next couple of minutes, much as we saw from the last couple of Maokai ultimates, you can expect TT to have a good amount of leverage to make big plays, to look for a big cleanup fight for Azeri. Look for that Maokai ult to catch someone out of position. But
This
WE
is
pulling
trouble,
the trigger
though.
next.
We have 2 item spikes pretty much across the board for WE, and they are pouncing with it. Wanfeng in trouble too, over the wall! He's going down, son! Shin Liu's down 2, double kill for Hope! And just like that, the snap of a finger, you lose everything for TT.
Ruthless pounce from Team WE. We were praising TT for overcoming the early slump, but the playmaking is still there. Hong finds the target. Shanks finds the target. They get onto the key carries, and now it's on Hoya to stop the Baron.
Hoya and Yukao against the world here, trying to stop an early Baron, 2,000 health. I don't think they can do it. Hoya getting poked out, tries to get the needlework in there, but the Baron, ooh, one more shock blast. It goes over securely to Hung.
what a wonderful punish from WE. TT had just split the map. They just split the map, played on multiple lanes, and we're going to go back into replay to see how all of this happens. UCal is on one lane, Hoya is on another, and this is where the big mistake comes out. TT, they don't need to be pushing up this far. You can face check better with your saplings. You don't have to have everyone walking up without being able to respond. A momentary blip of decision-making leads to an incredible turn of play and power play from WE, who pounce just so ruthlessly.
And the thing is again, I had said it going into that one, there were 2 items completed pretty much across the board. I mean, BuBu's still lacking on his, but the fact that we had the Rapid Fire completed, the Morellos, everything, even the Radiant Virtue completed for Hung, they knew that this was a power spike. They knew that Beishwan hadn't gone back and completed an item yet. It still hasn't, right? And I think the difficulty is that moment of execution that's important.
That execution might just be the executioner's block for TT. They're pulling out the ult, but they're not going to find the mark. The Dragon spawn in 2 minutes. They weren't even fighting for an objective. I have some lines every so often, but that was overzealous. You look at this and you think, okay, TT, they're in a really difficult spot now because they're trying to stave off the rest of this Baron push. They've just used the Maokai ultimate again now, though, which means that they can't make another big play to stop this full court press coming in from WE. They're wrapping around the back of his mid lane in a turret. They're taking over the entire bot side of the map. And while UCal is on a side lane, sat 2-0 and 3 and getting advantages, UCal individually has done well, but what we saw and what we were asking for in terms of Beishwan and UCal linking up hasn't really been present. UCal has been doing well on his own. Beishwan's had some good individual plays, but they're not on the same page. And WE, they are punishing that, they're exploiting that, and they're pushing into the base.
I mean, they're losing a tier 2 top, but they will gladly take an inhib here, and if this keeps going, maybe they can even just end the game. I mean, they have another minute for Baron. They're going to take the inhib tower in mid lane too. Now we have UCal backing, as they have already done lasting damage to the base of TT.
And they don't have the Maokai ult. Again, it's not like, again, you can throw the Maokai ult to them and say, yeah, we'll make a big play as they walk out of the base. TT, they choose to take some top lane towers for 2 inhibitors down. And those are 2 inhibitors on the side of the map, which you're fighting around this dragon for. Now, in some miracle world, you take this next dragon and you look for the next one, but that is almost impossible to do with 2 lanes of super minions firing into your base when you're trying to set up for this objective. This is disastrous now for TT. It really did come down to that one moment of discoordination between side laners and the group in the mid lane. WE, though, really doing well to punish them on that front. And now they're in a position to take this dragon, push in these waves again, work with the last of that Baron buff to get this priority, and force things into their advantage.
TP is coming into the mid lane. That will be Hoya locked up by the bubble. Nature's Grasp also down. We said how crucial that cooldown is for TT. Be down for a little while now. You also have Hullbreaker completed in the side lane for BuBu. He will be a menace to be dealt with.
Absolutely. It isn't just the team fights where they need to be afraid at this point, even though Jace is doing well in that side lane. Great call on pointing out that Hullbreaker.
Wait! Oh, Hung gets it! Beishwan tried to go in and get everything, but now on the top side of the map, we got an in trouble Hope who flashes away from Hoya. UView on the side. Shank's trying to go for the big play. Can't find it.
It was actually almost a good play. Maokai is going to die after he tries to go for the steal. Beishwan tries to go in and get themselves that objective. As we said, it was going to be very hard to look for that objective secure. Gets much more close than I thought it would be, but now you have to deal.
You really find a way in, they can have a big team fight. We saw it a little bit earlier on, but right now it just feels like WE have so much of a stranglehold on the map. They'll go ahead and get their backs in. They'll complete some of those third items everywhere else and get back onto the map, get everything pushed in, as that last tower on the top side still bearing the name of TT. And I wonder if they just want to go ahead and close that one out or try and push through one of the open lanes.
Yeah, well, that's the very little amount of real estate which TT still have. They got the Nexus turrets, they got that top lane inhibitor, and that's it. It's a big problem because it means that TT can't actually spread the map and maybe play around a strong Jace on a side lane. They don't really have the ability to leave their base at this point and use the Maokai saplings set up for a defense. They're going to have to be playing on the back foot for the rest of this game. It really is on WE now to just make sure that stranglehold continues and make sure that TT don't have a clean way back into this game. The only way that TT get back into this game is by miracle objective steals at this point or some macro mistake from WE leading to maybe someone like Hope out of position against Hoya, against Beishuan, who can lock them up in time. But that hasn't been easy to come by for TT.
I love it. I love when you can just tell, like, inherently players know because they play this game so much, like, he's in there. I'm going to say hi by just standing here. And just, like, let them bait it out. I love it so much. And we do need to see this pressure from WE dealt with by TT because they have Bubu pushing the side lane. Now, WE are forcing another Baron. And it looks like TT want to... They're a bit split, right? They're sending...
They've
You
taken
count
a
to
lot
the
of damage
side
from
lane.
this
Now they're bringing
Baron.
forward
I
here.
don't think they can finish that. That's a little bit awkward. You have Nara on the side lane. That's great. You force
TT
TT
is
out of their
available.
base, but it's not like you're taking down an inhib because they're
Yep,
already down.
here
Of
it
course, this
comes.
one. Oh, they find the gap.
DP's coming in as well from Bubu to try to catch down Hoya here. Hope dashing to get in there. A little bit of everything used by WE in that situation. Shanks did find a little bit of promise poke on the other side, but Baron right back on the table for WE.
Well, as much as that looks a bit messy, and it is pretty messy, they get the Gwen ult, they get the Maokai ult. Those are the two big threats which they need to look for. TT taking an uphill battle
They're
in an
just going to
uphill
go
game,
for
but
it.
that's a good shot
Beishuan,
blast.
he's in the pit. He doesn't get it. Denied yet again as their base crumbles before them and they write home letters of salvation. TT might be able to find a little bit of something with this poke, but they back away as WE don't want to deal with the combo of the Jace and the Zeri, but they might have caught out Hoya here. Maybe a little bit low. Hoya taking a lot of damage in the end. And the minions did get cleared out by the towers at least, so TT survive another day.
And you know what? For a minute there, it looked like it was okay for TT from a certain point of view. And then you realize actually they'd used their big ultimates again. I really like how WE in this game have taken away that Maokai ult and made sure that they don't have to play around it in these big fights. Now they have themselves that Baron, they have themselves, if they really want to go towards that Dragon, they can, I suppose. I feel like they should be able to close out this game with this last of this Baron buff, though. WE, maybe not as clean around the actual final death of this game, putting it to bed, but they are still in that good, overwhelming position where they should be able to seal this 2-1.
Yeah, last game we were talking about how can they close out a very strong lead. Well, not as strong of a lead, not about 10,000 gold, but still very strong as a whole. And we're seeing them kind of pick apart the wave states right now. A little bit of aggression with the trio in mid. We got side lane pushing for Bubu as well as Shanks over in the bottom side. It'll be a close, quick finish. One more fight from TT on the horizon.
One more. Well, they do have their ultimates this time. That's something which, of course, we've pulled out. WE doing very well taking away, making sure there is no Maokai ult, no Gwen ult. The Maokai ult's actually going to come out again. Can they fight against it?
They actually caught Hope and Iwandi. That's a big wombo
It's
combo. Huge. They got the back line. Shanks in some trouble here as well. He can't get Huanbong. Maybe he does. He goes down. It goes golden. Maybe he survives. He does not. That'll be another pickup for Hoya. And the base defense comes alive with Hope and Iwandi getting caught out.
But they've done so well this whole game at not playing into the Maokai ult, of not playing into the Gwen. You know, we talked about a New Hope. This is Huanfeng Strikes Back. The Zeri has 3 items now, and the one time where the ultimates are available, TT do an awesome job of finding their own ability to thread the needle. This is such an overstep. Maybe they thought this game was done, and for all intents and purposes, if they played it out the way they had done so far, it should have been. The WE split. They get caught out by the Maokai ult. They've done such a good job of denying beforehand, and they just get exploded.
Yeah, I mean, Beishuan was waiting for a good minute for that play, and it ends up being worth it. I think, obviously, lack of positional awareness for Team W, I would say, in that situation. But now, with the couple backs more completed, we have the IE now for Hope, we have the GA now for Hung, and back onto the map goes WE, still very much in the lead.
They are still very much in the lead, but TT take a Dragon off of that. They're now on Soul Point themselves. It's extra stats. Believe Chemtech Dragon, the base one, I keep forgetting the exact stats it gives. I believe it gives some tenacity, and I believe it gives some resists as well, which are not insignificant in this game. And now you suddenly got the point where the bigger thing is you've delayed things. You've delayed things to get actually Hoya to a point where they're at a strong point. This Gwen has been a factor in this game, despite having been relegated to a side lane against BOB for various points in this game, TT have items. You can see the damage which UCal has. You can see the damage which Hoya has, and this game is not actually as out of sight as we were calling just a minute ago.
Yeah, it's, the turtle defense is actually working out for TT right now. And we see the back actually come through from Hoya. This should be the final tower, going down the final in-hit tower at least. And WE actually working on the key tower. Now they'll fight onto base 1. Hoya is here as well to separate the fight. Hung needs to get out of there. He does still have the GA though. Huanfeng trying to get it popped, but he overextended. Need to be a little bit careful on the back end here. He does have a lot of healing, a lot of sustain, as they are just trying to poke and prod WE out of their base.
All right, okay. Maokai down, Tree down, ultimate away. That has been the key factor for TT in the winning fights. Hope though.
Oh my God, Hope goes in, does almost all of UCal's health and damage. Yu has gone mega. The last inhib falls, super minions aplenty as WE work on the Nexus Towers here to finish out the game. Hoya and Huanfeng are the defense. The Meganar comes out. Hoya no longer exists. And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng, UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Beishwan.
Metro's back.
They don't got the engage there. He goes golden. Big shock blast from TT. And UCal's come to town. They find Hung. They find a Quadra. Can he get a Penta? No! Shakes denies the Penta, denies TT, and Shakes will be the monster of your nightmares.
He is the demon in the night. He is the emperor in the mid lane. This game, Azir gameplay in the late game, TT were that close to once again threading the needle, but they couldn't quite make it happen. I am shook, Mazel. I am shook. That should not have been that close for TT. Make it so close.
Oh my God, we almost had a double penta. That would have been insane. Oh, what a finish from WE to close out a clean 2-0 over TT.
Hang on. Say that again. Close out a what, Mazel?
Close out a clean 2-0.
Clean 2-0. Clean
On paper, it's clean 2-0. You see a 2, you see a dash, and a 0. That's clean, right?
We might have to take it some vocab lessons on that one, because I'm struggling to believe it was quite that simple. But
oh my goodness,
there's a lot to take away from this.
What a final effort, at least from TT, I feel like.
Yeah, no, I mean, because it became increasingly obvious as that last game went on that WE were basically fighting a battle between what can we take away from TT in terms of the big ultimates. And TT did a better job towards the last couple of fights of denying WE the real ultimate disadvantage fights, and you can see how close it got. I really do want to praise UCal despite the losing series in that second game. Pulling out a Jace from the mid lane, it's fairly hard to do. That should have been a game where UCal lost early lane, ended up having some value later in team fights in the side lanes, but instead he won the level 1, ended up being able to unlock himself and get onto the map and make things very difficult for WE, especially in those late game fights as well. But it wasn't enough to seal out the victory today. WE, coming from that horrendous summer split, once again, putting another win on the table, getting themselves more wins than, well, I mean, even one win was enough to, eclipse their series wins from last summer, but putting a second one on the table too, very important for this organization.
And very important for a squad that has been trying to form a dynamo itself, right? Bringing in Hope and Iwandi is no small feature, right? Like that is a powerhouse.
Yeah, they did pretty okay.
And they did pretty okay. I mean, the fact that they were able to take two different compositions in terms of that bot lane duo, executed very well in both styles, but as well as keeping the grit. I feel like that was super important to me for WE to keep. Yes, they were very far ahead in the end. They slipped up a little bit, but I think being able to continue to contest in those situations, even when things are maybe starting to go down trending for you, is important for WE to keep hold of.
For sure. I think there's a lot to be said about kind of achieving a winning mentality. Not every victory you're going to have is going to be a clean one. I think champions in any kind of sport, any kind of esport can attest to that. These are the kind of victories, though, particularly when you look towards the entirety of the split. You only play each opponent once. When you see a team which is struggling, you can't afford to slip up there. got a little bit closer points, but looking at how the post-game graph happened, it was a little bit swingy for a bit of that mid-game until eventually WE started eclipsing.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks actually just popping off in the series as a whole. That's the thing for me that stands out the most in this one. We came into this one saying, yo, things are shaking up in the LPL. This is a moment to keep adding to your repertoire for these mid laners. And Shanks and UCal haven't come off pretty disappointing seasons last split. And to have Shanks pop off like this in the way that he did with those early roams in game one, with the solidity in mid lane, getting bullied by UCal on the Jace, honestly impressive.
Yeah, and that really does return to the whole point about how the LPL's changing this year. A lot of the names you expect to be on certain rosters, on certain teams, they're not there anymore. They've changed teams. They have changed eras in some ways to bring out the full narrative experience. This is the time where you are, if you are one of these mid laners like a Shanks or a UCal who is viewed as below that top tier, you can start pushing up and just at least put your name in the question. And series like this, even though, you know, UCal doesn't walk away from that game with a win from that game too, you're just, again, keeping yourself on that radar, keeping these results and this run of form on track, really.
And then the combinations that we saw kind of Hung meeting up with Shanks or hovering around Shanks, but specifically Hung and Iwandi having a lot to say together, so important. And I think that going forward will be, yes, mid lane important, but Iwandi and Hung as the duo right now, the jungle and support duo,
Yeah,
I think is super crucial in how they can continue to set Shanks up for success.
Yeah. So have to see how, of course, they run away with that too, because, you know, there are an awful lot of good teams in the LPL, with an awful lot of jungle supports, an awful lot of good mid laners. This is not going to be by far their biggest test. They did end up being the measure of it today. But it really is a question of what they build on from here. This is a good starting block, but if you want to push beyond this and not just be, again, a middle-of-the-pack team, or in the case of WE last year, a lower tier one, you have to use this as a starting point and go beyond it.
Yeah, and the thing is next up is OMG, where you just had Cream popping up. Man, Shanks versus Cream. Oh, my God, it's so exciting. But hopefully we'll
I love how passionate you are about this league, man. It's a breath of fresh air.
I love it, man. It's hey, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And I love to see as well, like, again, WE, you were talking about the rough times last year, and I think as a whole, like, trying to find positivity, bringing in Hung from Young Miracles as well, who a great addition, to be honest, for WE, has been an interesting bright light for me. And yes, we've seen him focus on the Maokai's, the Vi's, stuff like that, but unsung hero, it feels like, in being able to kind of provide that early game stability that maybe was lacking last year for WE.
Yeah, he through his sacrifice were a great many plays made in that first game. You did kind of look as the Maokai's all of his team's deaths for a little while, but it didn't really matter. It's just him able to. It's kind of like when someone like, remember like High on the really old like Cloud9 roster at this point, like season 4, season 3. It feels weird calling that old. That was when I was first started watching. But he was the kind of player as well, similar to kind of what we saw from Hung here today, where it's just like, you know, a fight needs to start. It doesn't really matter how it starts all the time. So Hung's just like, all right, gonna die for it. We'll see how it works out. Gets enough value out of it. And that sort of kind of gameplay management, right? Understanding that you're playing in the right part of the map, playing with the right cooldowns, playing around the right spikes, is very intelligent to see and very important to see. We already saw that with the ultimate denial in the late game of this series, particularly in that game too. Playing around the right objectives, around the right areas of the map, that's an important skill set to see and to develop on.
Yeah, I think so as well. And now I have the biggest hard-hitting question of them all for you, Nightmare. We had A New Hope. We had Juan Fong Strikes Back. What was the third one? As Shanks gets our MVP. It's got to be something with Shanks. I don't know what you got to do.
Surely that's just Return of the... Like, isn't that just like Return of the Shanks? I don't know.
Return of the Shanks.
It's a hard one to really puzzle out.
The rise of the Shank. I don't know. The rise of the Shank. Go with the next trilogy, I guess. But he does get MVP twice in a row. Huge stuff from the mid laner.
Really deserve it. Really, really deserve it. I mean, obviously, this is going to be a lot of eye candy from that last fight as well, where he comes away with that huge turnaround to deny the Penta from UCal right at the death of that game. And that's exactly what I go towards the back of this.
It goes straight to it.
It goes right towards it. It's almost like you can tell what the biggest plays of the game were, but the huge amount of damage. playing something like an Azir in the late game, but even though you have so much damage, you're also very easy to kill as well. You have to have this split decision making between when do I go for a shuffle, when do I actually sit behind my soldiers, where am I using my one shuffle for, because you only get one E in a fight. He used that so damn well in that last play, and that is literally the difference between winning and going to a third game as well. So Shanks, in the heat of the moment in both games, coming away with the big plays which seal his team the win.
Yeah, I think it's a nice little highlight reel for him to have there at the end. But I will give a shout out to you, Cal. We were putting so much praise on both the mid laners, man. The Jace mid lane, Goomba stomping people in, almost coming away with Kronja. You'd love to see it. But we're going to be getting ready for our second series of the day. The first one was quick and short. We'll be getting ready for AL versus Ultra Prime. The reunions are everywhere, and you won't want to miss them.
The LPL are kings again.
Things are heating up once again. In fact, I'd say they're absolutely red hot.
I don't think that actually went over to life.
Oh, he actually connected it. That was a nice little wait there, but now Xiaohu's about to just kill Tien. He does. It's a solo bolo. In actuality, yeah, it's just trying to wait out this rotation from Weibo. They find the cease and desist. Got to get over the wall, rookie, and a lot of damage coming on Xiao, who doesn't really have much. The nice save from Crisp. Is it enough? He goes golden too. Top Esports catastrophe at hand. It'll be a flash used by rookie.
This week, it's all about the new team powerhouses in the mid lane. You know them as Yagao and Xiaohu, two upper echelon mid laners who have been packing one hell of a punch.
They won't even come close. Why do you think you were better than me?
LWX will finally make his way, but Shun gets the Rift Herald there, I believe. The knockups come through. Hell yeah. Just gets killed by the power unleashed from Yagao. LWX is on the wrong side of the fight. FPX Care is now the target here for BLG, and he goes down right afterwards as well. LWX has reconnected with Lula, but FPX has been eviscerated. Ragnar up 3 back, and the final chapter doesn't do enough. Tear also just bursted down by the culling. The cease and desist was left to the last moment, and more kills raining. A quadra kill.
We've got star-studded rosters, carry performances, and not to mention a top lane matchup that just speaks for itself. And so now, we just have to let them cook with our match of the week.
Save some space for his teammates as King Tien. Get a nice little engage on the Shy, and he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution, and the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitation.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out.
Welcome back, one and all, as we welcome you to Shanghai and the LPL Spring Split 2023. We are moving on to our second series of the night. It is AL versus Ultra Prime, and it's going to be a fun one. We have a story continuing, I feel like, of the day, a theme of the day, of trying to step up when the moment is right. And here with Nymera, with me, we're going to see if either one of these teams can do so.
Yeah, it's leg day. We're doing a lot of step-ups, and hopefully not so much stepping down, because these teams don't have much further to go down, because these teams have struggled so far. They haven't really found their form, despite us knowing the potential of players like Betty, like Doggo, like so many players on these rosters. They haven't shown it to us in their first series of the year.
Yeah, I think that's the most difficult thing is I don't know if it's maybe known, maybe unknown. I'm a big Doggo fan. I'm a little bit biased. I love to see the passion of a player, but I think seeing what's happened early on in this split is a little bit tragic, right? And I think seeing for both bot lanes, honestly, Betty and Sword Art, Doggo and Balan, it's been a tragic start, to say the least. I think seeing kind of what's happening in the laning phase has been such an interesting point for me, because we are seeing some of these kind of back and forths that just aren't mechanically being risen to the moment for.
Yeah, and particularly looking at a player like Sword Art, who has historically been one of the greatest supports across the world of all time. He's playing stuff like the Heimerdinger and the Nami and being caught out and dying an awful lot, giving an awful lot of gold over. And even in drafts, which require him and Betty to do very, very well and be a rock to play around in terms of DPS and backline, that hasn't really been achieved yet from anyone's legend. And now you're looking over Unlimited Potential as well, Doggo and Balan. Two, again, very big names. Doggo really exploded onto the scene when he guested in to PSG Talon when Unified was not able to travel towards one of their Worlds appearances. Did awesome then. Then he qualified again for the next iteration of Worlds as well. Did really well there on an individual level. This guy is someone that we know can be such a top tier, even international AD carry. He was performing against the likes of even Uzi, right, back when he was still playing as well. These players, we know that potential that they have as well, and Ultra Prime really need this bot lane to step up and match what they can do.
And it's funny to see, right, the big pieces coming into it. Harry, a little bit of a newer piece for Ultra Prime. Ching as well, just to come up from the LDL. Also used to have the best beard in the league. And Doggo Ballet.
Now that's a fact I didn't know.
You'll have to go look up pictures of Ching's beard. But Doggo Ballet, that's where I feel like mechanically they should be so strong, and we just haven't seen that yet. But like Doggo finding a new home after going through what happened last year on BLG, which in its own right was very, very difficult, against Betty now tonight and Sword Art, two storied ADCs, but Betty himself being one of the longest active ADCs, it just continues to add to the story, to the hype that we're seeing here. And for themselves, AL, the hype is real. We see them here, and also little tiny point that's kind of a big deal. Ping Z is going to be taking the position in mid lane instead of Harder this time around. As we go through it, that is ZDZ in the top lane for AL. They're in order this time, Nymera.
Oh yeah, don't have to completely, confuse you.
Trying to. Xiao Hao will be there. We got Ping Z for the first time here onto the stage. I want to read. Wait, can we pause it? I want to read what it said.
Mid gap. It says mid gap.
Oh,
current
perfect.
continuing on
I
the
missed
trades.
it. I missed it. Sag. Betty just comes out and waves a hi. How you do? You know, again, one of the longest active ADCs. Sword Art, the kind boy, with a nice little smile. How do you do as well? So AL again, big story. Bot lane. They are changing things up in the mid lane though with Ping Z.
And that is an important thing to note, because AL were one of the teams which played 2 series before that break. They lost both of them. They didn't really manage to put too much together, even in those series, they had a lot of things to address. And, you know, they have had some time to assess over that break, making some early changes, one of the very first teams in the LPL to do so this year.
Indeed, and now Ultra Prime here. No changes, as they will be keeping the roster, trying to make good on what happened to be a not great start. So 0-1. We get to see Harry come through. But as well as just the fact we get the reunions on this team, right, to some extent. Pairing Ning and Baolan back up. Ning there, you see all the storied players just come out and say hi and walk away. Let's see Ching. Oh, he does it. I was wondering if he grew it back in Chinese New Year. He did not. He just gives a nice little piece on that. This is Doggo taking the stage as well. I can't let it go, man. First, I lose. No. Harder loses his mullet. Ching loses his beard. I don't like it. I'm not here for it. But you get to see Baolan there as well, rounding out the Ultra Prime.
It's like you have like Shing the Bearded, and then it's like, you know, Gandalf the Grey, Gandalf the White. It's like there's like Shing the Beardless, like Shing the shaven.
Harder the mulletless. But let's zoom in, scoop in on these two teams, because I think obviously the bot lane focus must be the big priority. But as a whole, I was interested to see kind of how both these teams want to structure themselves, right? I think there was a lot of things left up in the air going into the break. And now with a little bit of time with the meta, a little bit of time with the teams, I really am excited to see what kind of strategies as a whole both sides come out with.
Well, we didn't really get to see too much from Ultra Prime before the break, just those 2 games which they were shut out of. They played 2 games of Lucian Nam. Actually, they played the same comp, like back-to-back. They played 2 games of like East Champion. So we haven't really seen much variation from them. They played 2 games of Lucian Nami, which is important to note. Doggo was very famously a very good Aphelios player. He loved playing through lane pressure. He had a couple of good Tristana games internationally as well. But both of these lanes are, in terms of Betty and Sword Out and Doggo and Baolan, are ones which have played towards a bit of lane priority. Stuff like the Lucian Nami we've talked about. Stuff like the Varus, Jin also being a lane dominant AD carry as well, being able to be very strong in that 2v2 and push in. I wonder whether that becomes a bit of an arm wrestle, again, a bit of a tug of war between them, looking to just try and play towards stable, strong early game presence 2v2's bot side.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by young Baolan. So, you know, I couldn't hold it.
It's okay, I could just speak into the void a little bit more. You know, I got distracted by anything on screen.
People hold cute signs up, like, I can't not. I'm a play-by-play. I get excited to see
It's okay. That's fine. You can go let your mind wander. I'll take the helm for a bit.
Yeah, you'll take the helm. Well, I'm gonna take the helm for now. At least, then we'll see what happens as we get into the picks and bans. Game number 1 of our second series tonight. AL on the blue side, Ultra Prime on the red side. We get traditional bans, although Maokai not going to be left through in this series just yet. We get the Caitlyn, Maokai, Talia banned by AL. We get the Ashe, the Rise banned by Ultra Prime.
So we have Yuumi on the table, we have Lucian Nami on the table, we have Vi on the table. Lots of our choice bot lanes. We were already talking about in the first series, kind of like the Ashe, Maokai, and the Rise, and of course the Caitlyn as well, being very, very strong first picks and the bans in general. And what we've seen from Ultra Prime is saying, okay, all right, we don't really want to ban away all of the premier bot lanes because then we'll be left with nothing. Instead, something a little bit different. Battle warding early level 3 fighting Elise is locked in. Now I'm looking for Anyone's Legend to pair that up with something that can proactively push in and fight early towards the bot side of the map.
Love to see the Elise actually making it through. It was banned both games last time around in the series, but I think it's a very strong forward foot, at least, for AL here, especially for Xiaohao, adding another champion to the repertoire. But it will just beat the Lucian Nami locked in for Doggo Baolan.
Now, I said just then, I want to see things that can fight towards the bot side for Elise. Now, for those of you that haven't kind of caught as much of the season so far, you might consider that a little bit strange, because Elise was always like the Renekton Elise, even set Elise at some points around Season 10 as well, where you're looking for solo lanes that can fight early. You can dive those turrets as well. But that has been less of the new season identity of Elise, where actually what you're looking to do is very quickly, very healthily clear towards level 3, level 4. You can go towards like your 3 camp into level 3, into a gank on a side lane, then go back towards a Scuttle Crab. But where this is most importantly happened has been about getting a bot lane and protecting them or winning an early fight to kind of set them up for success. With the Zeri Yuumi, you're expecting some pressure to go down towards them from that Lucian Nami. If the Elise is there at level 3 to stop them from dying or stop them from taking too heavy trades, that can be very important for allowing these more scaling bot lanes to come into the game. That's been what Elise has been very strong at in the season so far.
I love to see that pick being picked up more, at least let through in the LPL as well.
No
I just feel
arachnophobia
it
here?
fits
None of that?
no, I mean, I definitely have arachnophobia. Maybe not in League of Legends. Just because I feel like at essence...
You've obviously not played against Renekton at least.
Yeah. But it fits the LPL jungle style, and I think it's interesting here. As we did get the Sejuani, the final pick for Ultra Prime in the first phase. The immediate ban that comes out, as well as the Fiora. So a lot of solo lane focus, I'm sure, coming up next.
Yeah, I wonder if we actually will see something like that Renekton banned away by Ultra Prime. It's very strong in top lane, of course, into stuff like the Cassante, which is also a very good blind pick. It is blind pickable in general, is the Renekton. But also, with that, at least you can lock it in towards that mid lane and have that kind of ability to play around it. Of course, with the Sejuani themselves, might actually be quite valuable for them to fourth pick it. Renekton Sejuani, melee synergy, and when you get that empowered W from Renekton, of course, it just allows you to pretty much instantly stack the Sejuani passive as well. So I'm looking towards that, or maybe fourth pick. That could be potentially good to lock in for themselves, and a denial pick away from anyone's legend, who are more content to remove some mid lane picks like that Castellan, who can sit and scale and then become just a warhead later into the game.
I'm wondering if AL allow Cassante through here for Harry. I feel like Cassante fits Ultra Prime. Okay, well, they banned it away. I was
Good
gonna
call.
say, they really gonna let him get it 3
Done your
times in a
homework?
row? I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna do it. But they will steal away the Renekton.
Yeah, that was the obvious thing for me, because I saw like the Cassante ban, and I'm like, maybe could have banned away the Renekton. Maybe they were hoping that it would have been left 3 to last pick, so they could snap it up in 4-5 themselves. But now they can look towards their own answers. Jax has been really powerful in the LPL. Typically, we see a lot of melee early brawl comps in the LPL, at least we did before that break. When the rest of the world started playing though, the LCK, the LEC, we saw Jax struggle to find as much success as, say, someone like You Should Know Me or Cube have found on the champion over here as well. But it's going to be locked in for ZDZ, and they have their last pick to go towards that mid lane. See what
For their new guy, for Ping Z, which I think is actually really interesting to keep as the final pick here. He will just go ahead and lock in the Akali, and hey, if there's ever a test to say welcome to the LPL, it's how good is your Akali.
That's really fun for me to track, because many years ago it used to be like your Twisted Fate, your Orianna, your Syndra. Those are the picks that you're looking towards. Now it is Akali, get yourself some montage moments, start assassinating people left, right, and center. And of course, we saw an awesome game of that earlier on.
Oh!
A Zoe as a response.
So-
Now we haven't seen that pick for a little while.
Little bit here. So I was talking with Hysterics before. We were trying to get some more information on Ping Z, right? He was on the FPX Blaze roster that won the LDL here in summer, right? But the fact of the matter is, he's a Zoe player. He loves Zoe. They were hovering it throughout the whole Pix bans, and now Chink takes it, who himself is a Zoe player as well, into Ping Z, and I think, oh man, I know we're looking at bot lane so much, but I'm so hyped for these two developing players in mid lane.
We suddenly have a really interesting mid-jungle TVT, because you have an Elise and Akali who, if you walk into Fog of War, will absolutely detonate you. You are exploded, atomized, turned to spaghetti, and served up very, very nicely after that point. But on the other side, if you don't manage to do that, and the Sejuani and the Zoe survive the early game, you get post 2 items, 1 to 2 items or something like that, Sejuani ult flies out as Fog of War, and suddenly that's a setup for the Zoe, who can then throw in Paddle Star, follow it up with a bubble, and you get exploded in return. So for me, I'm looking at some earlier game assassination attempts from the Elise, from the Akali, but if they don't manage to do that, watch out for that Zoe's point and click craziness if that Sejuani ult lands afterwards.
I would be very interested to see the setup continue here as well, because it makes you think, especially the way that both teams have set up. We said at the beginning, right, we're trying to see what kind of structured approach these teams want to come away from this series with, going into the newness of the split, I guess, after such a break. And it's such an interesting comp to set that up for in this best of 3 as well.
Just waiting to load onto that rift, see how that does play out. And I love that we're seeing such a different game, different draft in this first game to the two that we saw just beforehand as well, from our first series of the day. Because it's great to kind of see these teams, this is something that you've been mentioning a couple of times across today, try and commit to a different style of play and commit to an identity. And when you are particularly bringing in a new player like Pingsy as well, try and find a way which suits their style of play, suits your team's style of play. There are so many teams in the LPL, and you get best of threes to experiment with your drafts as well. It's such a shame when you see teams not be bold enough to go towards something a little bit to the side of the meta as well. We don't see that much, Zoe. I'm glad to see that.
How you think the adaptations are really interesting, and especially for Ching, who he's playing him and Harry, man. Like Doggo a little bit new as well, not as much, right? A little bit more experience, but Ching and Harry to be playing on a roster with the likes of Ning, Ballet, world champions themselves,
small
right?
names,
like,
yeah.
Small name, no big deal, right? Doggo was like the up and coming ADC. I think
It's like
it's
going
such
to
an
cast with someone like Mazal. It's just, how do you deal with it? No, the tension's so high.
I'm gonna throw the Spider-Man meme at you, Nightmare. That's all I'm saying. But I seriously, I love developing players. I love watching stories grow. And Ching, a little bit more veteran, right, than I would say somebody like Pingsy is. But I think you still see a lot of the potential for pop-offs in the mid lane in the LPL as a whole. And that's where I like the emphasis on the Akali test is so interesting to me, because I want to see both these mid laners, even with all the focus around them, come out smashing.
That taps into a larger kind of talking point that we've had as a League of Legends community as well, which is, you know, in the last couple of years, we've seen an awful lot of, particularly, say, LCK Challenger players make their way abroad, win minor regions, go to major region teams as well, and do really, really well. Yeah, but there's this other development league which does really damn well as well. It's called the LDL, and you look at a lot of these LPL
it kind of
rosters,
does well.
and they have some rocket fuel for these players. We were talking about Shanks before. They won in 2020 spring, I believe, and we've seen some highs and lows from that player, but the potential was always there. And in that last game, really showed up too. You then come into series like this as well, where you've got the first test, the Akali test for these players. Let's see how far that fuel goes in that tank.
Exactly, and I love that you bring that up, because it is one of those, I mean, you're entering the LPL, right? And I think Pingsy, having found success in the LDL and having found some really mechanically intense moments to come out on the other end of, really want to see what he can do on this Akali this time around. But we've talked enough about the mid lane. I'm sure we have a little bit of a delay here getting into
what sci-fi series do you want to start riffing on now?
I was gonna say we gotta find one at some point. We just go Lord of the Rings at this point, but no. I do want to kind of refocus in though, as we were talking about jungle, or not jungle rather. That's what I'm gonna get to. Bottom lane. Now we're talking about mid lane. I still think yeah, exactly. A little bit of foreshadowing. Jungle matchup will be very crucial here in the LPL. It always has been. But Xiao Hao, a little bit of track record in having some chaos, having some craziness, maybe also having some issues communicating across the lines of AL in their first series coming into the split. And Ning on the other side, trying to refine form, trying to refine himself back in the LPL.
Oh, you have to mention that about it. It feels kind of hard keeping, or harsh rather. It kind of feels harsh, kind of like going to talk about Ning and it's like, well, he's got to refine form, because that's always the conversation about a player like Ning, because he was always so spiky. He had some of the very highest highs we've ever seen from junglers in League of Legends. When you look at his World Championship run, the finals performance that he had in that victory as well, this player pulled off some absolute magic plays. But he's also seen some very low lows as well. We saw what happened after, you know, IG had that championship run. Then you had players like Baolan, like Ning, not really ever find that same kind of level again. It is always in question though, whether you do see that dragon rear its head.
We'll see as we hit the rift for our second series of the day. It's Anyone's Legend versus Ultra Prime in a best of 3 to see who comes away with their first win here of the split. A little bit more, again, desperation for AL here. They don't want to go 0-3. Ultra Prime don't want to go 0-2. As we see the Gios bring out, which will be early focus on Xiao Hao, on the Elise, and what Ning can do to stop a potential snowball.
think that just showed up there as well. 300th game in the LPL for Ning. We've got some rookies on the Rift. Some players coming in, making their first impressions. Some players which have been around for an awful lot longer than that too. We also talked about Betty on the other side for Anyone's Legend and Sword Art. They have been around for a very long time. Yeah. Some of you who are around for, say, I think probably around about 20, I think it was 2018 MSI. That was when Betty was on that Flash Wars roster, which went something like 7-3 in the group stage. They did so well from outside of a made region. Well, I suppose the LMS kind of was made a region at that point. It was a bit weird in between, but Betty has played 600 odd games across his career. Doggo been more of a newer class of AD carries across the international scene, but great mix between the two rosters of new and old.
And like, yes, Betty, Doggo, cool. Then you just have right next to them Sword Art and Balan. Like,
yeah,
that's what I love about this season. There's so many moments as a caster that, yes, it's serious. It's intense, right? I've been a fan of this league for so long. To see the likes of Sword Art versus Balan in a lane, like, that just gets me going, right? Like, it makes me so happy that we get all this chaos in this new split with some of these new additions, but it's as well as to see how they do on the Rift. I think Betty and Sword Art had the possibility to be a extremely deadly bot lane, as we saw a lot of success at the end of last year for them, or at least for Betty himself.
Quickly talking about what's happening on the Rift, though. Elise headed towards bot side, shadowing that bot lane. That's what we know Elise is to do, but it leaves an opening for Ning to do something top side. Try and get a kill on this Jax early.
He jumps forward, will be taking the bait here. His charge come through, Harry does get flashed away from by ZDZ. He should be flashing back, and now going back and forth is ZDZ. Trying to make it out, trying to make it to Xiaohao.
Oh, at least it's in now.
And yeah, they saw what was coming. They had a ward in the river and see Xiaohao on the way, so that means Ultra Prime pull away.
How the heck does ZDZ get away with that play? He jumps in. There is a Renekton Sejuani he's facing up against, and he gets out. Ends up blowing the flash, of course, but blowing double flashes in return. Gets the wave crash. It means he's going to be safe on his wave state after this point. He can reset, he can do whatever the heck he wants. Anyone's Legend, very important play early to not get punished on that wave crash.
Let's see the early movements around the map as well. Quickly coming to the aid of ZDZ as Xiaohao will take advantage.
No, hang on. Gotta tell this out. Survives that play, 2-for-1 flash, goes back and buys a cull. ZDZ is balling at this point. He says, yeah, I'm alive, it's okay. Absolutely nothing's going to happen in later phase after this point. Goes back and buys a cull. And if we now see what happened in the previous series where top lane becomes a bit of an island, Jax versus Renekton, a bit more variable in terms of the plays which happen after that point. That can be very, very valuable. But Ning hasn't stopped, doesn't have the flash, but doesn't have any cares either. Looking towards the bot side.
Doggo and Balan taking a couple shots from the tower, though, and that means that the dive will actually not go off for Ning. He has to back away.
So, Ning looks at top, looks at bot, doesn't find much in either. Probably trades down on that top side, doesn't really find anything in that bot side. And that means that, for somehow, Elise has managed to get a healthy advantage in that jungle, and that will be something that I will have to look at as the game goes on.
That's
as
actually
well.
kind of huge.
Elise is, yeah, because Elise is in a state now where, particularly when you have something like a Night Harvester as well, really does have a good 1-2 item spike, and can also affect early as well.
Love that vision toggle. It is so dangerous for Harry out here. He's trying to get a kill back, but first blood goes to Anyone's Legend.
And it's the first kill to the Cull Jax. ZDZ, I love the amount of swag this guy has ran through the first 5 minutes of this game. He still has teleport. He still has a free setup in that top side, so Harry will have to teleport back in, crash it. This Jax is set up for so much success. As much as we talked about how this bot lane, wow, Betty, Doggo, this top lane has very quickly become a flashpoint for this game.
It really has. I think that strength will come to bear sooner rather than later. Yeah, that lane is not going to be fun, it feels like, for Harry at this point. You do see Betty getting a little bit low in the trades in bottom side with Xiaohao on his way here. Will be spotted out on the ward. We'll clear that one. As Dragon is alive with potentially attempting to back Doggo. Means if they do get this back off, that could just be first objective for them. Or they could just look for a dive as they're bringing Ping Z down here.
Well, Doggo has 0 mana. He really can't outplay the situation that badly. Good flash away.
get the flash and the heal out of Baolan as the tower taking the brunt of the work from Betty and Sword Art down on the bottom side. That is an attempted gank onto Ultra Prime that will not be there, but I'm sure a revisit will be on the table for AL.
Yeah, AL, absolutely great early game from them. Really finding a lot of value in top side and also stabilizing those spot side as well, not being exploited anywhere across the map. Mid lane, also even. Merc Treads built up for the Akali, very good against the high amount of CC and magic damage coming in from that mid-jungle duo. Now you're looking at Ultra Prime, and you're thinking, okay, Ning tried to explode the game in a way which Ning has done so many times in many of his 299 other games in the LPL in the past, but struggling to land any of these blows in this one. And that means that suddenly you have a Renekton in a matchup, which gets a little more difficult as the game goes on. You've got a bot lane which really needs to get to their first item now, but can't really influence the game too much up until that point, because this early game lane hasn't gone as well for them. Ultra Prime, they're really waiting for the level 6 mark, and then maybe they can make a play around Herald. Renekton is very good around that Herald, but it's looking a little bit difficult in this early game so far.
Oh, okay, the ward goes down, but if he walks out, he'll just be seen. He's gonna start up the back here, Doggo dodging out. Not gonna find anything there just yet. What I am seeing though is a lot of boots purchased on this map. Is that our new meta? Is that what we do?
Boots meta.
Go boots. Everybody likes their shoes.
No, it's not like they're like walking around the household, take shoes off before you come indoors. They're going out into the wilds, and actually in this game, particularly from the mid-jungle 2v2, there's an awful lot of value. It's double AP mid-jungle from both sides. Sejuani, as though you don't build the AP. I mean, AP Sejuani is hilarious, but you don't build it. You do mostly magic damage. The Merc Treads are very important for stuff like the Cocoon, stuff like the Bubble, stuff like the Sejuani ult as well. I can understand them being built up there. And that does mean that, of course, you're going to have very different skirmishes. You need to take that into account. Actually, maybe a Cocoon doesn't lead to a one-shot kill at that point. But it doesn't mean you can't still, well, you shouldn't still be afraid of that Fog of War. It's mid-jungle 2v2. We're already talking about that before in terms of how the Akali release. The Cocoon is very, very dangerous, exploding out of Fog of War. But it's not like Ultra Prime's mid-jungle can't do the same with that Zoe long-range explosion paddle star.
You see Sword Art on the way with Xiao will be spotted out as they walk around these couple wards from Ultra Prime. Rift Herald's on the table, Dragon's on the table. Ning's going to go ahead and start up the Rift Herald. Wonder if we see the trade here for Xiao Hao on the bottom side.
So I think this is wise from anyone's legend. Briefly talked about it before. Even when Renekton was out of meta last year, for bits of it, Renekton was still very good around Herald fights. You just didn't want to fight him at that point, and then the rest of the game kind of got easier from that point. I think they're looking towards the bot side. Pingzi looking to get his first involvement in the game. No flash on Baolan. Doggo has everything though, but his ultimate, watch out for that diving.
Level 6. Baolan needs level 6. They're trying to get the tidal wave. Okay, they're going to TP Ching in. They're going to go in first, though. They already get Baolan as Betty gets the kill. Sword Art takes a shot. Oh, Pingzi going back in. Gets sleep. Ching gets the kill. And welcome to the LPL, baby.
Oh, first involvement in the game. Gets an assist that dive. And it looked like it was completely fine at that point. Gotten away that teleport. Managed to get at least one kill, but it is a massive overreach after that point, and now Ching, first kill on that Zoe. Zoe with gold, very, very difficult for anyone's legend to deal with if they start comping up with Sejuani ults later into that game. Gonna go back into the replay to see, of course, how this came about. Nami was always going to be the target. Of course, Nami doesn't mind dying first in this situation, as long as it allows Doggo to do something in return, to get some burst out, but honestly, the tower's the MVP, and yeah,
that was bold. Bold, Cotton. Bold.
Yeah. Cut the tape. Time ended that. Nothing happened after that point. 4 cents are going down. And despite having the Mercury Treads to get rid of some of that magic damage, get rid of some of that CC, is not nearly enough to outplay that.
And now looking back at the state of the map, that does mean that Ning came away with the Rift Herald without getting the dragon responded in. So Ultra Prime look like they're putting a little bit more focus around there. Actually not going to go for this dragon just yet, but a little bit more presence down towards bottom side of the map.
So, doesn't actually end up being a trade at all in those objectives, as you were saying. It's going to be the Herald. Already secured. Dragon first stack as well. And for me, this is very much against the run of play from what Ultra Prime have been suffering so far. Before this, we had a huge amount of blue side vision all the way over this bot side of the map. You can already see that Sword Art Betty clearing out some of it. But we also had top lane, awkward spot. Bot lane, awkward spot. Mid lane was even, so actually Ning didn't have options across the map, but capitalizing on a mistake from anyone's legend in an imprecise dive, suddenly Ultra Prime have a way back into this game. They can make a big power play around the Sejuani ult and the Zoe and the Culling at some point later into this game. That's what I'm looking for next. They have that Herald to put down afterwards. Now suddenly it's anyone's legend that needs to be on the responsive back foot to make sure that Herald play isn't as huge as it could be.
I think something that we were wanting for Xiaohao and the Elise is kind of that early foray, trying to find a little bit of gold, get that power presence going for the Elise. We have seen a little bit of influence, but not maybe as much as we want for the earlier part of the game for AL. Now Ning feeling a little bit better in the setup as he's getting tanked here, and now with this Rift Herald, looks like bottom lane will be that focus.
Yeah, putting down the Herald, but that's going to be a cocoon landing. Good chunk. Maybe with that chunk, the passive taken away, maybe Ning is feeling less likely to dive, but still high enough HP to really threaten. Dogger has the ult pulse in.
A lot on the Betty. The charge does come off. Gold shared between the trio. A couple of plays at least. So, gold delivered to the bottom lane of Ultra Prime, rightfully so. Sleep goes in onto Ping Z. Where did he hit that one from? Did he hit that from the log piece of terrain right there?
Oh, that
oh my
was
god, he's
blind
gonna
as
get him
well.
again! Ting! The mid lane master Zoe Ching coming in here and giving Ping Z the workaround a little bit. Ning in trouble. He's just kind of sitting still there. Tidal wave comes across just in case.
Yeah, not sure about that one.
That's some chaos going around a little bit, Nightmare.
I think that was less of like an ocean wave and more like a wave goodbye, because that was going nowhere near any
He wanted
of that
to make
fight.
sure he was washed off. Didn't want any of the like electricity. I mean, I guess water. And electric probably doesn't. Anyways, let's go away from that one.
No. Where the hell was that going? Betty is Lisa's trying to walk forwards. Ning still has the ult. Forwards.
Oh, Glacial Prison just barely misses, and in the flash afterwards. So Betty might get return ganked, but that was a big play to get out of a potential punish by Ning.
Yeah, well, Ning hanging towards that bot side, very importantly so, because Elise was there as well. But now, that Herald gives a load of plates over towards Doggo. Doggo is hit as a 1.5 item spike. You can see that Shield Bow has been picked up for this area as well. But top lane dive, we're finally going towards these solo lanes. This is what they can do at the top here.
All right, Harry's going to flash early, trying to get out with the slice and dice, stuns him up, but Xiaohao tanking it up beautifully. ZDZ locked down, but not going to find any more tower shots underneath it. And big response, honestly, needed by AL.
Well, that's the elephant in the room, I suppose, in this game is that, okay, cool, bot lane, awesome. We know how important bot lane is in the current meta, but particularly in the LPL, if you let a Jax get ahead, the game becomes nigh unwinnable, especially when you have it into something like a Jax and a melee jungler as well, like the Sejuani. You're now at a point where the Cull has popped, you have another kill going over towards ZDZ as well. This Jax is ready to absolutely take over wherever on the map they are as well. So ZDZ, Ultra Prime are going to have to really look at ways to deny Jax good entry into fights, play around as much range as they can, and stop from getting involved in these plays.
You gotta take a look back at that one. And trying to flash the predict from Xiaohao. Actually incredible.
I
thumbs up. Look.
I actually didn't quite see like what with the stun was there. I didn't quite know if that was like obviously the counter strike was way off, so I just missed that in live and I was like, huh, that looked funky. You look back on the replay and Harry really been showing what's what by Xiaohao.
Actually incredible. Wow, like Xiaohao with the readjust onto Ning. DDZ's here as well. Flash over. Balan is down. Xiaohao is ruthless in this matchup right now.
Yeah, critical mission failure. Didn't manage to stop Jax getting into the play. It's going to be a Herald going over to anyone's legend. And as much as there was a road bump earlier on after the failed dive under that bot lane tower, Ultra Prime now are sitting down at a huge amount of gold on the top side of the map to stare down, and I don't think they have great answers to it as it stands.
Finally, he's slowly going over. Dragon's coming up on the board now. See Ning on his way down there, towards the bottom side of the map itself, but resets coming out from the bottom lane of AL. try and get them back here. And now that we've had our first item completions pretty much across the board, except for the junglers, now Night Harvester completed for Xiaohao. I'm wondering what next steps are, at least in these next skirmishes, for Ultra Prime, who have gotten, you know, the Everfrost, Gale Force, things like that from Ching and Doggo, and want to continue stacking up this dragon, as we see Ning starting it up right now.
Well, there's the easy one. This one's on the checklist on the bingo card. You got one item spikes on this bot lane, the Lucian Nami, Gale Force, Imperial Mandate, incredible amount of damage, and if someone like the Zeri is caught out of position, they are consigned to a green screen for a little bit. Going towards this dragon, they had this control over this side of the map, as much as anyone's Legend are. Running over top side, Ultra Prime at least managed to get something towards that dragon. 2 stacks, Hex Tech Soul as well, incredibly valuable, still probably strongest soul on the patch. So they can definitely look towards that one. But one item aside, Betty walking up with the wave means that he's safe from the culling. Takes a good trade.
The bottom lane tower go down, so trading and at least realigning with the tower advantages here, 1-to-1. And I think that with that, I think Ultra Prime will be okay with it. 3,000 gold down, maybe not okay with it, but they're stacking up dragons here. They're getting some item completions across. Yeah, a little bit of owl there. But we do want to see Ning kind of set up Doggo and Baolan. The CC chain will be incredible from the Ultra Prime entire composition.
Yeah. And at least you can see from Ning that he's trying to put himself into position to at least threaten anyone's Legend whenever they would look for aggressive plays, because you don't want to start dashing forward into a Sidronial. That's key to a losing play at that point. However, also don't want to be looking for something like the Elise who catches you on your port jump.
Just so good on the Elise. Ping Z trying to make a play on the Ching. Had his number in lane, but can he do it? Don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't do it.
No.
He's not going to do it. And Riptail is going to be spotted. Yeah.
I mean, that's Mercury Treads diff. If you don't have that, you get exploded then. But he loses his flash and his ultimate, but forces Ching away from that turret. It's going to be second of the game for anyone's Legend. And now side lanes very, very open. Long lanes for the Akali and the Jax to wreak havoc in. That's something which you don't really have an answer to on Ultra Prime. Your way of answering side lanes is slamming waves so hard in mid lane that anyone's Legend have to respond to them and come away from their side lanes. If you're in a position where you can't do that, these side lanes are going to become a huge issue.
Yeah, I'm trying to like contemplate how they do this, but in this situation,
Betty,
this is how they do this. They catch Betty, but he's over the wall. That's the power of Zeri. He's
Loses a shield bow though, and this is now one of these key things. Talks about, okay, mid lane, force the response from anyone's Legend. At least with that big trade, you're having something. See, Jax has to leave the side lane. He's walking back in. They're looking for a big trade.
Glacial Prison on top of the tidal wave, but it wasn't enough to get Betty locked down in time to get the damage. And that will be Betty surviving with the cleanse. Use the exhaust also from Sword Art. Mid lane still under siege by Ultra Prime.
But this is exactly what they need to do. Side lanes are not where you win. You need to force something in this mid part, around the mid tower, and make sure these side laners from anyone's Legend aren't getting max value. The Jax doesn't want to be sat here tanking the long-range Zoe poke, the artillery coming in. And anyone's Legend, as much as they still are in a good position in this game, a great position in this game, 4K up, very powerful carries on their top side and the Jax online, and of course the Elise reaching that 1.5 item spike. Ultra Prime are still managing to blunt that as much as they can currently.
And you know what's scary is like all it takes is one CC. You have 2 different kinds of
teleport.
bubble. You got a prison, but we got a flank here coming in.
Double teleport.
Ultra Prime trying to do the damage down, but Ping Z and ZDZ are here. Harry can't really get into the fight. 2 down already from Ultra Prime. We'll see the turn onto the Crocodilian himself. Maybe they'll be making some skin boots out of him here. He does get out with the blast cone though. ZDZ still chasing him out with Sword Art. We'll get the flash out of the top laner of Ultra Prime, but Baron now in the sights of AL.
That is a great punish from AL. They managed to get that teleport deep behind them. Ultra Prime, they had vision across that mid lane. They thought they were safe, but they were caught out on one of the last remaining wards. Very early Baron spawn. AL, they pounced, but Ning's still in the area.
Ning is here. Betty just gave it away with the Ultra Shock Laser. Ning getting so low, he has to get away. He gets over the wall. Baron will go over to AL at 20 minutes and 55 seconds.
Very early timer on that Baron, and that's what happens when you don't manage to lock out the Jax and the Akali out of the game. You can play at range, awesome. Force them to stand under the turret. Well, they're not under the turret at this point. they're teleporting behind you. The vision control manages to come up with huge dividends for anyone's legend. And as much as you got a lot of flashes, it's not enough to save the fight.
And the thing is, the Ultra Prime team comp is very much like, we love setting up, and if we set up, it looks really good. Ching doesn't have much reactionary tools. Like, you need a lot of setup for the siege and poke and things like that for the Zoe, and that right now is a crucial piece to the damage puzzle of Ultra Prime, and they've got to find a way to work around that.
In previous seasons, when Zoe was played a little more, you'd have something like a Thresh or a Tom Kench, which could maybe help bail you out of a poorly timed portal jump or someone flanking you. That's just not the case in this kind of game. In this kind of meta, you don't have as many Warden-like supports, ones which can offer you mobility, an extra bit of safety, an untargetability, something like that from the Tom Kench Devour. And when you've got something like a Nami Tidal Wave, you really want everyone to be in front of you so you can knock up all of them sequentially, back to front to back, play it through that kind of one-directional fight. Doesn't go out in all directions though. You'll see right there, anyone's legend, as soon as they get multiple directions to a fight, the fight very much goes in their favor. And now they get to push in with the Baron buff, push in these side lanes which they're winning so hard, they get to take those multi-angle fights again. That's what I want to see more from them. Play from multiple directions, stop Ultra Prime from setting up a bulwark front to back.
And also just seeing that little interaction between the Sleepy Trouble bubble and the repel, and not even getting affected by that one for Xiao Hao. Something that will be very useful going forward into these fights. And we'll see the setup for Ultra Prime, just trying to defend this outer tower in mid lane. Get a little bit of Poco, Xiao Hao as well. ZDZ is on the flank here. King Z almost gets caught by the Super Trouble bubble. Here comes King Z over the wall, and the flash stun from DDZ with the counter strike. Is it enough? They get the tower, they get what they came for, and they get out. The Xiao Hao almost dies. Flashing from Ching, and he gets the kill.
You can't flash away from that champion, it just gives them your summoner spell. Ching pounces, and while that started off largely the blueprint of what we wanted to see, taking a fight from multiple directions, flashing into backline from Jax, you're still doing it under turret, you're still taking a lot of damage, and you don't quite manage to catch the carries out at the right kind of timing. So, while that started on the right foot, Ultra Prime managed to at least get something back as the tower falls.
What a play, man. I just love to see that all-in effort from AL, and especially King Z. Wait until the last second to kind of take that shuriken flip. And here, I guess we're going to get to take a look at it, so let's see.
I think what they're trying to do is just try to maneuver around the bubble so they didn't fly through it on the way back in. And this is, again,
that's the best way to get out of a bubble.
Pretty sure we were talking about in regards to like how much value you can get out of the tidal wave, stuff like that. Actually, a lot of this fight from AL is what you want to see from them. It's just a couple of key skill shots landing from Ultra Prime, which make things a lot more questionable. The bubble lands, and now you've got 2 items on Ching. You have to pay attention to that a lot more closely after this point. But doesn't stop the fact that you're still a huge amount of gold down. Side lanes are still getting absolutely pushed in roughshod by anyone's legend, and Xiao Hao can start running around with Yumi and looking for big bursts.
Oh no. Okay, Ning.
Okay, well, Sejuani doesn't count. Sejuani's like the one person you can't do that to, but point stands, I hope.
Still though, for a takey son of a gun like me, that was a lot of damage to take on just a hello, how do you do?
Thank you for at least trying to bail me out at that point. Like, I appreciate it.
I got you, bro.
The first cast together, you know, gotta make sure you treat me fairly kindly.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Well, that's what we're going to have to see from Ultra Prime as well in this game, bring it back to what is on screen. Doesn't help, though, if Battleland gets caught out around here. Fog of War is oh so dangerous there. The jungle is dark and full of spiders. Xiao Hao is a very buff one at that. Heading towards a Zhonya's, has a stopwatch, has an awful lot of burst potential if you're caught out of position. I really like how anyone's legend are getting vision control. He's fishing for that Koi on the bot side and that support role, and getting that vision control, holding that Fog of War, pushing in across lanes. Ultra Prime, they haven't seen the other side of the river for a very long time at this point, which will make it very difficult to fight around the next Dragon spawn, the next Baron spawn, which may be ways for them to get back into the game. But it's just that extra degree of uphill battle they need to face.
Yeah, I mean, Dako just did complete his IE, so I think there is a decent amount of hope in terms of the damage profile that they can do. But it's about execution at this point, and with the lack of range and the setup that AL have, it's very difficult for
Going to
Dako
the multi-angles
to
again, see if they can
fights.
actually find an engage, though.
Again, Ching in these kinds of situations is in so much trouble. Doggo has to flash away. Alan is already dead. Betty just guns him down in the line of fire. Harry flashing out immediately after TPing. it's all gone for naught for Ultra Prime.
It's only the one kill, which is something, but now you don't have... Okay, good skill shot. Is that going to lead to anything? Don't think it is at this point, but... Fine. They're not getting absolutely exploded. They're not getting blown out in these fights, but it's still hemming them back. It's pinning them back to their side of the map. They're losing more vision. They're losing more gold, and they don't have a great way to answer this because while this is happening, they're still losing side lanes. They're still They're still losing farm on at least one lane. They don't have the numbers and the power in those numbers to start farming all of these lanes. AL, this is... I'm not going to say a death by 1,000 cuts because it's more than that. They are actually winning fairly big in the skirmishes that they're taking, but they're still winning on multiple fronts.
Well, I would say the side lane execution has been really good.
Not sure you win this
as
one,
I
guys.
speak about it,
You
ZDZ
don't
about to
win
take a
this one,
1v2. Harry flashes out. Now he's in a 1v4. He's taking up a storm and he's out of there, baby.
That's not 5, that's only 4, and if you're starting that in the 1v2 with your 2 melees, who Jax is designed to absolutely slaughter, you're not going to win that. So when it comes down to trying to play the next objective spawns, we're talking about it being difficult for Ultra Prime to get across the river, to get vision. They try and at least answer in a side lane, they don't manage to do that, they lose that dragon, and now AL have complete leisure now, but they are at their own leisure to go back, start pushing these waves again with only one objective on the board. They're not forced to trade even from ahead. They can set up around this Baron and put this first game to bed.
Yeah, third item, Spike now for ZDZ with that Frozen Heart, Black Cleaver, Divine Thunder combo. Also got a little bit of work to do in the mid lane here. Ning tries to get Betty, but now he has to flash out. Repel comes through for Xiaohao. Cocoon following. ZDZ's on the flank. Cut off by Harry, but it doesn't matter. Counter-Strike lands on it too. Final chapter on top of it might just be that for Ultra Prime in this first game. Baolan just obliterated after Betty says so. Ting follows short after, and the only one left is Harry, who does not want to be made into those boots today. Baron on the table for anyone's legend.
Now that is an unceremonious teamfight defeat. Ultra Prime, they've been hanging on pretty okay in regards to some of these skirmishes, only losing the 1 kill. Maybe trading 1 for 1. This is the first real blowout fight. Clean 4 for none lost on the side of anyone's legend. And finally from anyone's legend, we're seeing Betty, we're seeing Sora be a factor in these games. It has mainly been ZDZ and Xiaohao firing the guns early off into this game, but this duo, the Flash Wolves duo, reunited after such a long time, finally getting some good team fight wins under their belt.
Yeah, and for me, it's watching their movement through this, right? I think a lot of things get lost in these crazy fights, and I love to see the engagement from ZDZ on the back line, but a lot of the time, it is that experience that's really coming to bear for Betty and Sword Art. And I think, yes, I'm going to play a lot into it, but the happiness I saw on their faces when they were taken to the stage, the laughs, the conversations between two very historic players in terms of how their experience is laid out for them, I'd love to see this come up after a break, after coming off some very rough performances for both of them, to be performing like this.
And I think actually, you know, that veterancy, that tenure, where that really comes to show is actually not being the focus of what Anyone's Legend had done, particularly in the mid-game, right? Because it actually was going towards the Jax. Playing without resources is a much harder job than playing with resources. I think a lot of people who come up from solo queue, come up from LDL, come up from whatever development leagues you've been in, you know how to play with the resources, play from ahead. You know how to do all the eye candy moments. Playing as Betty and Sorda, who are eating bubbles, eating Sejuanials, and still not having died, that is the sign of real skill, which does go beyond just those big damage numbers. And then also getting big damage numbers now. But hey, you know,
yeah, I was
going
to say, Mazeri helps with that last part at least. So there you go. And it's just such a fitting style for them, right? They bear the brunt of the damage. They end up in a very high podium because of that in the end. I think that's where we saw originally what I was talking about with Betty's late season success last year, where we saw him really find that success. Now ZDZ will still be the menace in the side lane. We still have Betty and the trio at least pushing in the mid lane with King Z on the side. And looks like ZDZ and Xiaohao want to combine for a little bit more. This is getting a bit chaotic as Betty and Sword Art do get out of there.
No culling again though, which means that you don't have that really long-range burst tool available from the Lucian. He is a short-range AD carry, but when his ult is up, you don't get to play inside that range. With that being down, Ultra Prime deprived of an important tool to defend on all 3 lanes. It's very rarely
difficult. They can't do it.
But they're so powerful, man. They're just so strong. They're losing across all lanes.
Yeah, like they were holding back the flood, but at some point the water's got to flow. And AAL at this point are the water, and Ultra Prime's base is in the path. Everything else is going to fall. All the inhibs will end up falling. This should be a short and sweet end for AL in game number 1. Unless Ultra Prime want to try to make something happen against ZDZ. It's looking too far gone at this point, Nightmare.
Yeah, trying to hold back the flood, but no Master Chief to save them from this one, and it will be ringing in the end of this first game. 3 waves down, Baron buff, so much power, teleports in, towers falling.
Ping Z will come away with the first series, coming with a dub. The team forming around him, it feels like, and honestly, great performances across the board from start to finish for AL, and that'll be the end of game number 1 as a whole. Great stuff. I love to see the cheering, love to see the happiness, especially Xiaohao getting to rock out the Elise as well and having a big say in the early parts of the game against the legend like me.
Fairly clean game, all things considered. And after coming back from that break, ringing in those changes from Anyone's Legend, you had to question, what form are these teams coming in on? There weren't great games from Anyone's Legend before that break. They were 0-2 in series, one of the couple of teams that did play those 2 series. Not everyone, of course, doing that. But they come back, making a change in that mid lane. But also, for me, it feels like a change in mentality. Suddenly, Sword Art is not getting blasted in lane, not being a factor throughout the rest of it. ZDZ, who was serviceable at best before the break, comes back with a real swag performance, who 1v2s to escape that first blood, comes back with a cull, gets a kill anyway, and then slaughters the rest of the team fights after that point. Very good shift in mentality and firing on all cylinders coming back.
It's and again, going to the questions we had before, right? What kind of style are they going for? I'd love to see Ping Z kind of given the confidence of an Akali mid lane. It wasn't maybe the bar that we wanted for the first performances of Akali on the LPL, but
forget about
it
the bot
was
dive.
stable enough. Yeah. It was stable enough, right? And I think against Ching, who was on such a big comfort pick on the Zoe for him, that's something else to factor in, that they were still able to work around this mid lane even the way it was going. So again, the come up a performance here in week number 3 for AL so far is looking great, but that is the question: does this strategy stay? Do they continue to find a composition like this where they have so much forward momentum from the jungle?
And on the other side, actually, a lot of that early momentum for the jungle could have gone so much differently if Ning had just about landed those plays. That 1v2 top side, if that led into a kill, maybe things changed there. He also went then bot side to look for a dive there. If that had worked out, suddenly that's 2 side lanes which are going in favor of Ultra Prime. You have a Lucian now that can get to the right spike zone. You can see Doggo actually did a fair amount of work, but he was never ahead of the game. If you do that from ahead, actually that's a kill. That is killing that outer turret when they tried to go for it, rather than it extending into that flank play, which ended them with them getting absolutely blasted and losing the Baron after that point. There are some moments in this game you can look back on for Ultra Prime and say, actually, you know what, this could have been a game-changing play, but the execution wasn't quite there, and they end up falling behind the curve and getting punished for it.
And that, sadly, feels like a theme so far for Ultra Prime. That's where we had the same question for both sides, what kind of strategy styles are you going to come with for structure and comfortability here? And it felt like getting comfort for Ching, having the Sejuani set up for Ning in the jungle was going to be a ticket to that success. But now that kind of turns it on its head, and especially the bot lane not going their way, even though they were very fine opting into this very aggressive style. It's obvious that the later that we went, it was more so the Betty and Sword Art show. And so do you think for next game, Ultra Prime really kind of changed things up in their draft? Or do you think it's just that execution that you were kind of mentioning?
That's a difficult question, because for me, I think it is less about the draft and more about the execution and the way that they set things up. They had some moments of actual real intelligence. We called it out when it came down to them losing side lanes versus the Akali and the Jax. Actually, they had a really good response to that, going through mid lane, pushing that tower, and forcing them to come from the side lanes to mid. But the vision control wasn't quite there for them to survive the flank off of that ward otherwise. I'm not going to say throw everything out. I think there actually were some good moments from Ultra Prime. It just looks a lot worse because the moments that they lost in obviously were huge fulcrums, turning points for the game.
Yeah, and I do believe that's going to be something they want to kind of pull back on going into the second game, especially. I wonder if we do get to change up sides or anything along those lines, especially since hopefully we'll be getting a refresh Ultra Prime going into it. We'll be going to break hopefully pretty soon, but especially looking at as a whole Again, this AL's come up in game number 1. I'm very excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table for Ping Z and the rest of them in game number 2. We are going to go to that break. We'll be back with game number 2 of our second series.
Top side as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One more
Not quite able
kill.
to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace. So you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yigao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for Oh, the bait and switch. Elk does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin. He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him. He still got missing. He still got missing in the trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yigao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the
quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go.
Ruler's
JDG
going.
back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Seri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe can TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He does
the
a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that turret's going to stay there.
TP is wasted. Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
to
2.
Michelle.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy. And he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
Welcome back to the LPL and beautiful Shanghai and the LPL 2023 Spring Split. We're into our second game of our second series here in week number 3. It's AL versus Ultra Prime. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and we had a heck of a game number 1 for AL as a whole. And guess who comes away with the MVP? It's the man without a real weapon in the top lane, ZDZ on the Jax.
I mean, when you've gotten ego and swag as large as his, who needs a real weapon, honestly? He played out the game so well on that Jax, was always a win-condition threat, and made that very obvious very early on into the game. Jax versus double melee topside, even something like that Redect and Sidrani, which is so powerful, can be very strong. Walked away with that 1v2 early, survived, came back, got some early gold, had a cull in pocket as well, and never really looked back from that point. It was just so great. I love that kind of mentality, because to me that is so key to a team like Anyone's Legend, who struggled before the break. And yes, was very much helped out by Zhao with the flash predicts under tower with that cocoon. Awesome stuff, but coming in with a mentality to say, we are going to outplay, going to have a bit of that bravado, a little bit of that showmanship, and coming in for massive plays like this, constantly being a threat, being a flank threat, making the fights too omnidirectional for someone like Baolan or Nanami to really have an impact, was very important this game.
It was literally deja vu. Like, this play happened multiple times.
You've been in this place before.
Like, it literally had happened so many times with ZDZ finding those flanks, and it was against a comp that needed to not get flanked.
One of my favorite authors of all time is a guy called Satari Pratchett, and he had a quote about a fighting style called Deja Vu, which I think actually ZDZ was practicing this game. It's the feeling of being kicked in the head this way before, and there was some real heads rolled in that game, because that Jax, again, it's great, right? I love it. But that game, as soon as that Jax got ahead, you're like, if this Jax ever gets involved, you're pretty much losing the fight. And that was the case, and while to take things back from Anyone's Legends side, I think that Ultra Prime actually had some good responses to that. Like we were saying, I don't think it was all doom and gloom. I think some of the responses, like they were losing the side lane, okay, let's force mid, try and force those side laners back into the mid lane. I think that was a good response. I just don't think they were quite ready for the craziness of the flanks coming out from that point.
Yeah, I think that was the most difficult part, especially with the comp, right? But we are back into picks and bans. AL still on the blue side. Ultra Prime on the red side again. We got the same bans as game number 1. We got
Was the last ban the
Maokai,
Wukong the
Cecilia
last
ban.
time? I'm sure I remember what the last ban was. Galio. No, it's Galio. Sorry, the Wukong was in the
It was
first two games.
Galio, yep,
See,
yep.
I remember some of the bans, just not all of them. Anyway, this means that Elise back open. Lucian Nami still
Salty
open.
run back. Salty
The
run
Yuumi
back.
still open. There is an awful lot of bot lane power available. Doggo and Baolan, they opted into the Lucian Nami last time. This time, they're going towards the Yuumi. They keep the Sejuani, though, importantly. So, Ning very much was very close to flipping a couple of these lanes very early on. Didn't manage to not land those crazy knockout punches early, though. And Anyone's Legend kind of stabilized from that point. They themselves are heading towards what is assumedly a Lucian Nami in this 2-3.
I'm so torn. It's always this response. But you know what? Part of me really likes it because this is kind of the same thing we got in our first series. Like, doesn't go the one team's way. The other team is perfectly fine picking up the matchup that you failed on in the first match of the series. So I love it, but I also hate it because we just continuously get the Yuumi Zeri versus Lucian Nami. But now seeing Betty and Sword Art after coming off a great performance in game number 1, I think giving them these tools and giving them that aggression is so crucial. We do get the Akali also banned away against PZ.
Well, this is also going to be the first time this year that we see Doggo and Baolan play something which isn't the Lucian Nami. They now have 3 consecutive losses on that lane. They're now switching over to the other side of the matchup, which we see very commonly, as you've been saying. And the thing about the Zori Yuumi is that we have actually been seeing it win early lane against even stuff like the Lucian Nami. You tend to go stuff like... So Kellen showed this on D plus Kia, where you go for the Guardian, the bone plating, you hop off and you trade auto for auto with your passive. Even against something like the Lucian Nami, you can come ahead, winning out those trades and stacking up the Spell Thieves quite early on, which gives you that earlier access to all of your vision control too. And what that means is that even though you have an early aggressive jungler in something like the Elise here in this game, in this draft, the Lucian Nami isn't guaranteed to have shove, isn't guaranteed to have the ability to fight on a kind of a front foot early on, even if the Elise can help you out in that bot side of the map.
Love seeing the doggo signs there, as well as trying to give some encouragement to the Ultra Prime squad. We did get through our second phase of bans. We get the Jax banned away against ZDZ, so some target bans from Ultra Prime in the second phase. The same bans from game number 1 for AL, Cassidy, and Cassante. Get the Renekton locked in for Ultra Prime. Trying to take that setup away, and potentially a response here for AL, as they'll wait to go ahead and grab that one. They'll get the Azir, it looks like, in the mid lane for Ping D.
Okay, so you've got a little bit more range. Again, you've got Culling, you've got Azir soldiers, that's all good. Works very well into stuff like the Renekton, because if he ever misses his mark on the engage, then he gets outranged and just kind of burned down. But now, ZDZ doesn't have an awesome answer into the Renekton Sejuani, which you assume is going towards that top side, of course. Very occasional. Well, you won't see it into the Azir, but it's going to be the Jace. That is risky, man. That is so risky. This Renekton Sejuani, if they make a trip towards top side in this game, you don't have a counter strike or a leap strike to get out of those plays early. And in this draft, I'm feeling much more confident about Ultra Prime's ability to have those plays which Ning made in game 1 actually work out. This isn't going to be nearly as easy as one gank towards the Jax, okay, that lane setup. One gank towards the bot lane. Okay, Betty and Sword Art, they're safe on this point too. This is going to be much more volatile, much more flippy, and I think Ultra Prime have a lot more ways now with competitive lanes across the board to affect this game.
And I think Ching specifically in the mid lane will have a lot more of a steady time on the Syndra than the Zoe. I think the early parts of the game for the Zoe was great, but I think something that obviously came into a big factor was those flanks that just made Zoe kind of not have relevancy in a lot of those team fights. So I think the Syndra are going to provide a lot of that for Ultra Prime. And Ultra Prime are pretty much saying, you know, change a couple pieces, but execution from the shot caller standpoint feels okay, right? You feel like Ning can still provide a lot of setup, but the question is, I mean, Xiaohao ended up with a lot of the early advantage last time, and I think that's perfect place for Elise and perfect place to put the spotlight on here for game number 2.
Game number 2 starting just in a few seconds. Ning, Baolan, changing the roles a little bit from that first game, because Ning, of course, much more able to affect that top lane. Might actually be a top lane camp angle besides just that one gank from that first game, whereas Baolan struggled really on the Nami in game 1. The Yumi, so many of these, like all of the names just roll into one where you see them so many times per game. But Yumi coming out from Baolan, some of which Sword Art found a really good game on, and of course Sword Art was struggling just before this, so maybe similar tonic for the ailment of these supports, which were lacking some of that impact before the break.
Indeed so, but that has been a question that we had coming into this series as a whole, and one that AL seemed to have answered in the first game of the series as we get to go to Jaios. Shanghai represent. Love to hear it.
Say they're really waking up coming into the second game.
Definitely are, and I can appreciate that. A little bit of motivation for the players on stage as well. But as we get to it here, it will be opposite side starts with both junglers. Again, early pathing super and crucial, but the biggest point was structure and kind of game plan coming into this one for both sides, trying to strategize around their strengths, especially the bottom lane, how to weaponize both of their very aggressive bottom lanes. And that all starts with where these early focuses are going to be. Ning on the way to bottom side, maybe in a unique path from Xiaohao, but more than likely towards that top side.
So, really want to pay attention to how Haichao plays out this game as well. We highlighted Ning from that first game. He looks like Ning is going to be going towards a red side quadrant, setting up for potentially something towards top side. How quickly can Xiaohao make his presence known on the map as well? So my brother, Initialize, he's a fellow caster as well. He's a big Elise player, and he's been talking to me non-stop about how much he loves how healthily and quickly Elise can clear through the jungle as it currently stands. It does look like it's going to be 2 camps on bot side, heading up towards this top side. Question is, are you going to hit that timing to influence this wave crash on top side? Making a quick clip towards that, but still behind Ning, further off as it currently stands.
Ning obviously up here just in case that does happen. The ward in the tri-bush will spot out that a ward has been placed, so they'll know that Ning is huffing up that way. So the question is here, though, early on, for Ning, I feel like at least you're pretty fine with as long as you're responding where Xiaohao's putting a lot of pressure, but Xiaohao definitely needs to get the ball rolling.
Does, and what he's going to do first is remove a little bit of that vision and allow
Ning
Xiaohao
was on his way bot, and he's like, nah, I gotta go help.
It's like, oops, okay, let's head back towards that point. Ends up calling it off, though. I think Harry just about to hit level 3, understands he's safe at level 3 under that turret, even to something like an Elise dive. You don't have any point-and-click CC, so it's a little harder for the Elise to get guaranteed cocoon into big burst combos. And as it sounds, Xiaohao actually going to do a bit of a reverse clear at this point. Cleared some of those bot camps, goes towards that top side, and typically on jungle, the direction that you do your first clear in is the way that you end up clearing from that point onwards, because now Xiaohao kind of responded to that top lane, solidifies that Jace in the early levels of the game, and now it's pathing towards bot side. I expect Xiaohao to now potentially show their face a little bit more towards this bot side after this point, particularly from those clears afterwards.
But I don't think that it's a 1v1 you necessarily want to run into against Ning, unless you have a little bit of strength behind you. Popping the exhaust from Baolan, but it gets the cleanse from Betty, so nice little trade, at least between the two. Looks like Ping Z and Xiaohao.
Oh no, we're just going straight top side. Okay, forget about this bot lane influence stuff.
Looking good as the setup comes across. I think Harry knows what's going down. He's going to try to make it out, but it's too little too late, my friend. Got a lot of evil things coming down to bear on you, and Harry will go down eventually. First blood for Xiaohao.
Sinks the fangs in once again. Wave going to be put under that turret. Don't actually think Harry's going to lose that cannon minion, so it's not actually going to be a full wave loss, so it's not the worst case scenario for that Renekton. Still a death, still no summoners blown from anyone's legend, and not really a great deal of time invested either. It's going to lead to Ning taking with his bot side camps. That's kind of the response, but it's not nearly as important as, I don't know, like, say, giving it to a Kindred or Graves. It is only a Sejuani getting that gold at the end of the day, as much as it is gold still in the pocket of Ultra Prime. But still, first jungler striking towards that top side, and then Xiaohao, once again, feeling that, making their presence feel known.
It's happened twice in a row now, 2 games in a row at least. Now he's back down to the bottom side. Will be spotted out by the warding. But right now, Ning is just on his farm clearing at the time. And Dragon on the table here. And culling not available just yet, but a lot of damage down on the bottom side from Betty. Pulling Doggo and Baolen away from turret. They realize that there could be some special hatred coming down towards their way. I do wonder, is this early Dragon territory for AL? Looks like probably
Elise is a pretty good early Dragon taker. Oh, actually, this might change things because it's a Hex Tech Dragon. It has that little like chain lightning effect that affects your Spiderlings a little more. So one of the reasons why Elise really hates taking Mountain Dragons because you can't actually your Spiderlings just die in the AOE. Now your Spiderlings are a lot of your DPS when you're killing those objectives. Of course, they give you some ability to tank it as well. Xiao Hao using that water walking those second tier boots to have that movement speed just to walk very fast at. See if they could force out something.
So,
hang on the right side.
Question though, and this is important. When you buy boots on Elite, don't you feel like you should have to spend more? You have to buy 8 boots.
Yeah, you're gonna have to buy like 4 sets of these for each.
But then you also do you have to buy boots for your little spider too?
This is completely discriminated against Urgot as well. The poor crab dude.
It is.
Oh, yes.
But then you think about why doesn't Cassiopeia have to buy a simple boot?
Well, there is. This is a whole.
You've seen Robin Hood, right? The animated Robin Hood back in the day. You've seen that the snake with the boot. Yeah, come on, it all.
What about Sejuani? They've got like 6 pairs of legs between them. They've got four for the Poro, 2 for the human.
Oh my God! Now it's starting to get into like the wheels and doors.
Yeah. This is why you don't ask questions you don't want the answers to, Mazal. This is.
But I do want
territory.
the answers, Nightmare. I do want the answers. Xiaohao's looking for the answers here. It might be 42. It might be a kill onto Ning. We'll see if he can get the cocoon. Blind doesn't find it. Ning will be just around the corner there. Xiaohao realizing it is dark and full of terrors in the jungle, and he backs away.
You see that Thingsy doing their due diligence, pushing out of that mid. They were looking for a reset anyway. They just take the extra 5-10 seconds to take that recall from River, just so they can be available to respond to a play. Gets their Merc Treads boots by themselves against the double AP mid jungle, and they're going to be back towards that lane. But once again, we're seeing Anyone's Legend actually fairly coordinated on their execution of how they're playing out this early game. It's not nearly been as explosive as the last time, and nor do they have, again, that huge win condition of something like that Jax getting on top of things as well. But despite that, ZDZ having a strong performance on the Jace, 20 CS up, just about, probably even out to about more like the 15 level. And also having that assist in inventory too. That's still something of a victory for Anyone's Legend, unless, of course, so Ning can finally get towards that top lane combo. Been really struggling to play through the Renekton Sejuani in both of these games so far.
And ZDZ's been just a bit of a rock and a little bit of background, right? He was around at the VG Gaming days back in 2019, not that long ago at least. But he was also one of the holdovers from the time that AL were Rogue Warriors. Having been around the squad for a little while, as well as the pairing up with Betty and everything, I think is a huge, crucial part. We saw how much the Jax was important in game number 1. Maybe less important as the Jace this time around, but a rock in the top lane nonetheless.
Well, speaking of the Rogue Warriors days as well, funny you mentioned that, because Ruby was a Rogue Warrior, and he's obviously ended up in the LEC after spending some time about various other regions and going into the Prime League as well, in Germany ERL. But ZDZ, again, kind of carrying that flag, which many may have cast to the wayside.
Let's see. Dragon is going the way of Ultra Prime, at least. Xiaohao was hovering towards the top side of the map, but will be just an objective gotten from Ultra Prime himself. Still hovering this big lead on top side.
Just the sound effects of that skin just really get me. Just every time you get like the Battle Academia Jace. I actually haven't played against. So look, I don't play an awful lot of top lane, and if I do, I play some probably not well respected champions. I play a lot of Quinn and Vayne and stuff like that. So I don't play against a lot of Jace. So I haven't seen that skin that much. But the anime shout every time he cues, that might be enough to tip me over the edge if I was playing against it in lane.
It's the mental diff. It's
like, wow, I've just gotten dove by this Elise. Yeah! Jace comes and slams again. I was like, this is a little too much, guys. Can you just stop? But Xiaohao, once again, just shadowing this top side.
Oh, he's going to go right. He will get spotted by the control. Oh, no, he doesn't. Get spotted by the minions instead. Harry needs to be very careful in this one.
Ooh.
Doesn't get it that time. Harry says, not again. Not a second time in a row.
Okay, but
Ning is bot side, though. Doggo with the lightning crash. The final chapter on top. Ning taking up some damage from the tower. Will make it out with barely any help there in the end. They get 1 kill. They are on the board, and we're tied 1-1.
And finally, Ning gets himself this early game play. Tried in that first game, topside didn't work, the bot dive didn't work, but the cross map works at this time at least. But Harry finding an angle on topside maybe.
Does have the Dominus pop there. ZDZ in some trouble using the accelerated shock blast will not find the damage onto Harry. And again, like you said, huge stuff for Ning to just get on the board, get out on the map, get something going for himself. And they have that dragon, right? Rift Herald did go the way of Xiao Hao. Now maybe something else going the way of Xiao. Oh, flash from Ting will get him out from the Emperor's Divide of Ping Z.
This time, Ching doesn't have the Mercury Treads. Went towards those Sword Breeds early. Sword Breeds on Syndra are actually a very good damage spike because you have such high base damage when you have your full combo hitting. But Syndra not nearly the same kind of burst in the very early game compared to the previous iteration. Definitely scales a lot better nowadays, but still flash taken away. Means that lack of Merc Treads means that maybe in return for that, things will go a little worse. And speaking of that, returning to things, a lot of summoners taken to that bot side as well, in case Ning wants to make a return there.
He's hovering down that way as well as Betty's on his way out to the lane. BZ and Harry just continuing to go at it, and Xiao Hao now hovering the top side of the map here. Faxu comes through to the bottom side of Ultra Prime. TP's going to be utilized in mid lane by Ping Z. And Xiao Hao spotted out, meaning Ning will be pathing towards this top side of the map here to try and respond to a dive that's being set up by AL.
That's going to be the Herald 2 to facilitate that. Extra gold being put down. Ning on their way, has ultimate. Dominus not quite available for Harry, but it looks like plates are on the menu first and foremost, and they're going to go over to ZDZ all of a sudden.
I thought Ching might actually make the full roam there. He did go about halfway, but ended up going back. Didn't want to concede the lane too much to Ping Z. The charge is going to be huge. ZDZ getting a little bit of gold more. Xiao Hao as well. Xiao Hao's just confident and comfortable with taking the aggression here every time he can against this top side of the map.
And also, importantly, just making sure that the vision is in Jace's favor beyond this point too. It allows him to not get picked off by that Renekton Sejuani, which actually they've done a very good job of denying real value out of. That needs to continue though, because we spoke about this in the first series of the day, particularly that first game was like, you got like Azir versus Akali and matchups like that, similar to this Renekton Jace. You make one mistake against that Renekton and the Sejuani, you do die, and that snowballs quite heavily at that point. So it's very important that AL do keep that vision towards that top side. They keep keeping that ticking over, because as soon as they miss that just one time, that's a big kill to give over to the likes of someone like Harry.
You definitely don't want to give any room for at least gold going over that way, right? Crocodile will do a lot with it, and I think now that we're seeing items being completed, at least we get the Eclipse for ZDZ, we got the Shield Bow for Doggo. I'm looking back at it. I honestly love the early game to this point for Ultra Prime, right? They had gotten that kill for Doggo down bottom lane. They haven't really had to go back down there. There hasn't been a big lead developed for Betty and Sword Art at all. And they've been able to at least weather a lot of Xiao Hao's early advantages, or trying to be. And Sword Art in some trouble now. Does get scooped.
Oh, no way he lives through that.
Ching! He will not get the kill. Sword Art, you madman. Look at his smile on the screen. He deserves that hype.
You will remember this as the day that you almost caught Captain Jack Sword Art, I suppose. Walks away with like 100 HP, maybe just a little over that. And as much as they sat on that ward for such a long time, the Sejuani Syndra doesn't have the damage quite to take them out.
I thought that Ping
That
Z
looked
might
dead to
just
rights.
doomed Sword Art right there. The Emperor's Divide over the wall of the Ching, but then the bubble comes in at the last. Oh my gosh, it's just all going to plan for AL, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the difference between pre-rework and kind of post-rework Syndra, where maybe on the Syndra of yesteryear you get a little bit more burst at that point, but doesn't have the damage at this point. And now finally returning back to the scene of the crime, Xiao Hao topside again.
Yeah, Harry just made Xiao Hao upset in some way, shape, or form. Harry's doing a really good job here. Now,
that's an overdrive.
confident to go back in. Ting does not get the damage off that he needed to. Doesn't have the power and reach back yet either. Cocoon goes back through. Sword Art on the other side. Sword Art with the bubble. They got to follow it through. He gets the kill. Xiao Hao secures it. He dies immediately after. The rest of the team for AL didn't want to fall out through, but Xiao Hao said, Sword Art, I got you. Oh my god. They do have a little bit to work with here. Ching still about full health. Does have the power unleashed back. So AL probably best that they walk away.
Yeah. Unironically, the red buff on the Renekton, after getting that kill into the Elise, probably saves him his life too, because the regen keeps him healthy enough that Betty doesn't go for the play. I was like, hang on, that Renekton's higher HP than I was thinking. Remember then, of course, jungler died, red buff went over. Renekton ends up walking away from that. But either way, tower down, side lane opened up. Jace now able to shove in and then maybe come towards this mid lane. It's a very different sort of side lane champion compared to something like the Jax we've seen in the previous game. But gonna go back towards this replay. I think Z gets their roam up first, but does our Renekton with the Dominus running. Does an awful lot of turnaround, keeps themselves ticking up, and with Ning finally arriving to the play, things get really awkward. And I felt like as soon as things got a little weird beyond that turret, it was a bit of an overdive. That wasn't the real overdrive, this was really walking back into melee range of the Renekton. And now Renekton, that has funded them their Prowler's Claw. Those mistakes which you can make against that champion, particularly in something like the Jace matchup, become even more deadly after this point with the extra gap close and the extra lethality.
Yeah, Ning taking the second dragon of the game for Ultra Prime. Now Steel coming through. Ning trying to bait them out over the edge, thinking he could catch them out. And honestly, oh, nice little sidestep there, Betty. Putting some serious work into Ning there as well. But a little tiny bit there.
Oh, those mistakes we were talking about?
Yeah. Oh my god. ZDZ flashing over the wall, has to use that 5-minute cooldown.
Yeah, and that's a problem because Jace really needs to keep distance from Renekton when he has the extra gap close. Didn't even use the Prowler's Claw in that moment. I was wondering if he was trying to, because you can do some weird buffer stuff where you know that the Jace E is coming, you press the Prowler's Claw and you get the gap close anyway.
Word.
Oh,
nice little drift. Ning comes up big. Repel from Xiaohao will buy time, but he's just CC'd locked down, and the combos are coming alive for Ultra Prime here.
And this is what happens when you let Renekton get off the chain. It forces Jace back, not in that side lane, not able to shove him back in. And now suddenly, Anyone's Legend, they don't have control over their own jungle.
They don't have control over pretty much anything at this point. It feels like the side lane, Harry still has the push. He still has his team here as well, and they're looking for a tier 2 tower. On the bottom side is Dago has found himself a very strong advantage here. In terms of a comeback from game number 1, that's what you love to see.
And that's, of course, this bot lane, one that we had questions for. Much like the first series today, asking them to step up. We know that they had some awkward moments in the pre-Chinese New Year break, but coming back at least in this second game with some decent damage now. 2-0-1 on the Zeri, definitely something that can head into these jungle fights so well, because Zeri, of course, can just fish for something over these walls. Vision was set down. A lot of that is due to the Renekton's pressure in the 1v1 matchup, forcing ZDZ back, and that opens up plays like this.
I always see AL playing the aggressive hand, try to take this outer tower on the bottom side as well. We'll get that one eventually, after also having gone into the enemy jungle there. Ning trying to catch out Betty, who's caught in transition here. There's not, I mean, the cleanse comes out, but Betty flashes as well. Double summoner spells burn. Now Pink Z with the big Emperor's Divide, but it's not enough. The tower's getting burned down. Is it going to go down? Does end up falling as well to Ultra Prime. So they'll pick up another tower. Even more, at least, advantages around the map, but they still can't write home that they have a gold lead.
And you know, in the first game, that was the kind of play where Ultra Prime, they were forcing down on their mid lane turret. They get flanked, they lose, and then it was, I guess, a little bit later in that, and then they lost the Baron off that. Of course, it's not even spawned in this particular game, but this is the big difference when you don't have that same kind of like huge side lane threat collapsing in on that mid lane from the side of anyone's Legend. So they're not able to respond to this mid lane kind of force. Now they're staring down at them losing the first outer turret. They've lost a lot of vision in their own jungle. They don't have the same ability to push in these side lanes with impunity, take skirmishes on their kind of terms. Ultra Prime having a very good response from this from that first game to this second game, where they're much more in control than we were.
So then for AL, are you, I guess they're just going to use the Rip Tail mid lane. I wonder if they're able to take down the side
I'm looking for a flank teleport from Harry right now. See the amount of vision that they have. Flash, Prowler's Claw, teleport. Very dangerous. I was wondering if what happened to Ultra Prime in that first game could have happened to anyone's Legend just there in this one, but timing not quite working out on this one. And with Dragon spawning in a minute, maybe that will be our next fight.
Dago getting chunked out a little bit. ZDZ very close to his Miramana. really just want to take down this tower, but can't get it in the end. And that poke is going to be very important. Doesn't hit that one there a little bit. Betty is going to go finish the tower really quick.
Who needs
the
minions
extra
anyway,
gold
huh?
there? Why not? Needs the extra gold to back because Dragon is coming up in 50 seconds, and that is sole point for Ultra Prime.
And that doesn't quite get Betty through to... Why? Okay, he's effectively got 2 items because he's got like 3 sets of components, but it doesn't get a second completed item. No mythic stat. Oh wait, I'm lying. He actually just back then. It does actually do that. 2.5 items. Completely ignore that, and it is in time for that dragon fight, as you were saying.
And we have 2 items, at least now. The Miramana completed for ZDZ. Waiting across
Big
the board
spike.
for others. Runan's now complete for Doggo, and that is a big spike, at least in these little AoE skirmishes that are going to happen while AL are setting up to defend this dragon take. We got TP coming in from Ching rather, to join the rest of the team.
Now, you don't have the Azir turret to kind of like have that artificial priority in mid lane. That's gone now. You have given up river control. You have to walk through this choke point where if a Sejuani ult lands, a Syndra lands a stun, things go from bad to worse. See that? Anyone's Legend, they don't really want to split up themselves either. They're trying to stick as 5 people, but that means that they can't really threaten Ultra Prime with flanks in the same way as they did last game.
So something I really liked here was AL waiting for Ultra Prime to do it, because I feel like they have such great reactionary tools, right? The Tidal Wave, the Shock Blast, the Emperor's Divide, but now they've put themselves in a position where they're about to get flanked by Harry. It will be spotted out. Dragon's about 3,000 health. Ning's in the pit. Glacial Prison comes out. Xiaohao's trying to wait. The Dragon has reset. Harry's back in the pit now. 2,000. Xiaohao cannot get it. Ning gets the Dragon. Ning gets out of the pit. Harry flashes out of the wall too, and that means Ultra Prime have stolen away the Soul Point Dragon.
And even though Anyone's Legend had some good damage there, you can see that DDZ actually did a good amount of work onto Harry. They couldn't concentrate that damage at the right point, and they couldn't find a clean engage. They don't really have engage tools. You have a shuffle, got a tidal wave, and you can burst people out with the culling, but it's not multi-person CC. It's not really the ability to hold someone in place to burn them down. Ultra Prime, they managed to balance their health bars against the timing it took for the Dragon. They get the objective, and they get out.
Well done in their own right. Starting to stack up these late game objectives for themselves, at least. Getting the insurance policies out there. But I wonder if this is one of the first games we actually get an Elder Dragon fight here. But
Maybe.
we did have the Seraph now completed for Ching. So second items are really going to be a big sticker. But I think the third item spike is really where we're looking at.
And that third item spike might just come in time for that soul. See that third dragon being picked up by Ultra Prime, we pulled that out, it's the soul point. They get towards that soul, and they do end up winning on that item spike towards that. Cloud Soul for Ultra Prime is actually really strong. Cloud Soul is not nearly as memeable as it once was. The base dragons give you a lot of stats, they are buffed very heavily. And the soul for someone like a Zeri, someone like a Sejuani or a Renekton that want to try and keep up and chase down these 5-range champions is very important. So Anyone's Legend, I don't think they have the luxury of letting that one go. Normally you wouldn't be giving up a soul for free anyway, but still, Ultra Prime, good position in this game.
Xiaohao gets engaged on. That will be the Glacial Prison utilized by Ning. But that means AL get away for just a little bit longer. I think the setup is definitely there for Ultra Prime if they still want to continue. Even without the Glacial Prison, there's the nice little Shock Blast back. Ching takes the damage there. And it's just, honestly, a mid lane shootout right now. Both teams are fine with just seeing what this poke has to offer.
Yeah, well, when Baron's alive, you don't really want to leave towards side lanes as easily. We've seen that an awful lot in the LPL be punished very heavily. You leave towards the side lane when Baron's up, massive engage in the mid lane, you lose the Baron, you lose the game. So that's why, again, we're kind of heading back towards this awkward standoff in this mid lane.
Oh,
but
Betty.
when you have so much gold onto someone like a Zeri, if you do kind of flub the engage, they chase you down so hard, the game is just over at that point.
Yeah. That's like the snowball potential is definitely there. I think that was very close for Betty getting caught out there. He's like all alone. His team just like disappeared around him. But he doesn't get caught out at least, and he'll be back to safe and sound for AL. I think something that has been crucial here, and I want to keep an eye out going forward, has been King Z and kind of the positioning around the map I've seen. I think in some instances in the right place at the right time, in some instances not. And I think this setup with the Shurima Shuffle is so crucial if AL want to find a big team fight win, right? The poke is great, but they got to find an in, and I think that's going to come from King Z. Or Sword Art, I guess.
Yeah, the tidal wave obviously kind of part of that equation too. I think the difficulty with aggressively shuffling is that if you go into a Renekton, you immediately die. If you go into a Sejuani stun, you immediately die. Same with the Syndra. It's one of the problems of Azir, and this is something that we praised Shanks for in the last game of the previous series for, is kind of understanding the point where the shuffle would actually just end the fight. I think at this point, you're looking for it to kind of keep distance with these melee characters, but that does leave you, as you were saying, with the really lacking ability to start off the fight with a really good engage. Look for those picks. Maybe a Cocoon can help things too, but as it stands, Ultra Prime, they're keeping their battle lines, keeping each other safely topped up. That's a good
my god.
pick.
Sword Art gets half his health taken out. The TP play is available. There's a ward for Ultra Prime in the lane. They're getting targeted by the observers very heavily. And we see Xiao Hao on the side now finally coming to try and clear some of this dragon pressure around the pit here. 40 seconds till it spawns Ultra Prime. They really want that soul.
We really do. Already talked about the value of it for the champions, particularly in this game. Movement speed versus range champions is just generically very, very good. So, Xiao Hao looking on the flank, but he's not there to help them disengage.
Glacial Prison does not hit. ZDZ is here as well. Ping Z did get Power Unleash utilized on him. So a lot of ultimates down for Ultra Prime and a lot still available for AL. They'll have the dominance for Harry. Xiao Hao getting pushed out there as, another big pick on a Betty. Almost there. The cleanse comes out at the right time.
Yeah, Ching's doing some really good work here, but they didn't kill the Azir. Azir is teleported it towards that bot wave. It is still going to be a 5v5 with the ultimate advantage, largely in favor of anyone's legend. They don't have the tidal wave, but they do have that Shurima shuffle should it come in to the right kind of place for it. They're going to get themselves onto the objective. Xiao Hao looking for a flank and some fairly low health bars in Ultra Prime. This is dangerous for them now.
Yeah, Harry, I mean, the Ultra Prime just back away after that one, realizing they can no longer keep up the fight, and a delay of the soul comes out for AL.
Very important dragon pickup for anyone's legend. Not going to be the soul to Ultra Prime. They can get control of this mid lane and maybe get control of the Baron area. Now, that's very important because you can't exactly let that one go down. They have the Azir turret. Yeah, I think they actually have an inside track now to go towards this Baron because of that Azir passive.
I think they started it and they're like, nope, we're good.
Yep.
just wanted to make sure you're good.
What's the timer on that Sejuani ult again? Oops, maybe not. So they're going to back off from that. They are still going to retain themselves some Baron vision. I think that means that Ultra Prime can't start it themselves after anyone's legend is seen resetting across the map. But we can see this kind of tentative tug of war between the two teams. How quickly these fights can go from good to bad. You make one mistake in front of the Sejuani and the Renekton, someone goes down. You walk into a Cocoon, someone goes down in return. It means that both these teams having to be very careful about their setup. Ultra Prime in relation to that, get themselves good vision around that Baron. That's the objective, which is up right now. You got to expect that with the Dragon down, at least you're not going to have so much of the same ARAM pressure. Harry looking to sit in bot lane, teleport into a fight. And Ultra Prime have good enough vision to make sure that Anyo's Legend can't just start it up for free.
The scariest thing, though, is some of this vision gain that Ultra Prime is playing so well around. I think the setups for Ning, these Glacial Prisons out of the dark has been really, really interesting to kind of see how he's been willing to throw them in a lot of these situations because they have so much follow-up if they do connect that one big CC. I think AL are starting to realize how much more safely they need to play this one, but the poke from ZDZ is just doing so much work on that third item spike.
That it is, but Doggo has Shield Bow, has Hydra, has a Yuumi. That poke doesn't stick if you land it onto the Zeri in particular. That's going to be something to track as well. Nullifying the impact of some of this poke, it means that AL don't have as many easy wins to take through just a good landed Shock Blast. Again, see that landing, but as soon as the next mini wave comes up, Doggo is going to be back to full HP, which is why they want to try and contest it before the mini wave comes up.
See some damage on Ching there, at least. We do have pulling down now. Doggo a little bit far forward. And I do see a little bit of setup here for AL, unless they get caught by Ning on the side on Xiao Hao. Okay, Shock Blast doesn't connect. Ning getting low. Final tap through is big. Doggo's going for it. Doggo's going ham, and so is Harry. ZDZ flashing out. Ching gets damage down, but Xiao Hao splat against the wall just like a spider. And that is Baron for Ultra Prime unless AL can contest.
Zeri is let off the chain in that fight. Now AL need to get back onto this objective. They don't have a smite, they have a shock blast, but that's all they've got really.
King Z, he has Emperor's Divide.
Maybe a
Is
shuffle.
he gonna find the big play? Ching waiting on the side. The Baron left to Ultra Prime as AL lick their wound.
Oh, we asked this bot lane from Ultra Prime to once again, it's been the theme of the day, step up, be counted for, make the big play, carry your team. And now sat 3-0 and 2. We saw it from Betty and Sword Out in the first game. You've hit those 3 item spikes. You're at the point where you can take over the game. Zeri and the Yuumi cannot go unchecked in these fights. And Betty, I think he felt a little bit desperate in the last phase of play to get some damage that would actually stick. We talked about the sustain, the Yuumi factor, the ability of the Zeri's item build to just give us so much sustain. But that was way too aggressive. It went way too far past their safe boundaries. And now Betty and Sword Art, the ones that were really punished at the back end of the fight, or mainly just Betty, really. The Lucian goes down and Ultra Prime pick up the pieces.
And it just gets so hard. Again, the lack of range in these fights is really difficult for Betty to kind of play around. You see these culling moments where you're just trying to get as much damage down as possible. When it comes to these big team fights, the position is so key that one little misstep for Betty means he's done because of the lack of range on the Lucian. So I see a very difficult time as the time goes on here for AL to try and take these fights unless they can get that perfect setup or a catch out or a missed engage from Ultra Prime. GDZ will take this side lane tier 2, get another 600 gold for himself. But Dragon coming up in 35 seconds. That reset needs to come out and AL needs to get on the board.
And what a difference this is between Game 1 and Game 2. It does feel like there were a couple of rough edges to the execution of Ultra Prime in Game 1, but their decision-making wasn't bad. Now in this game, finding their right way into these plays and executing much more cleanly than that. Still need to close this out. Still need to find themselves a real true advantage. That might come from a soul fight. In the next minute, it's spawning in the next 20 seconds. Ching teleporting back into this mid lane. And with the mid lane
Void
already
Staff is
pushed up,
completed.
very hard now for AL to find themselves the right angles to try and get big advantages before the fight starts.
Huge shot. Man, Ching just immediately takes Pinzy out of the fight. He has to TP back, though. He does have the Emperor's
Yeah, how
Divide. He
quickly
has
can
the
they
Stream
this dragon
Shuffle
down? Because he can teleport back in, but it doesn't matter if the dragon is already gone. You're not actually
They're not
forcing it down.
committing onto
Azir
it.
gonna have another crack at it.
All right, we got 5,000 health. It's getting lower now. Xiao Hao not able to get in the pit. He's going to go for it. He tries to steal. He gets it! He steals it! Repel up. He's back in the fight. He goes golden. The damage is done. Xiao Hao stolen the dragon, and AL need to get out of dodge. I don't know if they can, though. Doggo's flashing forward. Doggo's going for it. Ning does have the setup. The TP's now coming in from Harry. They've gotten Betty. They've gotten them all. They've taken down AL. Pingsy waited way too long to put down the Emperor's Divide. A triple kill for the Ultra Prime mid laner. And Ultra Prime stream back for a comeback in Game 2.
And that anyone's legend turns into their own personal nightmare. Doggo off the chain again, finishing the game at 5-0 on 5. Finally finds a chance to wreak havoc on his opponent's team fight.
They did indeed. It was executed from start to finish, it felt like, for Ultra Prime. Ching in the mid lane having an incredible performance against King Z on the Azir. And we're going to Game 3 between AL and Ultra Prime.
We were denied it in the first series, 2-0. That one in this second one, though, we've seen a step up from both of these bot lanes playing that Zeri Yuumi, showing what can be done in those late game team fights. And now we have to see, okay, evolution from Game 1 from Game 2 to from Ultra Prime, managing to clean up a couple of those rough edges we were talking about. Even though it came down to some more tenuous objective fights towards it, they stuck it out in that late game. They allowed themselves to scale into a point where they could destroy those team fights.
Yeah, it was honestly impressive. And honestly, we've seen both sides destroy with the Zeri Yuumi. Got to raise some questions in that
almost
aspect.
like that lane is really important. Maybe you could maybe ban it or
crazy,
something.
Kind of nuts.
Yes.
It's kind of nuts. Zeri doing Zeri things, Yuumi doing Yuumi things. Zumi, if you will. But I think the execution also came from Ultra Prime realizing what they had in game number 1, playing to those strengths, and finding out how to attack game 2. And that's what makes me so proud of this win for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I think that they recognized their loss conditions from the first game, get rid of the Jax, don't need to worry about that same kind of side lane pressure. And what they really realized was ZDZ playing really well this series. Absolutely, sure. Yeah. okay, well, how do we make sure he's just not as impactful? Doesn't have the same room to impact the game. You're not going to have just the 1v1, 1v2, 1v3 throughout on a side lane that the Jax was. You have to, on the Jace, not just win a side lane, but then come back to mid lane, poke someone out, and set up for objectives. Well, you can't do that as easily against a Yuumi. You can't do that with the Zeri build, which had so much lifesteal in it, that even if you hit Doggo at that point, one wave later, that work is undone, even if your skill shots are on point. And that damage, yeah, tops the charts, but how much of that was useful damage? Ultra Prime really heads up play with their item builds to make sure that that Jace never really became a game-winning factor.
That's what I would want to see, is how much damage mitigated, how much healing done. Because look at the damage profile, damage dealt to champions for the side of AL. Like they blew everybody out of the water on the side of Ultra Prime, but it didn't matter.
Absolutely not. And that for me, again, kind of what we're learning about Ultra Prime today is actually their intelligence about the game, their decision making is actually pretty on point. It really was just in that first game. Getting blown out from an early game perspective, and the execution not quite being there on what was actually fairly okay decisions to make. But now they have that self-cert at Game 3. They can show us once again whether that decision-making can actually be executed on and finish up this series.
I'm hoping for a crazy end of the series. I know we've wanted the bot lanes for both teams to kind of step up, and they have in each respective game, and I'm very excited to see the culmination of this series, as we're going to send it to a little break, and we'll be right back with game number 3.
The LPL are kings again.
Things are heating up once again. In fact, I'd say they're absolutely red hot.
I don't think that actually went over to life.
Oh, he actually connected it. That was a nice little wait there, but now Xiaohu's about to just kill Tien. He does. It's a solo bolo. It actually, it's just trying to wait out this rotation from Weibo. They find the cease and desist. Got to get over the wall, rookie, and a lot of damage coming on Xiao, who doesn't really have much. The nice save from Crisp. Is it enough? He goes golden 2. Top Esports catastrophe at hand. It'll be a flash used by rookie.
This week, it's all about the new team powerhouses in the mid lane. You know them as Yagao and Xiaohu, two upper echelon mid laners who have been packing one hell of a punch.
They won't even come close. Why do you think you were better than me?
LWX will finally make his way, but Shun gets the Rift Herald there, I believe. The knockups come through. Hell yeah. Just gets killed by the power unleashed from Yagao. LWX is on the wrong side of the fight. FPX Care is now the target here for BLG, and he goes down right afterwards as well. LWX has reconnected with Lula, but FPX has been eviscerated. Meganar up 3 back, and the final chapter doesn't do enough. Tear also just bursted down by the culling. The cease and desist was left to the last moment, and more kills raining. A quadra kill.
We've got star-studded rosters, carry performances, and not to mention a top lane matchup that just speaks for itself. And so now, we just have to let them cook with our match of the week.
Save some space for his teammates as King Tien get a nice little engage on the side, and he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the side. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution, and the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked. Welcome back to the LPL one and all. This is the spring 2023 split, and we are into the final game of the day. I'm Mazel, joined by Nymera, and we are into AL versus Ultra Prime, where Ultra Prime had a heck of a comeback after game number 1 not going their way. They smashed through game number 2 with some solid planning and some good execution, and Dago gets himself MVP of that game number 2.
So, we get to see some of the bright moments and the bright sides of both of these teams. Both teams which hadn't found a win before that break, coming back into it, and we are starting to see what they could potentially build around. Doggo is a player with an awful lot of potential. We called that out. Very obvious for people who know the name brand value. And in this game, gets the Zeri Yumi lane, and really makes it work towards the objective fights and the status quo tug of war later into the game.
Also, couple really courageous moments, I guess is the word I'm going to use for Doggo, but awesome stuff like this one right here. This is the stuff that aggressive ADCs in the LPL are made of.
And the great thing about this is, like, you get to see Zeri at their strongest, where they can make fights into multiple 1v1s or 1v2s or something like that, which is similar like a Kai'Sa as well, which is, you know, you'd like ult to one side of the fight, of course, with the movement speed and the EE over wall, stuff like that. You can do very similar things with the Zeri, where you can kind of just pick your moment to go onto one side of the fight, destroy that, with the move speed, chase down for the other side. And Doggo, once they hit that amount of items, they knew that the poke wouldn't matter, because they'd always be able to sustain through it, get into those late game fights, and they became such a big win condition. We've seen that Zeri Yumi win for both teams now. It's been incredibly impactful in stabilizing two bot lanes which have struggled to find their feet in 2023. I wonder if it should be first pick ban in...
ban it!
First picked or banned in this series now at this point. It's just looking too valuable.
Ban the Lucian, ban the Zeri. Let's see some cool stuff. Wait, that's not. But we do got to think about going into the second, or at least the third game, looking at the bans and looking at the changes from game number 2, where Ultra Prime specifically banned out what AL really found success with early on in game number 1, right? And I think that was a big changing factor in terms of the draft approach for Ultra Prime. So now AL on the blue side, how do they try to approach this one?
Well, they've been first picking the Elise, which has been pretty okay for them. In the second game, you can see it was a lack of engage, which kind of sucked for them a little bit later on. They didn't really get ahead of the game. They couldn't play around. Huge Azir, Jace, Lucian, Nami, culling poke and stuff like that, which kind of, that's the kind of damage which can turn a mid lane play into like an absolute victory, but they didn't quite manage to get ahead of the curve to manage to pull that off. I wonder if they want to play towards that high range again, whether they need to look towards something a bit more engagey from either jungle, maybe support, but that depends on what support lanes are kind of left up at that point. But the first pick priority of the Elise, I think that's fine if they play more towards kind of engage from other roles, but they didn't do that in game 2.
Yeah, I wonder, it looks like we're actually having some device changes or something along those lines. But I do wonder if we get any of those adaptations, because I love the bar of execution set from each game for each team, and I obviously would love to see kind of that resurgence from game number 1 for AL, but as a whole, I love that we've set up this bottom lane. We've seen both bottom lanes have extreme success. We've set up the newer mid lanes for both sides, where both of them having up and down performances, I would say, so far, but expected of the newer players. And then we've had a lot of focus around jungle early on for each game so far, and it's been pretty telling on who's going to kind of take priority in the game.
But it's so, like, quintessentially Ning, where he's going to find somewhere early to do something. It's
Yep.
just whether it's been, whether it's worked out or not. Game 1, we already talked quite heavily about how he looked at both side lanes, couldn't quite make either of those things work. But actually, the game could have been very different if they found that kill top, found that dive in the bot side as well. So yeah, we continually talk about Ning as a player who has seen such high highs before, and you know the potential of this player when he is on form. But game 3, down to the wire, last chance to seal out this victory. Yeah, I think you have to look at Ning as well in terms of the junglers he's picking up. The Sejuani 2 games in a row, able to impact the game early on. Of course, you can pick that up with something like a Wukong or a Vi as well, which can also fight and kill early. And it is right to have eyes on that jungler.
Yeah, and I love that they're bringing up on our screen Ning, Baolan, the reunions tonight. I think are always so interesting, like we get on a lot of news stories in the LPL, but this
Something
one
old,
specifically-
something new, huh?
Exactly. I think it's still so interesting. Obviously, a big focus for the Chinese side, but I love seeing the focus on these two because they do have such pedigree when it comes to it. And yes, it's early goings this season. It is their first forays back into the league after some time, but it's a crucial connection point that if they get on the ball, we've seen what happens before, I guess. So, like, I think we have a track record. And I'm obviously looking at it very zoomed out, but now we're getting into the third game of this series. Crucial
Same
moment
sides?
to pick up their first series win here of the spring split, rather. And again, like you say, same sides, same bands so far. We get the Ashe band away, the Rise, the Caitlyn, the Maokai, the Syndra this time changing
That's
it up for AL.
Yeah, that's new. And again, as you're saying, one of these teams is walking away with their first series victory of the year, putting a foot forward. And it's going to be the Elise first pick from Moved. So I was wondering whether that should have been dropped anyway, but this does open up the bot lane, which has been most successful in the series, the Zeri Yumi. So that's going to be picked up, presumably, unless you're going to go towards the Zeri Lulu and you kind of then lock in the Sivir on the other side. I wonder if that has to be the response now, because that Zeri Yumi, far too valuable. They're going to lock in that Sejuani again for Ning. So you're expecting the Sivir now from that team.
Well, we went from having the duality of that very aggressive early game with late game scaling ADC against each other. Now we'll just get both. It feels like, or at least both scaling, rather. And the obvious setup portion for Ultra Prime, Ning on the Sejuani, beautiful, love it. He's actually been progressing through the series in a pretty big way. And now it's Xiaohao who is kind of left with the ball in his court, having taken away his comfortable Elise. We'll go with the Wukong.
Okay, so Wukong obviously gives you a lot more team fight engaged. It's not just a single target. Against Zeri Yumi, you often do want that vibe because you just need to lock that target down. Zeri's a little less slippery without just the permanent crazy move speed and disengage potential of that Yumi attached to them. Of course, Wukong also a very strong duelist 1v1 as well. Probably up there as best in the game, maybe unless someone like a Diego gets fed. In terms of the pro game, anyway. Some other duelists in solo queue get a little bit weirder on that front. Back into these second round bans, though, we have jungles and bot lanes for both sides. That's been the hallmark of 13.1. It's just very easy to blind pick and respond to these lanes and allow your solo lanes a bit more flexibility on 4-5 with some deeper champion pools in the solo lanes away from the S-tier picks.
And that's where I wonder how whittled down these solo lanes do end up getting. We get the LeBlanc ban, we get the Kassadin ban. So far so good for AL. We're staying with their second phase bans. The LeBlanc, interestingly enough, ban away, but the Galio rejoined that ban table.
Of course, that Galio was third ban from Ultra Prime for the first 2 games of this series, so makes it through to the second round, but wasn't snapped up early enough from anyone's legend. I'm wondering whether this opens up something like a Silas maybe from Pingzi as well. Lots of good ultimates to steal in terms of the Lulu ult and the Sejuani ult are actually pretty good. The Lulu ult is a little bit underrated, but I wonder if that could be picked out at some point. And also just very good at skirmishing and getting into the back line with the Wukong setting up for each other.
Yeah, honestly, I love right now the AL team comp because Yumi has so many attachment points that feel really strong. And now that we're going into the second phase here, it's about getting those power picks in the solo lanes. And Ultra Prime hovering right now over the Silas, and it'll be locked in. So they get the power pick itself.
All right, so I think we could be looking at another Akali Jax angle. That could potentially be the threat here. Akali good into the Silas in lane by most accounts. It's a fairly swingy matchup. Someone like Zaka, of course, in their World Championship run across the LCK, won that matchup multiple times. Some of the best Silas players in the world can flip the matchup, but Akali is definitely known to be one which is favored on the whole. And then if you look in something like that Jax, it stops the power of something like the Renekton Sejuani coming out again, becomes a huge side lane threat, and you're into another melee in that Silas. So that's the easy 4-5 coming in from anyone's legend. Found success from it before. Allows EDZ to start popping off again. Also have such a good game in game 1 with that.
I am interested at when these team fights do come to bear. Obviously, the flanking powers of AL are going to be insane in the way they enter the fight with their 2 big power points of the solo lanes. But the team fight potential for Ultra Prime does have me raising an eyebrow here, my man. But it is the Jace, I guess, in the top lane now.
Yeah, well, that's because you, if you lock in the Renekton Sejuani, Jax just absolutely monsters you. We've already seen that, don't need to see that one again, nor do Ultra Prime want to subject themselves to it. So Harry locks in the Jace, a bit more range, and that is very important because for me, the identity of a champion like Jax is that if you pick too much melee into a Jax, he wins the game. He counter-strikes you, he ults you, and he just destroys your entire team fight. Jace gives you a little bit more range to play with, even though it doesn't link up as well with Sejuani. I think in regards to denying the Jax in a side lane in the laning phase 2, that is an okay adaptation for me.
We're going to see what adaptations work and what doesn't as we go into our third game here. Again, we were coming into this series trying to figure out what strats work for these teams. What are they going to be focusing on? Well, we found our focus. Solo lanes, you go ahead and pop off Kings, but it's about the bot lanes, about jungle getting proactive. And I'm very excited to see what kind of step up we see from Betty, Sword Art versus Doggo, Baolan, after now being both put on very insurance policy, as I like to say, carries, with a little bit of late game focus and not as much spice in the laning phase until we get that jungle focus. But that is where everything kind of boils down. And both teams, again, we've said it multiple times, need to come away with some kind of positive out of this long break and come away with a series win.
Slowly inching, crawling further towards that Summoner's Rift. Game 3, onto it we go. 5-man fan, no level 1 shenanigans at this point.
A little bit of cheering there for this third game. Long series here. Maybe everybody's getting a little tired, but it will just be, as you said, just a standard setup. Oh, we're still here. So obviously, want to take a look at where these junglers are going to be starting. Looks like we will get Xiaohao starting on the bottom side of the map with Ning starting on the top side. Can lead to some of those changes in priority early. You already said ZDZ on the Jax. Going to be a force, I feel like, here with the power pick. And want to see if Ning really is going to put that big focus in bot side.
Lots of ability to skirmish in this game compared to previous ones, though, because you don't have, like... So I do think that Sylas adds in an extra factor to being able to play around mid lane in a way that we haven't seen as much in this series. Sylas being able to play very aggressively there. Melee versus melee in the mid lane means that you're expecting more potential fights around that point. But with these bot lanes being slightly more tit for tat, scaling, Yuumi, Lulu, of course having similar lanes instead of having like the higher burst of the Lucian Nami compared to the Zeri Yuumi. Maybe that's something to play around as well for these jungles.
Harry taking pretty heavy trades from CDZ early on. Might need that side swipe setup by Ning as he's passing up that way as well, since he's got to clear that entire side of the jungle now. Pressure in the bottom side early on. I wonder if they get a little bit more out of that one. Maybe an early play for Doggo or so. But right now, Xiaohao, who has been on the Elise, funny enough, is going to be on the Monkey King himself. And feel like it's a little bit of a different approach. Ning looking like a early setup, maybe going on the aggressive here on the Sejuani.
Gets a ward down, understands that you can now see whether Xiaohao is going to make his way up there. ZDZ stacking the passive, looking to see if he can get some attack speed up, but doesn't even have level 3 yet. He walks into a 1v2 at this point, not sure it's going to go as well as the last time he tried.
Does have flash at least. I guess you got that holding on for you, but ZDZ not going to be baited out just yet. They're trying to take these aggressive trades to set it up. Ning steps away, but ZDZ flashes now, realizing what's happened, and ZDZ has no way out. He's going to be stunned up, locked down. Ning with first blood.
And it is a sad reflection, the opposite of what happened in game 1 for ZDZ. First game, Renekton Sejuani walks away from the 1v2, teleports back in and finds himself in an advantage. Not nearly the same this time. Looks for the 1v1, doesn't find it, gets answered on. And now, Ultra Prime, compared to that first game, have themselves something to play around in that top side. The Jace, the adaptation to the Jax matchup, having more gold to play with than their previous answer.
Yeah, I'm not going to blow it out of proportion, but that's TP and flash down for no flash and an early kill for Ultra Prime. They are sitting pretty right now As Ning now having reset going down towards his bottom side, having those boosts, a little bit of speed on that Piggy. But we'll see Xiaohao at least trying to cut that off with the Scuttle Crab. Ching in a heavy trade with no mana in the mid lane against Ping Z.
Xiaohao looking towards the spot side, at least spots out Ning, but not able to do anything with it. Xiaohao, not only, at least as you were saying, hasn't found the first impact in this game. Now waiting really to see where they can impact anything else. Top lane, not really in a position to influence just yet.
Doggo.
Bot lane though, Doggo flying in.
He was waiting, no mana on Betty. That's a flash out from at least Baolan, who was trying to get the kill. The Ghost and the heal utilized by AL bot lane though.
This champion is so sneaky, flying over these walls. Very, very dangerous when you lose track of them, particularly ever since
Yeah,
Seri became much more
sneaky, though.
bursty. Lower range, but more bursty. Really, really dangerous to disrespect where they are on the map. But still, this can be an even summoner traders who are pulling out Flash Ignite, Ghost Heal. These bot lanes, which are of a similar archetype, giving as good as they get to each other.
Spotted out by the cheeky ward. Xiao's actually heading up into his top side of the jungle here. Dragon is on the board. We saw Ultra Prime be able to stack those ones up last time around. Not necessarily early, but we'll see what kind of priority lies around that Dragon when this Rift Herald comes up. Interestingly enough, we haven't seen a lot of trades, at least. It's been a lot of either just let it go or fight around the objective. So with the change-ups to the kind of comps, and especially with Ching, maybe there's a little bit of mobility in the mid lane. I wonder how that changes for Ultra Prime and the combo with Ning.
Well, yeah, in terms of like the
I
trade
love it.
objectives-
Look at this man. He's just
No, yeah,
here.
Ning is doing a really good job of just being present, being in the enemy jungle early on, and ZDZ looking for these all-in moments. Not quite at level 6 at this point. Probably going to hit it off this cannon wave. In fact, he just hits it right there. But Ning there to make sure that Jax can't find the all-in, can't find that level up kind of moment. And I'm going to track back to actually something you're talking about in terms of not really seeing fights around the objectives, kind of seeing a couple more trades as well, if that. I think a lot of that is about the nature of these champions and how they can fight around stuff like the Herald. Talked about how Renekton very strong in that kind of identity in previous games. When you have a Wukong, obviously that's a very strong Herald champion, but in this game, I think we maybe could see ourselves a bit of a scuffle around this. You see that there's an all-in on the
This
top
move.
side.
Okay, we get the 1v1 ZDZ. A little bit of damage there, but now Xiaohao's caught out a little bit. And look at this entire move from Ultra Prime. Their whole team's here. They get one trade back. Ping Z gets one onto Ning. Might get traded down here, though. Harry flashes forward, has the counter-strike to get them out of there
Flash.
for ZDZ. Ping Z's down! Ching and Harry trade the kills. They get one each, and that's a landslide from Ultra Prime.
Oh, we talked about how Silas allows you to skirmish a bit through to a bit more towards that melee versus melee mid lane matchup as well. Ultra Prime, it was a swing and a miss in game 1 for their early game plan. Game 2, it came online in the late game, and game 3, much earlier on now. Not even at the Herald spawn, but trading plates across the map, getting Doggo 2 plates from that mid lane and 2 kills from Ching Silas. What a glow up this has been throughout the series for the struggling team.
And I think Ching himself, right, we were giving such big props to the series for Ping Z coming in here, but Ching, who's been trying to form himself into this very gifted, strong presence of a mid laner, for Ultra Prime, that's exactly what they need. And again, we had already highlighted to show up amongst these names like this, with the setup of Ning, a world champion, it's got to feel so damn good.
And the ability to just kind of understand when the player's on. I mean, Ning having a really good moment there already, kind of interrupting the Nimbus Strike, get some good damage down, stops Wukong from starting to kind of dish out those auto attack damages and go into the clone. Ning, Ching doing a really good job of linking up and making a huge snowball play in this. And you know, even going into that second game, I was really worried about Ultra Prime and like, oh, actually, game 1, but he wasn't looking clean from them. But they have, you know, credit to them, come back in game 2 and now in game 3, continuing to build on their successes and improving.
He's going to be building that Rod of Ages as well. Stacking that one up here, but now we get the fight over Rift Herald that we
have
were
ultimates back
somewhat
up as
promised.
well.
Got the Grandmaster's Knight now as well. See Baolan on his way a 2v1 in bottom side right now with Doggo. So it looks like AL might back away. Oh my god, that accelerated shock blast does so much. And now Rift Herald goes freely to Ultra Prime. Thank you for the lead.
Yeah, didn't even need to use the Sejuani ultimate. Maybe if Wukong gets into a good spot, things change. But it was AL that kept their bot lane down towards that side of the map, didn't rotate them up towards that Herald. It's going to be the Herald take from Ultra Prime. Leash, very thankful for from AL. You can see Baolan once again. Locked from his lane,
he got
looking towards
spotted
mid
out.
lane.
Oh, Jing can't find. Close, but can't find. It was the absolute madman movement right now from Baolan, who just has been everywhere else, and Doggo's been perfectly fine farming up this bottom lane solo XP as well, and it's been enabling a lot of the map priority that Ultra Prime has gotten this time around, and they find themselves, you know, circling that 2,000 gold lead just under 10 minutes.
And that's even taking into account the 2 turret plates which have been taken by Betty and Sword Art as kind of recompense for that Herald. Because, of course, earlier on, Doggo and Baolan took those 2 plates in the mid lane after the mid lane skirmish, which went so well for them. So suddenly you're looking at a Sylas who is doing very well for themselves. You have the Azeri and the Lulu, which are by no means behind in their own right, even though Betty and Sword Art stayed in that bot lane to claim those plates. And this Jax, which was such a big win condition in game 1, not nearly in the same position either. And it was Legend. Now they are the ones who need to find a place somewhere, somehow.
Final chapter coming out from Sora. Does get the lockdown. Betty in some trouble here. Flash from Doggo puts himself in a bad place. He's in some trouble himself. Now Xiaohao wants the kill, but now he's getting gunned down. AoE, Ultra Shock Laser. No, it's Baolan that gets the kill.
Oh,
Ning
so
gets
close
out
as
with a
well.
quick flash.
The return flash from Betty. Xiaohao, Betty and Sword Art so close to turning around that place. So close to taking down Doggo, taking down Ning as well. But it doesn't work out for them. All of the players which went against Ultra Prime in game 1 go handily towards them in this all-important game 3 and put them closer to towards the first series win. It's definitely a good first few steps for it.
Man, I am so happy to see Doggo playing like this. Yes, in past instances and in some instances this is too much, right? But the fact that he has the confidence to play like this on the Zeri in this series, that just makes me happy. It makes me smile ear to ear, and he is pulling it off. Yes, Ultra Shock later to hit that foul line, gets the kill. It's the duo, baby. That's what matters.
That is so painfully
That was
close. And,
really close.
you know, so good to see Doggo kind of realize a bit more of their form as well, realize some of that potential, seeing it once again. But also for Ning, you know, we know this guy can be such a innovative, shall we say? There are a lot of words you can say about Ning, but such a aggressive, ever-present jungler in that early game. Finding his own angles into the game. It's good to see that he's had better and more helpful impact towards the team in this third game. Rather than just like the half look-ins and the missed attempts, he's really found his angle into this game.
It's been beautiful to watch the setup so far. Now we are getting to item completions here. We have the Roa already, the Eclipse also completed for Harry. So I was gonna say sort of finally finds the ward there, and we got the Kraken Slayer now as well for Betty. So I think there's a little bit more raid play on the bottom side. They're still in trouble. And, they have a big focus from Ning down here right now, but it looks like Ning's pathing away, and the warding should be taken out slowly but surely. But Ning, not setting eyes on bot lane, now setting eyes potentially on mid lane. Oh, never mind.
Ning's just
Going
being
back.
able to respond, right? Particularly in a melee versus melee matchup in mid, you're expecting fights to happen a lot, but this is exactly what Ning should be doing. You are tanky enough to not get burst out, you have the mobility to get away from these plays should someone try and turn things around onto you. It's not like Xiaohao is strong enough to jump onto you and burst you out, being set at 0-2 and not at their first item yet. So Ning doing what I believe is the correct thing, just making sure that they are battle warding, scouting out to the enemy jungle, replacing some of these pink wards which are just removed from the enemy jungle, and Ultra Prime, they'll use that as a platform to finally take down that bot turret. And while all this is happening, top lane is also on an island, doing very well in its own right too.
Yeah, I mean, Harry's got the coconut with the umbrella up. Like, from it's making a comeback.
Ooh,
All right,
okay.
CDZ flashing out of the slam down from Harry. Won't find it, but man, 13.5 minutes in, it's like a 4,000 plus gold lead. CDZ now maybe making that worse. No, he stuns him up. Oh, CDZ, show him out.
Oh, Ning's here to
Oh, CDZ still closing. Break him ankle. He doesn't do it in time, though. Ning will clean up the kill, but hey, you stand proud taking down Harry under your tower.
The hard-earned 1v1 turn around into an extra kill on the return. Cross-map coming through, though. Ning shows up.
Ting's like, I'm out of here, trying to. His ticket might get denied, though. Maybe it gets booked. 450 gold over to Ping Z. Meanwhile, they take mid lane.
That is a very strange sequence of events. Of course, silver lining here for Ultra Prime is that they do get that mid lane as well. It's a trade of turrets across the map. Ultra Time probably didn't want to have to be trading near enough equally, though, because you do have turret for turret, you do have a 1-for-1, and then, of course, the death into that bot turret. This is still, all in all, probably a better play for anyone's Legend. ZDZ was trying to do a bit of cooldown counting, might have gotten banned from a casino, definitely gets him banned from the top lane 1v1. Trying to see if he can get away without that second counter-strike coming off, doesn't quite manage to match that time hitting. Able to clean up house either way, though, and spare the blushes of Harry.
Very, very close. Even with ZDZ having been down pretty early, being able to put it back like that on Jax feels really good. Betty clearing up the mid lane, himself out a little bit here. But Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, that's the next setup for Ultra Prime.
Whereas on the other side, anyone's Legend probably doing the better thing for them and playing around the side of the map where they have priority, they have vision, going towards that Herald instead. And I don't think they really have the luxury of fighting over Dragons. They probably want the extra injection of cash from that Herald, make sure they can have a couple more item breakpoints. They are still, 3,500 gold, near enough 4,000 gold behind them. It's going to be nasty for them to try and take straight up fights with that kind of disadvantage.
Got the Riftmaker completed for King Z. Got working on second items everywhere else. Dragon is completed. Rift Herald taken. All the objectives down, but almost tier 2 tower down as well on the bottom side. Ultra Prime won't commit for it, and ZDZ, Betty, and Sword Art are all here. Should be mid lane being pushed in by Doggo. Maybe a little bit of a collapse on bottom side for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and again, Ultra Prime, they have been happy to split the map at this point. They've completely darkened red side quadrant for anyone's Legend. They have zero vision in that, and no ability to walk up into something like that Sejuani ult as well. Don't have mid priority to play around, but they could look for a top lane play.
He's in some trouble here. Perfect execution available. He goes golden, has the tower helping him. King Z gets very low from a couple of those tower shots, has to back away. Now Betty in some trouble in mid lane. Got Ning right there to set him up. Oh, the drive-by doesn't work. They do get the tower though here, and another tier 2 bites the dust. Big gold advantage continuing to grow for Ultra Prime, and they should be just getting a reset here after.
Yeah. And how often do you see, diving a mid lane in a turret at, the 16-minute mark? You can see that the pace of the game has really gone in Ultra Prime's favor. They're doing a really good job of making sure that they can keep getting that gold income ticking up, making sure that Doggo is keeping his opponent in Betty down. And Betty and Sword Art, the reunion of the Flash Wolves bot lane of yesteryear, been put under a lot of pressure in this game. They just about get away with their lives, but they can't defend the tower. They get denied a little bit more farm, and though the Sivir Yumi is very strong as the game goes on, they can't wait for that 3-item spike. It's feeling ever more dangerous from Ultra Prime, and when they have such an advantage themselves across the entire map, you gotta wonder, when Baron swarms, Ultra Prime probably gonna make a beeline straight towards it and look for either a bait or a finish on that objective.
Yeah, the objective fight's so crucial as we're getting closer and closer to that time, right? And we still have a little while till the next dragon, till that Baron spawns, but right now it's about the tower game for Ultra Prime. And a mid lane push for AL that's getting a big collapse on Doggo. Getting caught here.
Oh, Mr. E.
Trying to get the combo. Yeah, I can't get it there. Xiaohao now in some trouble with the TP behind. Glacial Prism comes out, and this is an Ultra Prime fight if I've ever seen one. Ning getting so low, though. ZDZ gets the first kill. Cyclone on the back line, though. Stolen from Ting, but he goes down too. ZDZ gets a double before he dies. Now it's in 4. Oh my gosh, Harry's down. That's too much for Doggo, though. Doggo's gonna gun down Xiaohao as well. Ping Z gets out a double kill for the ADC of Ultra Prime.
And it works out somehow as a 3-for-3, all things said and done. I think that a lot of work was done by the Jax. They managed to get into low range, start hammering through some of their opposing targets, but even though you normally wait for a couple more items on this area, they are so potent at this point. And this is kind of already after you see that the Akali ult's been used. You don't have PNZ able to dive onto that backline. And we were already talking about how, it is the Akali test for this new mid laner coming up into the LPL. And sadly, in this mid lane fight, in Game 3, where it matters, everything's on the line for your potential first series victory of 2023, the Akali missing that ult means that Ultra Prime have so much more to throw at this fight without worry of that Akali executing.
Execution needs to be there. KL are going to find successful fights here, because we talked about in the draft, coming out of the draft, how important the solo lanes are to these team fights and kind of pressuring the likes of Ultra Prime. But here, the pressure is on, and Ning, he's feeling it. He's feeling it. He needs to get out of the kitchen. He's out of there. The charge goes through, and now AL, they're just snowballing. You got Harry on the side, does hit a shock blast. Not too much damage to King Z, but big advance from anyone's legend.
That was a very different fight for the first time, because of course there were the ultimates that time. There was an ability for anyone's legend to fight around their newly completed second item spikes on their mid laner, on their AD carry, to make sure that they had, even though they're down in gold, similar stats to play around. They had the Phantom Dancer, Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer, incredibly potent combo, and now with that fight, it allows anyone's legend to walk up, to get themselves some more gold, get themselves some more shutdowns, and more importantly as well, bully out Ultra Prime from their side of the jungle for just a couple of minutes. They can't replace the vision that they've been playing around with. They can't keep this chokehold on this game. Even though Ultra Prime had a strong third game so far, it's been a solid response, particularly in this fight, and very importantly timed ones here.
Honestly, just great front to back there. As we go back to live, the setup for Dragon is on the table. Soul point for Ultra Prime here. What do you want to see from AL to get into this fight?
You need to stick together, make sure that your Sivir is the one which is the core of your team. You don't have the Sivir ult though, it's going to make things a little bit difficult.
DDZ on the flank here. They're grouped up. That's perfect for the ricochets. The boomerang blade goes forward. Betty's forward. That's Wukong getting it. Xiao Hao has stolen the dragon. Ning needs to protect the line to get them out of there. Final chapter utilized a lot of ultis burned on each side, but the success comes from AL. But the pressure is on. Ultra Prime might just force this Baron.
They can look towards their right, because Anyone's Legend, they used the perfect execution, they used the Cyclone, they don't have two big team fighting and ultimates, which we called out in previous fights before, but they're not looking to focus towards that objective.
They're walking back and forth. Now they're just going for the pressure into the top side jungle as AL is feeling it. They're moving forward. DDZ needs to use that loop strike out of there with counter strike, and now back into position for Ultra Prime.
So Dragon taken, but finally over towards that Baron. PNZ still no ultimate, still not able to use that perfect execution into the background. How much can AL do in this situation?
They're feeling scorned off of losing that dragon. Maybe they just want to flip over this Baron now. Ultra Prime maybe trying to force this fight. Xiao Hao on the backside, 4,000 health of the Baron. This is very tricky. Now Ning pulls the trigger, misses, goes wide, can't take the fight afterwards. Baron reset, Ultra Prime are out.
Yeah, they're out, and Ultra Prime, they had a play as soon as those ultimates were down, saying, okay, all right, not enough fighting potential from anyone's legend to take the same kind of victories they had done beforehand, but as much as we were talking about Betty, Sorda struggling, this duo, they have been performing so well in the last couple of fights. Clutch spell shields, clutch ability to deal damage on the item spikes from behind in the game. Anyone's Legend holding steady for now.
That's all you can ask for. Don't let the leaks become too heavy. We get the second items, as we were saying, third items coming across for the ADCs very, very shortly. 10 stacks on the Roa now for Ching, so a little bit of bonuses there, but Baron's still on the table, Dragon off for 3 minutes. Ching maybe catching out King Z. He is an Akali though, very slippery, and has Xiao Hao with Sword Art right around the corner.
Okay, so let's look at what should be happening in the next 5 minutes or so. This Baron, obviously the focus of an awful lot of things. You're not at soul point for Dragon yet, but that'll be in the next 3 minutes. Really does come down to this vision. Really comes down to pushing in these waves and whether Ultra Prime can put in good flank vision and see if they can force anyone's legend into awkward parts of Fog of War and try and get rid of, again, some of those ultimates. Get rid of that Cyclone. Get rid of that perfect execution. That's been very key for them so far. They're forcing AL to respond to this Baron. They don't have vision on it right now.
don't have vision on it, and they're doing it. I mean, now they realize what could be going on. Still very healthy as the Baron Shao now in front of the pit here, and Ultra Prime want to take a fight. This time, the OG Jungle King does not miss, but Ping Z is on the back line. You got a front to back here working out for Betty. ZDZ taking up the front line. Betty backs off. The On the Hunt is helping out so much, but the AoE from Doggo is starting to do its work, and you're getting the flash forward from the Star 80 carry of Ultra Prime. Here comes the Shock Blast, and here comes the boom. Ultra Prime
Betty?
are routing AL. They're on the wrong side of the fight, but Betty, can he have the AoE? He doesn't have it. ZDZ's back. He's down.
You can't
and
do
Ultra
it.
Prime, easy ace across the board and eliminate AL.
The sleeping giant Doggo wakes up in that fight. We saw it before on the Zeri, and on the second game in the series for that champion comes up clutch. The team fights have been hard-earned for Ultra Prime, and it's going to be a hard-earned, what looks like dominant position now in this third game, where they can finally look towards that first series win for this year.
Man, Doggo just needs to take a bow after this one. The come up of this man, we've seen, he came onto the world stage and made the biggest splash for the PCS, and now we're getting to see, after a year of trials and tribulations coming in, even the start of this split, this man is popping off.
And serious credit to Harry as well on the Jace. Jace actually gets a lot of work done. Manages to keep people in such a low HP bar in the brief window of time he had to wail on them in hammer form to get this big ability for Doggo to run ramp and understand that they are only just 1 or 2 hits away from death, and that is now, after this play, Baron down, huge amount of kills, walking away with all of their lives intact as well, somehow, some way. Ultra Prime walk away now with an 8,000 gold advantage, and what you have to assume a game-winning advantage after that phase of play.
Now, calming down just a little bit from the Ultra Prime hype, you've got to think of what can AL do in this. They have the veterancy of Betty and Swordar. Betty, the longest tenured active ADC, and coming into this one on a Sivir, late game scan, they have to survive, they have to make it to the moment, but can they as Doggo putting some damage onto the inner tier tower of the mid lane?
Well, he's got himself that Ravenous Hydra as well. On top of that, Immortal Shield by Doggo once again at that sustained breakpoint. It's so hard to get down to stick on this carry. And when the fights go long, that sustain really comes up clutch. And you can see the siege coming through, the damage coming through,
Look
the
at
move
him!
speed coming through.
Look at him! He's just popping off again and again! The lightning is raining onto AL, and they've now taken an inhib in bottom side. Do they just push for the end here? They're onto the towers, maybe a little bit of overextension, but Doggo is right up in front, right up trying to do the damage, and that will be one tower down. Ching goes in, goes gold, and now engaged from AL. This is the last moment, the death rattle, and do they have it? Ping Z goes golden, everything's going to chaos, and they're routed! They have no hopes! And Ultra Prime with the 509 Doggo have bursted onto the scene with their first series win!
Welcome back, Ultra Prime. Welcome back, Doggo. Welcome back, Ning and Bao Lan. It's 2-1. It's hard-earned. It's a bit of a scrap. Took them some knocks to get to this point. They walk away with their series victory. The first one for 2023 and anyone's legend. 0-3. Winless before the break, Chinese New Year. Yet to find a win afterwards as well. First team to reach that scoreline, unfortunately for them. There are some bright sparks for that team, just not enough to spark into something more flammable than that.
Ultra Prime feeling the spark that is their namesake here. Really just a level up performance in terms of what they wanted to approach as a style, how they wanted to execute, and being a conduit of Ning to weaponize this bottom lane. That's what we wanted. That's what we got.
And I think you're going to have to walk away from this game now as anyone's legend, really wondering about your priorities in terms of those bot lanes. You did walk away with that Yuumi in that first game, but it did feel like that Lucian Nami for both these teams was a real bait pick in the first 2 games. And I wonder if going forwards, that's something that they should put a little less priority on. That lane has not necessarily worked out for all teams. It's not as guaranteed a win as it was before. It's taken a lot of nerfs, and it does feel like you have to really utilize that one item spike to such an effect, which wasn't really done by these teams in this series. So a lot to ruminate on, a lot to think back on. I'm sure there's an awful lot to review.
Yeah, and I think you could obviously see the disappointment on AL's faces, right? But I think that's where, again, we were highlighting in the game to see if it happened, but now even more importantly, after game, out of game, that veterancy is going to come into fold. And I think seeing what they do to bounce back from this is going to be very crucial in their next steps because, again, we're still trying to figure out where do their strengths lie and how do they focus. We saw in game number 1 a clear focus that worked for them, and trying to find that and adapt that into a series is going to be that next difficult part, it feels like.
Yeah, and I think we've talked an awful lot about like the sadness of anyone's legend. Who's like, actually, no, ZDZ had some great moments.
He did.
Doggo, Betty on that side had some great moments.
Oh, it was so good.
Then on the other side, that name would slipped out. Doggo, this guy, we know he has the ability to be a real top tier AD carry. He has struggled to match that over long periods of time, had some awkward moments even last year, right? Had some inconsistencies. But at least in this game, in this series, he's showing once again what you can build around if he starts to show up on the day.
Yeah, and the combination with Balan, honestly, worlds different from what we saw before the break, right? There were miscommunications just in lane between the two's movement. You could just tell. Now it feels like they're right on the same page, and it feels really good for Ning to have that stability bot lane to work through. And you just look at the damage numbers, they speak for themselves, but that gold graph does as well.
That it does. And yeah, I think there's an awful lot for Ultra Prime to think about in regards to how they execute on their plays even still. Even in this game, there was a couple of times where you were worried about what was happening with the Jax getting into the backline, with the Wukong getting into the backline, not being able to shut down the Sivir. And though those happen, of course, they walk away with a win. But neither of these teams, I think, will be entirely happy with their performance today. There's a lot to be built on, and when you have such a league of changing teams, changing faces, and understanding and discovering how you want to play the game, this has got to be, square one or just a couple of squares in on your journey towards LPL kind of journey throughout this year.
Yeah, and I very much want to see exactly what happens from here, right? Ning did play Sejuani 3 times. And so I will say I want to see kind of the adaptation comes. I think there is a huge jungle pool right now, and I want to see Ning expand that a little bit more and how that plays into the rest of the comp that they want to continue to build around. But I want to look forward for these teams a little bit before we get to interviews and things like that, because Ultra Prime, they'll be coming against FPX next time around. And anyone's legend, if I have it right here, will be going against LGD. So a little bit different in the totem poles, it feels like.
Yeah, and you look at both of those teams. They are ones which have also had their own struggles. I think LGD, if we're talking about imprecise early games, which we saw a little bit, from Ultra Prime in regards to having the right decisions, but not really being able to capitalize on it. I think LGD have had similar issues, so I think that's a weakness there, which you can potentially exploit. So once again, these matches are going to be really important. And though it is only a couple of weeks in, of course, you only play each team once, just worth putting it on there and say, if there is a time to win against a struggling team, it is now.
Yep. It's kind of like the theme of the night. It feels like it's a time of change. It's a time of craziness. It's time to come up as well, to show up. And again, just putting more praise on Ultra Prime. I think seeing as well Ching and Harry, I mentioned it multiple times during the cast, but seeing them work between these veterans around them and the names around them, I think is a small point of happiness for me, because you do get to see them kind of feeling themselves, right? Ching was kind of popping off in this series as well. Harry holding his own at the top side and even having very strong games of his own. I think within that, there's a lot of growth and possibilities ready to go. So I'm excited to see the continued growth. We do also have our interview ready to go. So let's kick it over to Wendy and Balan.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Baolan from UP. So congratulations on the first win of the split. So how did it feel to play on stage again, especially together with your old friend Ning? 那首先恭喜你们今天获得了赛季的首胜。第一个问题要问到的是，重回赛场，而且这次拿下胜利，感觉怎么样？特别是和你的老朋友宁也是重聚在了 UP 嘛。
其实也是蛮久违的吧，从这个角度上来说，因为有很长一段时间没有在比赛上出现了，然后也是尤其是上海虹桥就是更久没有了，因为我们上一次第一场比赛是在客场嘛， 就是在别的队伍的主场，所以然后也是很久没有在有观众的环境下进行比赛了，就还是蛮激动的，因为也算让1追2吧。然后我们可能，就是赢的过程可能比我们预想的要困难吧，所以还是蛮激动的。
So I really feel it has been a long time since I played on stage, and also this is our first time to play here in the Shanghai studio because the last time we played on stage was in the hometown of other teams. So I feels like for this time we were able to have so many audience here in the arena because I haven't been experienced this kind of atmosphere for such a long time. So I feel everything is so good, and for today we were able to get this victory. I feel so good about this. And also, you talk a bit more about you didn't manage to get the win for the first game, but after that, you guys really have a very solid play in both game 2 and 3. So could you share more about the feedbacks made by the team immediately after that game 1? 那其实你刚才也提到说是一个小小的让1追2嘛，其实后2局打的是非常好的，所以说可能在第1局结束之后，有对自己的失利进行什么样的一些反馈或者总结或者改变呢？
因为这个版本下路组合还是卢娜对泽利加猫很多嘛，然后我们包括今天第1场比赛已经连续使用3场卢娜了。虽然我们在理解上觉得这是差不多的，但是从比赛上的效果看起来好像泽利会猫会更稳定一些。然后我就说我们既然卢娜已经玩太多了，要不就尝试一下切换一下，试试另一边。然后也算是算是符合我们的想要的效果吧，打出来了，然后顺利的赢下来了。
So I think the mainly changes of our feedbacks after game 1 is about the champion choices in the bot lane because it feels like in the recent meta, Zeri Yumi and Lucian Nami can be the very hot picks recently. But to be honest, we have played 3 games of Lucian Nami already on the stage of LPL this year. But we didn't manage to have a very good result. So maybe, although we feels like these 2 bot lane matchups can be the half win rate, but maybe on stage some things can be different. So we would like to give Zeri and Yumi this a new try. So we would like to have some changes in the bot lane champion choices in both game 2 and 3. So that are the changes we made. And thank you for the sharing. And let's talk a bit more about game 3 because I feel like in game 3 you guys played quite aggressively from the early beginning, especially you guys were able to have some goal lead and also got more kills in your pocket to open the whole situations from the early game skirmishes and also the tower dive. So share us more about the early game focus in that game 3. 那其实说到第3局，感觉你们从前期就打得很凶，然后一直在进行越塔呀，包括说一些小规模的团战，然后拿到了一些人头和经济优势。所以说，可能前期整个关注的重点是哪些呢？
因为我们的阵容上面，我们下路其实也属于是前期相对比较主动，跟对面相比，然后我们也是进攻的下路，然后我们上路也选的是一个候选的一个进攻的英雄。然后，但是我们有一个好处就是我们不会因为打野需要选择进攻点而陷入为难，因为我们下路是不太容易被猫配合gank的。然后也是因为这个点，我们上下路可以同时进攻，而且都取得了好的效果。然后我们有积极沟通，找到对面打野的位置。对。
So I feels like based on our draft for game 3, we can play more aggressively in the early game in the laning phase, or especially with opponent's team, they have that Yumi. Maybe our jungler player, he will not be afraid that we can face some ganks from the opponent's team because Yumi can be a bit hard to make so many ganks. And also for the top lane champion choices, because it is our last pick, so we feels like it can be a counter pick. So all the lanes can be quite comfortable for our guys. So Ning, our jungler, can really have a very good opportunities to make some ganks to open the whole situation for the team from the early phase, and we feels like our strategy was able to have a very good result based on our draft, so we're quite happy about this result. And I want to talk a bit more about the rosters because in this split UP have changed to a brand new rosters. So what's your expectation to this team, this UP this year? 那最后一个问题也是，其实今年 UP 也是换了一个全新的阵容嘛，所以说你可能觉得对今年这个阵容有什么属于你的一个期望呢？
因为我们今年也是都是在一个全新的队伍吧，基本上可以说就所有人都是新来的，然后大家可能也需要时间磨合，然后队伍里也有很多刚打职业没有很久的，相对算是新人嘛，然后比赛经验可能也不是很多，当然并不是说比赛经验多就一定会怎么样，而是可能我们确实需要很全新所以我们可能需要更多的时间，然后想要有好的表现也要付出更多的努力，然后期望的话，希望能进季后赛。
So basically, all of us are the newcomers to this new UP, and also we have some rookies, and they are lack of experience, maybe played on stage, played on LPL. So we really need time to build up our synergy, to have a more better coordination as a team. And for our expectation, maybe we need more time to play better in the future. And maybe for the expectations, I would like to say I hope we can get into the playoffs. So congratulations on today's win, and best of luck for the following matchups as well. 那再次恭喜你们，后面加油 ！And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and love to hear those early expectation setting by Baolan. Welcome back to the league. I'm very excited. I love to hear that he was just happy to hear the cheers, the fans that are there for Ultra Prime this time around, and getting to hear a little bit more from a man with such pedigree as himself.
Yeah, and they walk away with a pretty important win. Actually, it's just get something rolling for them.
Yeah.
They were talking a lot about how we just got to play together more. We just got to try and improve with that. There's no real substitute for game time. There is no real substitute for just getting some game time together and making sure you can kind of make things work. And we could see that even throughout the course of this series, right? Game 1 to Game 3, very different Ultra Prime. So for me, very important that they kind of realized that. They understood that they needed to change some stuff up in the bot lane as the series went on. They felt that they had a higher awareness of that than their opponents in the series in the final draft.
Yeah. Well, you know what wasn't different was Dago getting another MVP.
Oh,
the man
crazy.
picks up 2 in a row. Crazy stuff on the Zeri. 5-0-9. Amazing stuff. And a beautiful reestablishment, I guess, of this Zeri and aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, and so one of my favorite stats in League is that one just in the middle there, damage per gold, because that's your gold efficiency, right? That's like, okay, this is how much resources you're getting, how much you're doing with it. Now, Zeri is a champion which will often get quite high numbers with this compared to something like a Galio or whatever, but the fact that Doggo could apply himself to these fights so well, stay safe in these fights so well, and clean up was the difference maker in this Game 3, and that's a difference maker that we hadn't seen in their first series. We hadn't seen before that break. So for Doggo to kind of like, okay, wake up, turn up to the game, and be the carry that we know him to be, so very important for Ultra Prime.
And again, it was just the flip of the switch, right? Like, he was reserved, he was good, and then as soon as he was let off the leash, that dog bite. I mean, he was going for it, he was going over walls, he was using this aggressive advantage, and honestly, it felt like pressing AL so much that they were second-guessing a lot of positioning, and they get corralled into moments like this. It felt like kind of like a shepherd working around this AL roster.
Well, if he needs to change his IGN to sheepdog, maybe that can work at some point too. Because, but this one's definitely got a bark to match the bite.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I do want to kind of holistically go back over everything today. But first and foremost, take a look at exactly how the day went down. We started off pretty short with a 2-0 victory, at least for it's been a long night. It's early in the morning for Team WE, and being able to kind of see some of the Shanks power that we got to see in that first series was really awesome, and especially a lot of the question marks that we had coming into this one. Today was a day of saying time to step up. Time to kind of show up in the moment with all these changes going through the LPL. I think we saw a lot of that today. But as I said, we had TT versus WE as our first series, and we had our second series being AL versus Ultra Prime. 2-0 to start off, then a 3-game series. We finally had a 3-game series to go into week number 3.
We got some mileage out
big
of us.
takeaways. Yeah, guys, got some mileage out of us. It's circling about 6 a.m. for me. How are you feeling after this one? Do you have any big takeaways from each series?
I think the big takeaway is, particularly between this and then the first cast, which I was on as well, is really seeing how first games of a series really don't matter to some of these teams. I think there's a real amount of mental resilience where you can see a team like, so Rare Atom sat up there in that second place, right, just behind IG, who got themselves that 2-0 series score. They were almost perfect gamed versus LGD. They didn't get a single kill. They got scarnered. They lost to a Skarner. 0 kills versus Skarner. When the heck does that happen? And then they ran it back in that series and absolutely crushed Game 3 as well. Game 2 was a hard knock as well. It was a very long game. But you see from some of the games today as well, from Ultra Prime, where first game, Yeah, they got jaxed. Second game, okay, they ran it back. Things are good. In the third game, they find answers to what had been plaguing through the series. Thing. When I'm looking at these teams, the big takeaways I've got is that when so many teams are changing, that ability to just kind of like set aside a game one loss, set aside a game one difficulty, say, all right, set it aside, don't give a damn, come back for games 2 and 3. That has been very impressive to see, and it's very important to see for these teams which are sat at 0 losses right now, sat at that kind of 1-on-1 ratio or something like that. To come back from that is very important.
Well, tomorrow's matches will be a continuation of week number 3 here. We got Listerix bringing you all the action, Listerix and Lyric. IG versus EDG, LNG versus RNG. Can IG continue to show out and honestly continue to teach people the top laner's name? And if EDG can kind of stop that train.
Will people ban away one of his 4 champions which he plays?
Who
Because
knows?
he's really good at all of them, and if he's going to first pick it, you're probably going to lose. Find out tomorrow.
You find out right here on the LPL. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to cast with you for the first time.
It's been
ever,
really
man.
fun.
So
It's been great to get
yeah,
the first
we had a little fun with the Star Wars, a little fun with the little pop culture references, but a lot of fun with the gameplay. So appreciate you being alongside me here and me being alongside you. Thank you to the production team for making us look so darn good on screen, and thank you to the audience and the players for being the reason why we're all here. So thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow night for more LPL action, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.